morning, everybody. Welcome back to Krui Pro QS6. This is day number 4. Wave looking sharp, on point, on fire.
There's definitely a couple waves again today. It's dropped off a little bit, but yeah, there's definitely a couple jams to be had for sure out there. Still really fun.
Remaining heat of men's round of 96 and moving on to women's round 72 and into round of 64, heat 1 to heat 8 as well. So stay tuned, everybody. Choo!
We've woken up to a little bit of a smaller swell this morning, but we are on. We're going to finish the women's round of 64, head straight into the men's round of 64. It's going to be a big day of surfing, one that I'm really excited for. I'm True Starling, and joined in the booth this morning with me is Mark Clifton. Mark, what's going on out there? How are the waves?
All right. Well, once again, free surfing makes it look pretty good. You know, there's people blowing up all over the place, so there's still some really nice waves. This is the overview of how the Ujong Bachor Reef looks this morning, everybody. But yeah, guaranteed it is our smaller day. It's a little bit broken up due to the lack of punch in the Indian Ocean, but there's sections. 25 minutes, I feel, is still enough time. You're just going to have to be quite contest savvy today and maximize every opportunity, because there's less opportunities out there this morning, but there's still absolutely play on. It's highly contestable. Just got to be a little bit smart and a bit creative with that, I guess, how you go about your heats. But looking at this first matchup, I mean, look, we've got a former winner in Anon Matsuoka in the red. We've got one of the big hitters out of Bali in Kailani Johnson in the blue, Kia Hoya in white, and Chloe Groob in the green.
Yeah, Kia is from the Mentawais. I'm pretty sure she's part of that Kandui crew. Kai from Bali, and Chloe, part of this new pack of New Zealand powerhouse women, overtaking the QS right now. So I'm excited to see her in this one. And her sister Lola is also in the event. She may have got knocked out yesterday, unfortunately. But yeah, it's exciting to see the sisters in action. But yeah, this is going to be a really exciting heat. And on taking this event out in 2023, she actually qualified for the Challenger Series, surfed her first event this year in Newcastle, unfortunately got knocked out first round. So she had a really quick turnaround and was able to jump on a flight, get that entry here for the Krui Pro QS6000 to just, see if she can keep that Challenger Series campaign alive.
Well, events look better with Anon in them, I agree. Now let's have a little look at Kailani's first effort here. So I'm sure I was just in the athlete zone and everybody's just looking out there going, what do you reckon? How's it going? I said, watch the first heat, watch the second heat, get some tips out of that. So Kailani's going pretty good. First wave of the morning. She was down there having big chats with Dylan Amar, the national coach.
Wow. She almost made that.
I know, it's pretty sick. And there goes Fetty out there getting the clips from water level. He floats around there all day. He's a bit of a machine. So Kailani Johnson, the judges will kind of settle on that and go, righto, where does this fit in our scale given different conditions? We're still surfing the women's round, so it may take a little while for the number to drop, and just a bit of a steadying wave for Kailani. It's not a super low score, not a super high score. It'll just drop in somewhere in the middle. So let's watch it all again. What did you like?
Yeah, this was a nice first turn. You can see that she is so used to surfing, these reef points here, and Kailani, I'm sure she spent a lot of time here at Krui. Nice connection there, flies down the line. You see that she just knows this section is coming, but really unfortunate to not get the finish and Kia out behind.
All right, nice way to kick off her first ride, ripping into a second manoeuvre. The drone footage is looking pretty good. Needs to ride out of this. Hangs on for all she's worth. Just probably didn't convince the judges that she had full control last move.
Yeah, this is Chloe. Nice. Oh, unfortunately, she comes unstuck there, just catching a little bit of rail coming down from that first turn. A little bit of nerves, it seems like, from the women for this first heat of the morning. Anon, she's just looking like a shark out there right now. She's holding first priority. I feel like her first wave could be a good one. I don't want to speak too soon, but she's one of those competitors who's super consistent. She very rarely makes mistakes. She's taken out, this event in 2023. She's also won the Cloud9 event, and this is that last wave of Kia. Really nice backside snaps there, but it was just this one that was super unfortunate to not get that full completion. It would have really helped her throughout the rest of this heat. It's those moments that you always look back to.
And I like what you said about Anon circling out the back like a shark. And I noticed when she walks into the competitors area as well, she carries this aura. People just look at her and go, "Wow, that's Anon." And she sort of, the way she moves around and carries herself, she's a very confident young lady.
Yeah.
And you put a rash vest on and that confidence rises even more. So she's really cool. She's very friendly. And she's just, a big deal around these sort of events because she knows how to win. Mm-hmm. She's got a cool style and she's a very, very mellow human until the rashy goes on. So she knows what to do in these high pressure contests and big deal matchups.
Yeah, she's pretty switched on, that's for sure. I remember seeing her every morning pretty much on dark down at Newcastle. She was in a steamer. It was freezing cold, Mark. It was so cold in the morning. She had her steamer on already. She had some socks in her joggers on, and then she was all rugged up in a puffer jacket and maybe even a beanie. There was some mornings there where it was so cold, and she was stretching, getting ready. She wanted to be the first one out there, and I think most of the mornings, she was part of that pack that was just down on dark. It was awesome to see.
Well, it's those sort of things that make the Asian region events even more attractive because we come here and we surf in 30-degree water. You don't have to rug up at all. Most people barely bring any warm clothes because it's board shorts and boardies the whole time, right? T-shirts. He goes surfer in blue now. So Kai's decided to just stay busy. It was probably a directive and a bit of a tactic coming out of Dylan Amar's mouth as well. So just keeping the board moving here on the national team P-Soy, and that's better. So gets the completion, does a lot of work on a mini wave, but a score's a score. We've still got no indication of the first couple of numbers are actually just starting to filter through now. I think that might have been Kai's better wave, and Kia still has a score to come as well.
Yeah, a bit of a, we have seen that drop in the swell. We'll come back to that, though. This is the Bonsai replay of this last wave of Kai. Lani gets that nice first connection. She drives through another one. She surfs with so much power. And Kai, she is looking really, really comfortable out here on her forehand, tags it to get a finish. That's a better looking wave for Kai, I agree. I think it'll be her best. Her first locks in at a 3.33, so we'll see where that second one comes through. First wave of Kia, a 3.67. Kia's part of that Mentawai crew that drove here from Padang, which is so crazy. And this is Chloe, the New Zealander, up and riding.
All right. Picked herself a good wave. This is almost a semi-set wave in these mornings surf. So just sort of starting to engage the rail, collecting a few points down the line, just tags it a couple more times. No super brutal moves just yet, but that was a little better. So Chloe milks that thing for all it's worth. Out she goes. So we're starting to see some completions from Kai and Chloe now, which is good news. Anon has not budged out the back. So at some point, she's probably going to have to pull the trigger shortly and go, all right, just jump on something, get some numbers. But she knows what she's doing with the Rashi on. She's actually circling around the back now, hunting hard, starting to head up the point a little bit. Shows a little interest in that way, but she's got priority, so you've got to be careful. Here's the Bonsai replay.
Yeah, this was a nice first turn for Chloe. Gets that first connection. She drives hard through this second one. And she gets a lot of work done on this inside as well. Nice turn there for Chloe. It's this last one that has a little bit of extra punch to it. And she kicks out. So that's going to be Chloe's best ride in this heat so far. Scores for her and also for Kai to lock in. But it is Anon Matsuoka who's just sitting out there waiting for one of those decent sets to roll through.
Yep.
Are they even coming through today? I haven't really.
They are. No, they are for sure. They're rare, but there's waves a fair bit bigger than what Chloe just rode.
Yeah.
But on a consistent scale, that's about the size of the set waves that are consistently sort of moving through. Every now and then there's a banger that's about a foot or two bigger. Kai's number is her best. It's a 4.83. Chloe's score is going to be in the neighbourhood, but maybe a smidge under.
Yeah, it's a 3.93. Yeah. Oh, this is looking good.
This is what Anon was waiting for. So here she goes now, out of Japan, former winner, big-time player with Arashi on. I believe she's got a great future at the highest level. She's been chipping away for a long time. She's still a youngster. She was still in the Pro Juniors. So, her future is going to have some longevity when you see what she does and just the way she constructs heats, the way she connects sections. She knows the formula. She's very good at it. She waited almost 10 minutes for that and zero sign of nerves.
Yeah, wow. She wasn't really out of second gear, was she?
No, it's just Anon just playing the game and finishing a wave.
Yeah.
Kind of surfing a smart contest heat. You don't want to blow your opportunities today because they're probably out of our first, being day 5 out of the other 4 days. Today's a bit more minimal. So you get something good, got to finish it, make it count.
Yeah, definitely. And that was a really well surfed wave for Anon to start off her campaign in this heat. It's going to be the best number that we'll see. And I loved that last turn. She just had a little bit of extra flair. I mean, yeah, she just knows exactly what she needs to do. 15 minutes to go. Scores for Anon to lock in. But Kailani Johnson, she's out to an early lead with that 4.83. I feel like Anon's will surpass the best wave of the heat.
Anon will be well positioned. Here's the replay again. So that was the first turn, I think, or thereabouts. The drone footage. Either way, showing her experience, prepared to wait and hold her nerve for an A-grade wave. She wasn't prepared to fluff around on the inside just to get a quick start. Yeah. So and
you see how she's stalling there? She's waiting for that steeper section, and it was really smart because she got those last 2 snaps in there, and they were, the best moments on that wave. So I love how she was able to just think ahead and prepare for a better section and locks in at a 5.5.
Yep, so still plenty of room to move higher on the scale. Tide's pretty high out there and still rising. So the ladies are just going to have to deal with perhaps a little bit of lumping, but there's almost zero wind. So the surface of the ocean has got a little bit of texture on it, and at times we'll have some bumps. So you've got to pick your waves carefully. 5.5, she is well positioned. The surfer in white, Kia, has top priority. Everybody's sitting on an okay-ish sort of mid-range numbers. Obviously, Anon will have a clear advantage with the 5.5. The other 3 kind of neck and neck, but Kailani at this stage having 2 of them with a mini advantage. There they are. The 3 of them waiting for Anon to join the party.
Yeah, they're just hearing that score and thinking, oh, no, she's here. She's in this heat, that 5.5. She's sneaking up the inside of everyone. And even, without that priority, she's still making her presence known. So 13 minutes to go in this heat. And Kailani wouldn't be feeling very safe in the lead right now.
No, it's so far low numbers. Everybody will realise it's wide open. Anon goes and presents her back to the others, just sits there, doesn't even give him anything. And straight to the inside now, just reshuffling. She's probably got a clear plan of what to do when you've got 4th priority. And where do you go? Where do you sit? What sort of body language do you send the girls?
Yep.
So it's called a cat and mouse. Surfing a heat, there's a lot of tactics you can do. Years ago, something I used to like to do, it was quite funny. Go back out after you get a wave and just sit there and go, boy, that was a good one. And just not even look at them, but just say that, and just like, crew is like, oh, no. It might not have been, but it's mind games, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely all part of it. You hear so many stories from Kelly or, Mick, or even there's so many women as well that I'm sure would be doing the same. And it's just, part of that part of that mind game, that trick, and it sometimes it works depending on the competitor, and sometimes it doesn't. They're just so locked in that it doesn't matter what you say or what you hear, that it's not going to shake him.
That's it. That's if you're really savvy and you're really, focused on yourself 100%, which you should be. But, there's times just a little word here and there and a little flex and a little how you going could just, be the difference between
rattle the cages.
Just take the edge off somebody's focus, or just have them looking at you rather than looking at and focusing on what they should be immediately concerned with. So Kia right now, her immediate concern, got to get away, got priority. Not going to take much to get to second. You can see her in the white. Kailani has second priority. She's in the blue. It's been interesting watching Kai grow up over the years. Her and her sister Pua used to do the rounds a lot through Indonesia. Their old man Richard used to come around with the team, Team Johnson. So Richard, no doubt he's watching. Big fella. Shakas. Pua, wherever you are around the world, we miss you at this level. It was really cool having the big sister there as well. It was a really great team, and they were featured really highly for a lot of years. The Johnson clan, and Kailani still carrying the torch there.
Yeah, still enjoying going to these beautiful places and putting her hat in the ring for a Challenger Series qualification, I'm sure. And making these round of 64 heats, it's pretty huge to get into that round of 32, especially when you're talking about Challenger Series events. The points, especially, they kind of increase. If you get knocked out in this round, it's an equal 33rd, which is 540 points, and it almost doubles if you get into that next round and get knocked out third. So it's important these points come into play, and Kailani looking to get into that round of 32. Nice connection there once again, and floats it to get that all finish. And unfortunately, just a little bit of a stumble there, but still looking pretty solid. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing the replay from the judge's view. She did put in a couple of strong moves before the little fall off at the end. Starting to, get the confidence up. So this is what the judges see. She's got an Arakawa blade under her feet, mini setup move. Gets stuck into that move a little bit more. Another chip turn, the floater for a completion, and down she falls right there. So it's negotiable whether it's going to lock into a top two, but at least she's surfing. She's staying busy.
Yeah.
And on moves up a spot now in the priority rankings. Kia still holding firm with that first priority. But time slips away pretty quick, down to 9 minutes.
Yeah, wow, it's been a quick heat. We're doing it all 25-minute heat today. 9 minutes to go in this one. Kia only has that one wave of 367, but she's got the first priority. She doesn't need much to get into second place, but she's probably going to need to break into that 5+ range. We saw Kia in the Pro Juniors as well. She made a few heats looking really good. She's up and on this one.
Well, meanwhile, there we're all here we go. Okay, Kia, boom, big backhand belt, holds on. Oh, geez, we'll lose the credit for that finishing move. It looked really strong until it went a little bit pear-shaped, but this is a great-looking wave.
Yeah, wow, nice surfing there from Chloe. That was a really nice two-turn combination on a bigger-looking wave, gets that completion, and on out behind her, draws off the bottom, big first turn. She's patient here. She doesn't try and oversurf it. She gets that quick float straight into this beautiful arc and then on. Wow, getting that finishing connection as well. And she's more than likely going to get out. Well, she's going to see if she could take it through. But we actually saw that yesterday. A lot of surfers, trying to surf their way through to the inside, and it actually didn't work in their favor by the end of the heat.
No, the judges realise the main part of the section is the first sort of 60% of the wave. After that, she goes a little flat. You can be extremely lucky sometimes and get a connection. Like we saw, I think it was Shimuzu in that last heat yesterday. She took off on a tiny wave that actually got better and hugged the reef and gave her the score to squeak through in that final heat of the day, I think it was. Or the second last heat, last heat of the day. No, it was the third last heat. But either
it's all
way,
blurring into one.
Yeah, either way, you can be lucky sometimes, but majority of the time not. The judges want to see you go hard early. Once again, the clear experience is shown by Anon. She's picked the two best waves that have broken out here in this heat. She's just faultless surfing. just like you said, she's hasn't clicked into even top gear. This is Anon's 80% game or 70% game. Just playing it well, finishing, getting numbers to put some pressure on the lady. She'll definitely go to first. She'll have the 2 best numbers, I reckon. But I think Chloe's got a good score to come as well.
Yeah, I think so too. That 2-turner was really strong from Chloe. So I'm excited to see where that locks in. It was on a bigger wave, only 2 turns, but quality over quantity for sure. So just under 7 minutes, and we got scores for all 4 of our surfers. That previous to last of Kailani's was a 4.1. She extends her lead. Kia's last wave was a 2.67. Waiting on this last of Chloe, it's a 3.7. And it's this last wave of Anon Matsuoka that is going to change the tides in this heat a fair bit.
Yep, straight to first, 100%. So things are going good for the Japanese rider in the red. Just waiting for that number, and she will overtake Kailani. He'll still hold on to second at this stage because Chloe's number didn't reach the perhaps suggested. Has to sit in second at the moment. Here she goes again. So she's still just moving around, swinging the blade at every opportunity. Looks like she might be on an epoxy here today. And this is looking all right. A hit there would have been handy, but either way.
Yeah, that would have been, a good opportunity if she had have tagged, had a section where she could really, load up on and get a more vertical snap. So we'll wait and see, but scores to come through still for Anon Matsuoka. She's had that 1.83. It was a quick in and out. Another score to lock in with 5.5 minutes to go. Chloe, she is sitting in a pretty scary position right now. Anon only needs a 2.13. She'll get it on that last wave for sure.
She goes to first with that last score.
Yeah.
So everyone will move down a spot. Kia's still just languishing in fourth at best. Numbers only a 3.67. Her requirement is going to blow up a little bit once Anon gets the jump into the lead. There it is, a 6.97. A 6.67, sorry, for Anon. So the 2 best scores, predictably, for a 12.17 2-wave total. It's now a bit of a shootout for second, where Kailani sits, chasing a 7.34 to try and track down the Japanese surfer in the red. Chloe, a 6, and Kia needs just over a 5, Sorry, a 5 there for Chloe needed, and just over that number for Kia. Replays are looking pretty good. There she is again.
Yeah, I believe this is that 5.5 for Anon's first wave. And she's just looking really strong and hasn't got out of first gear. I mean, really, she's just finding her momentum this turn. Oh, you can see the fins releasing out the back. It was critical and, rewarded with that 5.5. It's this one right here, 6.67. Nice first turn. She doesn't try and hit it too hard. She just taps it there once again. I love how she just loads straight into that third turn. I mean, there was no real fumbles in between connections. It's just, hit straight back up into a carve. It was so great to see from Anon.
Yep, replay. The Bonsai replay looked really strong. So, just doing business. This is just another day at the office for Anon, and I'm sure she really wants to make this 6,000 count. There is also the Bonsai Asia Super Series that's going on. Give everybody something else, a little bit of extra incentive to try and lead after all the big 6,000s and collect an extra $5,000 from Bonsai. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a target on your back too. You get to wear that yellow jersey. It's the new tradition for the Asia region, so it's exciting, to see that implemented. This is the first event that we'll see it. It's Kana Nakashio wearing it for the women after taking that win at the Hamamatsu Pro QS 2000. And I'm sure all the women are seeing it right now going, hey, we want to be wearing that yellow jersey.
And Nico Watanabe will be strutting it for the men's when we get to that round, which is predicted to roll out this afternoon. I wonder if we'll just see where Iko is.
Oh, Chloe, unfortunately, coming unstuck on that turn there. So 2.5 minutes to go in this heat. And it is Anon Matsuoka out in front with a 6.67 and a 5.5. Kailani needs a 7.34 to go to first, or if she can better that 4.1, she'll make it a little bit harder for Chloe and Kia. Chloe needs a 5, and Kia chasing that 5.26. And with 2 minutes to go, it's definitely not out of reach just yet, but Kailani and Non have a first and second priority, so it makes it a little bit harder.
Yep. So Kai's going to have to. She doesn't even really need a wave. She's just got to keep an eye on where green and white sit and just kind of fend them off a little bit. Anon's just whatever. She's in the zone and she knows she's got it nailed at this stage. Some big requirements for people to advance, but right about now it's more about playing a little bit of defense. I think if you're got your head on the chopping block in second, because the other girls would do it to you, you've just got to keep a close eye on them. In a slow-moving ocean, a big set wave could make a huge difference for Chloe's campaign, and Kia's back out there now with third priority. So Kailani has just got to beware. She's been in this position many times, I imagine.
Yeah, she's just aware of what she needs to do. I mean, she can't really take off on anything that looks like it's going to be less than a 5 for Kai. So hopefully in the next minute she uses her priority wisely. I'm sure she will. She's got a great support team here on the beach and even out in the water. Just give advice where needed.
Spot on. So here's the lineup. This is the drone view. Anon's gone right up. She's waiting for a bomb. She knows the deal is done. She just wants to sign off in fine form. So she's hunting for an absolute A-grade nugget, a little deeper than the others. Kailani is right in amongst the pack, right in between white and green. 25 seconds. There might be an opportunity for Anon out the back. She's starting to move around a little bit. Some lines up the point. It could be a little wave for white. So Kai's got to keep her honest here. She lets her have a look at it. So Kai believes there's not much going on in this wave. So let's see how Kia performs. She needs a mid number. She gets one hit in, and that's all. So you can see why Kailani didn't want it. But here she is now with 2 seconds to go. I'm not sure whether this is a wave for Kailani. It was right. And at the back also, it looks like Anon jumps on a wave as well. So I can't see any asterisks in their columns. They're potentially both after the siren. But we still have a score to come for Kia for her one-turn effort on her 5th ride.
Yeah, it looks like Kai's actually might be counted.
Yep, Kai's is.
So she gets up before the hooter. Kia's last wave won't be the score that she's looking for.
No.
Doesn't look like it's going to go into a top 2, unfortunately.
So it's going to be Anon and Kailani moving through to the next round. There it is. Kailani's number in, didn't factor in. I doubt whether Anon's will either. So it's over and out for Heat 9, the first heat of the morning. Let's throw to a quick break and we'll be back shortly with Heat 10.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
All right, straight into Heat 2. Let's have a look at this. It's Minami Nonaka right there in the red. And Dos Santos has picked up a wave earlier in the blue. We've got a wave also. We've got a wave for Osha Curtis. And doesn't have a wave. Yes, she does. And Lucy Durrett also. So everybody must have got a little set. Look at that thing. That's an A-grade wave. I'm joined now by Giada Lagardi. G, how's your morning going?
Really good. I was just at the competitors area supporting Kai. I was there with the whole team. So I'm super happy she got through that one, as well as Anon Matsuoka, which we will be hearing from soon. This is the first wave of Minami Nonaka. That's a huge first turn and sets it up for that second one. So this is a great start for our surfer in red.
Best wave I've seen this morning in competition. So she was in the right place at the right time, probably in the first minute. She's just paddled onto a screamer, connected it really well. Minami will be stoked with the way her campaign's ripped off because there hasn't been a wave like that all morning. Meanwhile, Osh just put together a 1. Lucy with a bit less than that and must have got herself a bit of a closeout or fallen straight off. So Minami, huge advantage. And Ocean, to me, that is showing a little bit less life than the last 4 days.
Yeah, it seems like this is definitely our smallest day of competition. The wave size has dropped quite a bit, especially with that high tide. It's looking pretty difficult out there. It's kind of wonky. It's not easy to handle. So it's we're gonna be seeing some slow heats, but still action packed. Like the last of Minami Nonaka comes in at a 6.33. That's a great way to start the heat. I'm excited to see Ando Santos in this one. Annie is a bit of a charger. Every time I see her around, I'm like, "Oh, where have you been?" And she's like, "Oh, I was surfing." And a couple days later, I just see her drop some crazy clip of her like getting barreled off her head. I'm like, where are you going?
Well, me too. I agree because I saw her at Neos a couple of years back, and she got this crazy tube. The whole beach just stood up and cheered. It was so sick, but she loves it a little bigger than this. I'm sure she's still well versed in how to surf small waves and compete in sides like this. But for Anne, I guess she's here chasing points. She's just got to hang in there, and sometimes you got to get through the tough days to get to the joy. I think it's today they're calling it maybe the smaller day. So, and we'll be licking our lips with the forecast at our next stop.
Yeah, I took a look at it as well, and it's looking pretty similar to last year.
Oh, that's good news. That was the event of the year, I reckon. Last year just went berserk up there in Neas.
It's a big call, but and we still have some time. But it's giving me that same energy.
Well, I spoke with Kevin Wow yesterday, and he's a local. He lives there on the point. He got knocked out, and I said, "Oh, it doesn't matter, Kev. I think there's some big waves coming up at Saraki Beach." And he's like, "Yep." I said, "How deep do you reckon?" He goes, 8 foot, 10 foot. I went, okay. And at that size, it's a beast. It's a scary wave.
Yeah, it's not an easy wave. And we saw last year some perfect heats go down. Just off the top of my head, I remember Xavier Huxtable got that perfect heat. And I know we've said it a few times, but it was just incredible to watch.
It was. But we digress. We've still got a couple of days to finish up what's been an epic event so far here for the Krui Pro. We've just got to deal with this day, and just everybody would have competed in stuff like this or less over the years. I mean, some days you roll up, at a crappy beach break, it's 1 foot, and it's low tide, and you're like, oh no, and you still got to do it. So this is way better than that, right?
Yeah, you're totally right. And just going back to Annie and how well she goes and hunts for waves, I think this was like 3 years ago now. We had an event at Afulu right after the Krui Pro. That year, Nias was, I think, later on in the year, and we had all gone to this kind of national but international event at Afulu, which is a left on Nias Island, but I think in the north, if I'm not wrong. And we had our main contest break, which is this peeling left that kind of reminds me of like a longer version of Bingen, because it's just like a wave pool type of wave. But she would go up the coast and like come back with snap boards and the whole scene. I was like, where have you been going? She's like, I just got the barrel of my life like out there. So she's always finding these waves, and it's incredible to see her really kind of taking the reins on that and just charging.
Yeah, cool. And she'll keep doing that because it works for her, and she's sponsored, and she gets plenty of a credit just by living that life. This is probably her second hobby. He's doing it with the rash vest on and trying to collect points. And, should someone like Anne qualify for the big tour, I mean, that's right in her bread basket, right? If she could get to those, Chopus and, all the big gnarly waves that are coming up on the Dream Tour, well, it would suit her well, but you've got to fight to get there. They don't give those spots away very easily. You've got to, show your cred and earn a jersey at the highest level. So we're surfing the third tier of pro surfing. But check out this wave for Minami Nonaka. Absolute screamer. This is what we've come to get used to over the last few days. waves like this are still out there, Giada. And she just did such a good job. Right place, right time. Beneficiary of just the bomb of the morning so far. Well done, Minami.
Yeah, so this is the bomb of the morning today, but on the other days of competition,
That was
this
standard.
was a normal standard wave. Like probably we would call it a small, medium one on the
Medium.
inside.
Yep, there's been some big stuff. And this reef goes its best when I believe it's in the 3 to 4 foot range, with maybe a little bit bigger. If the direction is right, a little bit of west in that swell, that's when it starts breaking right up the point. Everything connects. I've seen this reef do such good work. I've seen surfers get 3 tubes per wave, and you see randomly often 6 and 7 turn waves with a tube somewhere along the line as well. So it's got a lot to offer. At the moment, parts of the reef are lighting up, but I'm sure everybody's just got to get their head around it. Go, okay, let's just down to business. We're here for a reason.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a slow heat. Well, similar to the last one, and you're right. The drop of the size of the waves has just really affected this lineup a little bit. But I would take this over a beach break any day.
There you go. All right, so Green likes what she sees. She's Lucy Dara. I remember this name from some events in Western Australia that she came to. Very polished campaigner. Just got to hang in there and make this wave count. It's a pretty good wave in the scheme of things. Nice wraparound cut back to just hang in there, hoping for a bit of steepness on the inside. So she looks down the line, just keeps this cutback act going on, just to collect a few points on the way. The wave peters out into the channel. So Lucy will have the second best score of this matchup, but Minami.
Yep, this is Minami no Naka now again, backing up that 633. I'm sure she got some work done on the outside, but it will be just a quick wrap there. Bit of a paddle battle going on now. So some waves to come through for Lucy and Minami. Sorry, that's probably going to be some of the better scores we've seen for now. Lucy only sitting on a 0.5, so Minami's 633 is the only more significant score we've had.
Yep, but this will be a good one. This will just put Lucy in a great spot. Picked up the second best wave of the heat. Did a really good job. Here's the replay again. So out of this one, what did you like best, G?
I really like this first turn. She kind of really jammed into that section and kind of followed that lip line and set it up straight for that one. She got a little bit stuck on the top, but managed to get down and give some more variety of maneuvers here. Weaved nicely through this kind of flatter section. So it was a good wave from our surfer, Lucy. Yeah.
All right, she was very impressive. The times I've seen her with the rash vest on, surf that wave, perhaps a little tentative, but when the wave is that good, you just got to finish, connect the dots, put some sort of mid-range number together. Can't be falling when you get a wave that good. So she at least did what was required. Got the second best number of the heat, a 4.83, 1.5 less than Minami's bomb, but that'll keep her in good stead. And geez, Minami's dropped a decent number as well. Look at that.
Yep, a 5.17. So she backs up the 633 really nicely, and she's gonna be feeling pretty comfortable since no one else really has anything on the board right now except for Lucy. So just a top turn there, nothing too crazy, but surfed really smartly. Got around this section and finished this wave off. So good job from Minami.
Yeah, and due to the fact that she got that first good wave, she was just putting a bit more sting in her turns. Unlike Lucy, who was just sort of, looking like she was surfing at about half pace just to get the job done. The shackles are off a little bit for Minami, so she put a bit more venom into her top turns, getting the nod with a 5.17. Didn't do as much surfing as Lucy, but she kind of did more strong surfing. So that's the difference.
Yep, both the waves are looking pretty similar in size, so you're right. It's definitely all about the surfing at that point. Still some waves to be found from Osha and Ando Santos. They're being pretty quiet in this heat. We're reaching the 13.5-minute mark.
And I know Osha will be keen to get some runs on the board. Did a little trip to the Ments last year with Osha and her dad. Really good surfer. She's got a lot to like, the natural footer. And I'm sure Mumsy is watching there online as well. She's got second priority. Just needs a mid sort of 4-point ride at this stage for second. Although Lucy's only sitting on a 0.5, it's going to make life a little tougher for Osh and Anne. So these two playing catch up. Osha now having a look over her shoulder. So right on cue, here she is, a girl out of Lennox Town. Dad's here watching in the competitors area. I'm sure Mum's watching online. Over the handlebars, second turn, not ideal for Osh. And Anne, geez, she'd love to sink her teeth into a proper set wave.
That was actually a really great start for Osha. Unfortunately, she didn't get that second turn done, but that first turn was nice.
Lucy Dara. All right, let's have a look at this. We'll get back to Lucy's replay in a moment, but that was looking pretty good. That was a solid hit as well, but just a wave bottomed out a little bit too much for Osh. I'm seeing green, Lucy.
Oh.
You're going to have to see the replay of that one to catch up with the live action. Good wave unfolds now for white.
Yep, so this is Osha Curtis now. Unfortunately, a quick up and out, but Ando Santos now out the back.
Yay.
Finally gets her heat started. A good looking wave. Nice first jam there. Oh, and unfortunately, this wave just running away from her. So, Minami, the current heat leader, on her backhand as well. This is a good looking wave. She sets up for that first turn upside down. Upside down again. So Minami Nonaka kind of running away with this heat right now. She wants to get rid of that 517. She has a 633 to her name. We're going to have to wait for some scores to come through, but that was a good looking wave for Minami.
Yep, two strong belts. And unfortunately for Anne, we see that a lot out here in this lineup. If you chew off a wave and you think this looks pretty good, but I'm deep, 9 times out of 10 you end up being too deep. The wave just ran off without her. If you fall behind with the pace of this wave, it can be really hard to get back around the wash. So Lucy's number, this is what we didn't see, right? So here's our Bonsoir replay. So good.
Cool.
All right, great. 3-turn combo there for Lucy. Second move looked ideal. And this is Minami's last ride.
I love her bottom turn. Look how deep she gets. And then straight upside down again on that one. Minami
Judges are going to
landing
love it.
nicely. Yes.
Yep.
Lucy and Minami are definitely going to be getting the best scores of that exchange.
I think Minami's would have really caught the judges' attention just by the criticalness of those two turns, blasting above the lip, actually hitting the lip. Haven't seen a lot of that this morning. On a decent sized set wave with speed and power and control. Minami's definitely going to improve her 2-wave total. I think the judges will send a little bit of a message here. I could see it maybe going in as the highest wave.
Wow, Lucy, last wave of 717 pushes her straight into the lead.
Yep, that was so sick. That second belt, a lot of the turns coming from that. So let me rephrase that. Minami's wave is going to be up there. It's going to be a really strong number because the judges will still reward the commitment to big-time surfing, just big moves. Here it comes. All right, so it's going to right there with Lucy's number, a 733. There we go. Thank you. All right, well, for Osh and Anne, things are rapidly getting away from them. Look at these requirements. They're not great viewing if you're in Osh's camp or Ando Santos. So the judges, that they demand high-quality maneuvers. Minami delivered. That was super brutal, that last move. Thanks for the Bonsoir replay.
Yeah, she those turns were really back to back. It was just first hit, bottom turn with a second pump, and then straight up for that second one, upside down, critical section. So really well done from Minami.
Yep, that just proves the theory. You don't have to ride all the way down the line and get a long ride. If you get a couple of sections, you've just got to do your absolute best surfing and leave it over to the judges. So that's the message they're sending once again to the ladies in the upcoming heats. Just be brutal, take every opportunity, surf top to bottom wherever possible, and do that with speed and flow. All right, Minami, that's the best 2-wave total of the morning.
All right, just taking a look at the heat draw here. We will be finishing off this round of 64. There we have Annie's corner. Pretty sure that's her boyfriend and
friend, no doubt. I'm not sure who it is there sitting next to him, but they're at the Ombak Inderside. This used to be right where they're sitting is the where our judging tower used to be for a lot of years. Sai.
Yeah,
Okay.
Simoniwa and her Annie's boyfriend watching her and giving her the best energy. This is a replay of Minami's
The big number.
633.
Yep, the 633. Yep. So she did a lot of surfing to get the 633 on a good wave, but then a shorter ride for the 733 was just brutal. But great surfing. She's in the zone. She's on in perfect rhythm with the ocean. Lucy with second priority, trying to upgrade her 483. So this is the two-turner. Watch this. Crunch. And again, big last hit. Move of the heat. So good. So the judges want to see more of that, everybody. If your competitors are tuning in and maybe even listening, take notes. Minami surfing, what the judges are looking for.
And speaking of, it looks like Lucy Dara. We'll get right back to it. So this is probably a wave that we missed from Ando Santos. Two really nice turns. She's turns. She's really trying to get back into this heat. Hacks into that third one. So giving the judges variety. It was really nicely done from Ando Santos. A lot of power went into that. We're waiting for that last score to come through. We're going to see a replay of Lucy Dara soon. So couple scores, but
That wave of hands will keep her in striking distance.
yeah.
And I think we're owed a number also for Lucy. So replays are flying around all over the place. Here it is, courtesy of Bonsoy and our drone footage from Ryan Williams. A nice two-turn combo so far. If she finishes this, she's in for a big score as well. Oh, that was brutal. Lucy will extend big time on her second placing.
Yeah, that was a really nice finish from Lucy Dara. Wants to get rid of that 483, and I think after that last one,
She
pretty
could challenge
well
for the
on way.
lead here. That was a seriously high-quality ride. There's caddy corner down there in the bottom of our screens, courtesy of the drone footage. That's the playing field everybody's paddling into. Red sits up the top of the pack. She may be threatened for the lead. Lucy Dara really clicking into gear with her last couple of rides. And we'll get a number that'll keep her in striking distance, but we'll still have some big work to do to get out of trouble here. Osh, wow, she needs a 9 at this stage, and that will even blow up a bit once these other numbers drop.
Yeah, we're close to reaching the 5-minute mark. Some important scores to come through. We are waiting for the last of Ando Santos and Lucy Dara. Annie looking for an 867, so that's a pretty solid number. Bit of a paddle battle there right now with both the surfers. So we'll see.
So the judges are really taking their time with these last couple of waves because it was, I believe, potentially Lucy's better ride. Definitely Anne's best ride. But with the other 7s and 6s that have been thrown already, they've got to kind of figure out where this sits in the scale. So they've had a few looks. And is going to go definitely her best. It's almost in. It's going to be roughly 6 points. Maybe a smidge over. Just to keep her in striking distance of Lucy. But Lucy's pulling away as well because Lucy's wave, the judges are saying, is probably looking like it's going to be better than Anne's. So a 597 for Anne drops in. Moves her into third. The 604 needed to get up in a second is going to blow up a little bit because Lucy's score is about to drop. I think it was right there with her other wave that was really well surfed.
Yeah, Lucy.
The girls are having a powwow. Look at this.
Yeah, so there are some great scores coming through right now. And there we see Lucy Dara not even looking at the ocean. She's looking straight at Annie. Like she's playing maybe a little bit of mind games. We're reaching the 4-minute mark. But you're right. I think Lucy is going to be getting rid of that 483. It's going to be similar to, I think, either Minami's 633
or better.
Between or better.
Yeah, it could be between that and her best ride. It's such a strong ride. So the judges are having a good think about it.
3.5 left.
So while we're waiting for that number, let's see if we can queue up another look at Lucy's last wave. We're down to 3.5 minutes. There's not much going on out the back. The ladies are all sitting very close. The score's still not in for Lucy, but it's going to have a big bearing on what goes on. So this is the drone footage again. Good use of the rails. This is her last wave. This is the wave in debate up there with the judges. Lots of strength and good sections. And this finishing move, watch this. Boom. So for sure, one of the best waves of this matchup. It's in as the best score, and that doesn't surprise me. Lucy all the way to first with an 8. There we go. Thanks very much, judges. They had a long time to think about and watch replays and get that number down. Lucy just did aggressive surfing on bossy sections and made a real statement with her end move.
Yeah, that was incredible from Lucy Dara. That last turn was super critical. She really laid into it. So well done. Pushes her straight into the lead. It is now Minami in second. Ando Santos has the work cut out for her. A 7.69 is what she's looking for. This is the replay of Minami's 7.33. Really, really nicely done. Just 2 turns. Pretty different to her 6.33. This is the 8.
Oh, well, it just had a lot to like. Everything connected. Very little downtime. Third good section, on rail, in the pocket again. And she sees this end section and just goes for a big time and a full blast and just rode out of it with no hiccups. Really good connection. First time today we've gone into the excellent range, and I just think the judges deserve credit for going there with that and identifying the best wave of this heat that's had a lot of highlights. And Anne's doing pretty well, but she's still chasing a high 7. I'm feeling for Osh this heat has just not been what she was after when she paddled out. Nonaka would have thought she had this wrapped up in the first, at about the halfway point. She's gone off easy peasy. But then Lucy Dara clicked into gear, surfer in green. So we're seeing the best surfing of the morning out of green and red. Biggest numbers. It's always tough being in that first heat where we saw Anon do a really good job. We didn't get a post heat with Anon. There is a little technical issue going on, so maybe we'll get one with Lucy. I'll go down and see if we're on board for the post heat interviews and hear from Lucy Dara, but that's her in the green. Red's looking pretty comfortable as well, and still searching hard out the back. She's got third priority. Time rapidly becoming the enemy. And Osh with second priority. Gee, she can't get out of trouble here with one wave. It's a bit of a pretty pity the way things went for Osha Curtis. She's much better than what this heat has shown. All the A-grade waves in this heat got taken by the other surfers. That's about what went wrong for Osh.
Yeah, so it might seem like there's a couple waves coming through. All the girls just paddling in. But yeah, Osha Curtis showing a little bit of frustration earlier. Paddled for a wave, kind of just slapped the water. But that's surfing, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. The ocean you don't find the rhythm.
Osha's having a moment.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for her. She's a cool lady, and she deserved better than that. 10 seconds. All right, Lucy first, Minami second. Over and out for Anne and Osh. You've just watched the back end, everybody, of Heat 10. We'll just cut to a short break and be back shortly with our next heat.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need called Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000. This is round of 64, heat 11 in the water right now. We have in red Sarawakita, in blue Jasmine Studer, in white Dea Novitasari, and in the green Juniper Harper. I'm Jada Ligati, and I'm inviting back into the booth this morning Dai Wako.
Good morning, Giada.
Good morning. We've got a pretty fun heat in our hands. I'm excited to see Sara Wakita and Jasmine Studer.
Right.
Sara of name I've seen since I was a young girl. You know, she spent a lot of time in Hawaii and now live in Japan. Her family has a pretty prestigious name in Hawaii, especially in the big wave surfing.
Right.
As you said. Jasmine Studer, one of the young up-and-coming surfer girls coming from Indonesia. She is dealing with an injury right now. I think she torn her meniscus, but she's looking in great form. We saw her in the Pro Junior looking pretty unstoppable.
Looking still sharp with
Yeah.
injury, though.
Yeah. So just shows how talented
Right.
she is and how hard she works for these moments. I'm pretty sure she told us in an interview a couple days ago that her mom just arrived in Krui and will be here with her to kind of help support and have that backup.
It's such a great opportunity to have, you know, mom or dad around, the family is around, especially in this countryside area where sometimes you can feel lonely, you know, traveling by yourself.
Yeah, you're right. Surfing is a super individual sport if you're not traveling with a group of friends or family. And it's easy to get a little bit, yeah, you're right. Maybe a little bit lonely. You know, you're out there by yourself in your heat. It's you against 3 other people. It's not a team sport, maybe
Right.
like basketball or football where you're depending on your team. It's all just you, like, and yourself and your mind.
You and your ocean. But sometimes, you know, you're lucky to have someone to just talk to
Yeah.
so that, you know, you can release all the pressures.
Exactly. So it's nice to have like a team supporting you
Yeah.
on the beach and knowing they're there and that if you need anything, they'll always be there to support you. I see that with the Indonesian team,
Yeah.
especially this morning. Kailani Johnson was first heat of the day. I was down at the competitors area with not only her team, the national team of Indonesia that come here together and are training here, but all the other guys that, you know, are from Bali and are there supporting each other. So it's great to see that family spirit.
Yeah, probably big Indonesian team is at athlete area this morning. You know, a lot of super talented surfers from Indonesia will be surfing in the next few heats, probably. And here's the first wave. Nope, it's not going to have that one. But 25 minutes heat already, 5 minutes in this heat.
Yep. So after this morning, all the women from the QS would have surfed already. And just taking a look at the heat draw of what's to come, some of the big names I'm seeing are Safi Vetti. She'll be in the next heat 12. I'm seeing Jolly Stokes had a really great run here last year. Minori Kawai is a name to see. Shino Matsuda, finalist here, I think in last year when we were at Krui Left. I'm seeing Ziggy McKenzie, Sumomo Sato, and Simon Iwa. So some big names to come up still.
Right. Still 8 heats remaining in this round, and this is the first ride from south of White Dia. Up and riding, just racing down the line, trying to get the section, waiting for the section to just steep up for her, and gets the first hit. Nice off the top carve and put the line in. Gets to the inside section. A lot of connecting turns, but still managed well to connecting the inside. And now she kicks out but at the back. So looks like, you know, Jasmine got a good wave.
Yep. So it was Diana Tassia on that first one, and right behind her from Indonesia as well, Jasmine Studer. Both really good looking waves. We're gonna wait for the scores to come through. But Dea is here with the national team. On your screen right now is who we're talking about, Dea Natassia. So kind of gets around this first section. Then as the wave slows down a little bit, she wraps it around nicely, sets up for this second turn. So nothing too crazy or critical. but it is pretty early in the heat, so it was a nice way to start for Dea. Kind of
Definitely.
to get her feet on the wax and get a couple waves in. So I'm sure as the heat goes on, she will be looking for something with a bit more wall to it. Right behind her is Jasmine Studer. Bit more aggressive approach to this wave. There's some whitewash on it.
Oh.
And unfortunately just goes over.
Actually, yeah, the wave looking good on that one. It has more wall to work on for Jasmine Studer's last wave. But a few minor scores coming in, 2-8-3 for blue, 3-6-7 for white last wave.
Yeah. So Dea has represented the national team not only in shortboarding, but she's an incredible longboarder as well. She has this beautiful style. I don't know if you guys saw when she surfs. She's very elegant and calm. So she translates that in surfing. And I'll get to Dea in a second. We're going to go quickly down with Mark and the winner of the last heat on a post-heat interview.
All right, here we are with the winner of the last heat, Lucy Dara. Lucy, what a great heat. You must be super excited after that.
Yeah, I'm so excited. It was a really tough heat. It was super stacked. Like, all those girls surfed so good. And I'm just really happy I could find a few set waves and convert.
You convert, you did. It looked like Minami was running away with the heat. We're in there going off for sure, the two best waves. Minami's going to win, and then you just put your best foot forward. That 8 must have felt so good.
Yeah, it felt really good. Minami's such a good surfer. She just got 2 really quick waves, like 6 and a 7. I was like, wow. So I was just trying to catch up, and then on my 8, I just wanted to hit the end section super hard to try to get a good score.
And 15 years of age, folks. She's doing her first 6,000 here, first time ever to Krui. What do you make of the Krui area so far?
Oh, I love it. Like, the waves are amazing. There's so many waves to choose from. My favorite wave to surf has been Waijambu. Love it there. And Krui's a really fun wave. And yeah, it's a great place to be.
All right, well, I believe you've got a big future. So I guess the plan is you've got some ISA Worlds coming up this year, a lot of big events, and you're definitely on a charge. So would you like to thank your sponsors?
Yeah, thanks to all my sponsors, especially Tully from Wave Creations for making me a really good quiver for Indo. And also shout out to my mum who's watching at home and maybe my little brothers.
Unreal. Well, thanks very much, Lucy. I'm going to shake your hand and say all the best for the rest of the round. You're on fire.
Thank you.
Good on your team. Back to you guys.
Epic. Thank you so much. Great to see the next generation just killing it. So Osha had an 8 and a 7 on her last heat. She was killing it. Yeah, it was really, really well done from Osha. But yeah, back to Dea. So Dea is not only a shortboarder, but an incredible longboarder as well. She has represented Indonesia in both shortboarding and longboarding. So she's multi-talented. She loves to spend time in the water. She's part of the Halfway Kura board riders. And she's a vital part of the team, you know, one of the kind of pioneer girls from there. I've been competing with Dea since we were really, really young in all the Magic Wave contests, all the Rip Curl Grom Search. I remember the Volcom Crustaceous Tour when we were younger. I'm not sure if those are still around. So she's always a very calm, collected girl. Not too many words, but when she's there, she's always saying hello to everyone, and her presence is seen in the water through her surfing more than anything.
Right. Well, this is the first wave for Sarawakira. 脇田選手1本目のライディングになります。しっかりとカットバックでパワーゾーンに戻りながら一発二発と技を繰り広げていきます。ここでスティープのセクションに一発。これはインサイドまでつながってはいかなさそうです。ここでキックアウト。まずの出だし、脇田沙羅選手。This is surfing green, juniper, up and riding, just quick in and out, only one minor turn, so quickly gets back out to regain the priority. But you know, you can, if you can surf like shortboard and longboard, then probably you'll be spending a lot of time in the water on
Yeah,
the shortboard.
the beach of Sarawakita's first wave. Nice cutback to the whitewash. This wave standing up for her on the inside. She wasn't able to really go super critical on it, but a pretty strong finishing there for Sara. So it's gonna go up into the best wave of the heat of 5.5 for Sarawakita. So well done for her. It is Dea in second, Jasmine Suter in third, and Juniper Harper in fourth. All four surfers already have a wave to their name. It's been a
Right.
little bit slower this morning.
Maybe we just, right around high tide now, so probably waves are backing off a little bit and has a little bit of a bump on the face. So it's kind of tricky out there, but getting a solid 2 turns at the back is very crucial probably, as they don't really hit the inside section. But here is Blue up and riding. Jasmine first down, nice wraps around, carve, and that was a good looking second turn, but unfortunately it comes unstuck.
Yeah, I was really liking the look of that wave. This is now on your screen. Juniper Harper on her backhand. Nice first turn. A bit of a smaller wave here. I don't think it's going to be a massive score, but she's surfing it really nicely and manages to get some nice turns in. But a smaller wave, but nicely surfed.
Right. She did what she could do on that wave, smaller size waves. But just a little slightly smaller size wave than others. So like you said, it's not gonna be a big score, but still it was a great surfing. Yeah, pretty much 1 or 2 waves are ridden in this heat, but it's been over 10 minutes or nearly hitting a 15 minutes mark. Very slow heat today. This is a replay of last of Jasmine. Love the first down, throwing a lot of sprays into the vertical snaps, but unfortunately it comes unstuck, and that wave comes in 3.47, and this is the last of Juniper. Comes in 3.40. She served really nicely. It was a smaller size wave, but she did what she could do on that wave. But like I said, it's a smaller size wave, so the score comes in 3.40.
Yeah, so we're about to reach the 10-minute mark of this heat. A bit of a slow one, the highest score of Sarawakita coming in at a 5.5. The previous heat, we had so many sets come through, but that kind of tends to be the tendency when there's a heat with a lot of waves. The next one tends to be a little bit more quiet.
Right.
So this is a replay of Sarawakita's 5.5.
Yeah, size-wise, it's bigger than others, and this wave had a really, many walls to work on. So it was a good wave selection from Sarawakita. Managed to put 2 pretty good turns in.
Yeah, so we're going to be finishing off today we're going to be finishing this round of 64 of the women's QS 6000 until heat 16, and we will be heading straight into the round of 64 of the men. We will be trying to get through as many heats as possible, and just taking a look at some of the names in the heat draw of the men's. I'm pretty excited to see people like Kutu Agus. We're going to have Bronson Mady surfing today. John Mark Takong from Philippines. He's always a great person to have around and an incredible surfer. I see Rinta Otu. He's been here quite a few times the past years. Xavier Huxtable had the perfect heat last year in Nias. Bodie Williams has been doing his rounds here. Dylan Wilcoxon from the Mentawai. So great heats coming today. It's going to be super action packed. Hopefully, we get up to Heat 14 where Kian Martin will be surfing. He's one of my closest friends, and we grew up together in Bali. He has unfortunately been a little bit sick, but
All right.
yeah, I'm sure he's feeling much better now and he's ready to go.
So a lot of actions, and we're going to be seeing the top seeded surfers in men's today. Finally, it's at day number 5. They've been waiting for quite a long time to surf their first hit for Krui Pro.
Yeah, they've been waiting a really long time to get started. Day 5 already. We've had so much surfing, and it's not done just yet. We still have many heats to power through, and this is looking like the smallest day of the forecast. We've seen a drop in size compared to the other 5 days. And with this high tide, it's not easy out there. We're seeing a lot of lulls, and there's a bump on the face. You can see at the bottom of your screen a lot of current and water moving around. But as the tide starts to go down, it's gonna clean up, and we're gonna have a bit more of that Indonesian picturesque lineup.
Right.
So we have now Jazz Suter on screen. This is our surfer from Indonesia wanting to get rid of that 283. This wave kind of fattening out a little bit there for her. So Jazz, I'm pretty sure, is riding her dad's surfboard.
Right.
This is Team Indonesia on your screen right now. But yeah, Jasmine Suter is the daughter of Luke Suter, and he has his brand there in Bali, so has shaped for many, many years, made incredible boards for everyone. And a couple waves being ridden right now. I think we saw Sara Wakita. This is on your screen. Juniper Harper now on her backhand, wanting to improve that 190. No crazy scores just yet, so it really is anyone's heat.
Yeah, nice to have, that shaper, because you can always communicate with him. And this is the last of blue. The wave didn't offer too much for her. Didn't really steep up, but she managed to put a couple checking turns in. So she was looking for wave to better 2.83. To me, it's gonna be close to better that score, but nothing major turns on it. We are still waiting for the last of blue, red, and green. And last of blue comes in 3.33, extending her lead slightly. But this is a reply of Sarawakita 選手。これはいい波になってきそうです。一発目、綺麗なカービングターン。そしてフィニッシュをしっかりと入れてきました。That's a quick wave from Sarawakita. 2 turns in a tight section, but still managed to get a finish. So probably one of the biggest turn we've seen in this heat so far. The last of green comes in 3.07. Now she's in the second, but we're still waiting for the last of red. She only needs 0.97. So definitely she's done that, and the last wave comes in 5.0 for Sarawakita.
Yep, so Sara taking the lead on the rest of the field right now. It is Jasmine Suter in second, 7:03 to go to first. Juniper Harper is in third, 3:41. So not a big requirement. It's Dea Natasia now. She's in fourth with priority. She's been pretty quiet. She's only surfed one wave since practically the first 5 minutes of this heat. So she's being patient. She wants that score, needs that score. So kind of right now, I think it's a battle for second as we just passed the 4-minute mark of this heat. It's going to be a pretty tight finish.
Definitely battling for the second. But here's a replay of the first wave of Sarawakita. This is a 550 looks like, right? Gets around the corner. and little bit waves started to step up, and this is a critical section to hit, and she managed to put one more turn in after this. Not major, but this was a 5.5.
Yep, and this is her backup wave, a 5. Really nicely surfed here. You're right, pretty quick, only 2 turns, but she's getting the job done. You can kind of see by the scoreline, it's been a really slow heat. Not much has been surfed. So Sara Wakita making the most of the situation right now. It's kind of all eyes on Dea. She has first priority, needs a 3-1-3. We know she can do it. She has a 3-6-7 already. So it's as the time ticks down, it's gonna be pressure being built on Sara. Juniper and Jasmine are gonna be wanting to stay close to her and maybe create a little bit of pressure. But Dea does have priority, so that is complete right of way.
Right, with the 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat, 3.13. That's what Dea needs. But it's not a big score, and she's already got 3.67. So pretty much, if she's done similar kind of maneuvers, then she will definitely get that requirement. And has priority is crucial now. But just time is ticking so quickly.
Yeah, we're already reaching the 2-minute mark of this heat. So you can kind of see Dea getting a little nervous, taking a look at the inside, looking out the back, hoping for some waves to come through. I would like to see her get one more chance to kind of get that score. She's been pretty quiet. She's been patient. A little unfortunate that not too much has been happening in this heat compared to the last one. I'm sure the girls were watching the Heat 10 super excited to paddle out, and then it just goes flat. So we'll see if in the last minute and a half Dea Natasha gets a chance to get into that next round. I know her and the Indonesian team have been training so hard, training almost 5 times a week. They spent a lot of time in Canggu. I know most of them have been surfing Uluwatu, which is the most similar wave we have in Bali. There we have the team all supporting her. Coach Dylan looking a little nervous.
Yeah, he looks really nervous at the moment. Minutes remaining in this heat. Still no waves coming through. But I could see that, a few lines coming into the lineup on the horizon, but they're not just hitting the reef right.
Yeah, so maybe a change in direction and the swell, and it's dropped so much, and this high tide definitely isn't helping. So we're gonna be going into the last 20 seconds of the heat. It's looking like Dea might have seen something. Will she get one more chance to get that 3-1-3?
What about this wave? Well, she's onto it. Last 10 seconds. She needs a score.
Oh, it's looking like it could be what she's looking for. Will she stand up in time? And she does. A 3-1-3 is her requirement. Goes up for that first turn. Will she get something else to back it up? I don't think this is going to be enough. Unfortunate for Dea. This wave just really small. Not much to work with. A 3-1-3 is a requirement. Oh, unfortunately, Dea having a moment there. I think she knows is probably not enough. This is an important score. It comes in at a 2. So unfortunately, Dea isn't going to go into the next round. And with that, we're going to head on to a quick break and see you guys in the next heat.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Krui Pro QS6000, day number 5. We are now into women's round of 64 heat number 12. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with True Starring. How are you today?
I'm doing really good, Di. I'm happy to be into day number 5.
Yes, me too.
And this looks like it's going to be a good heat on paper. Local girl Nasa Owalia, she was in the Pro Juniors making a few heats. I'm pretty sure she got a buzzer beater in the Pro Junior event as well. And Safi Vetti, Gia Lorenzen, and Jasmine Sampson. Oh, sorry, Jasmine Studer. Jasmine Sampson in this one as well. And Gia from the Sunshine Coast. Can see her looking down the line, driving through another turn. Gia, she's looking to get a little bit more vertical if she can. Taking off on her first wave in this heat. So the heat is underway. Another nice connection for G. And she gets out of that one. So a couple of calves to start this one off.
Right, but definitely it's good start for Surfing Blue. But this is Surfing Red, up and riding, smaller size waves, couple turns in, but nothing major. But still, getting those waves as soon as he starts is very good idea.
Yeah.
Ideal situation for every surfer. You don't really want to be waiting for the first one. And seems like all the surfers tend to wait for like 10 minutes for the first wave.
Yeah.
But these two surfers doing really great. The first section actually throwing a lot of spray, so good turns. And a couple of checking turn after this. And it looked like it started to, step up for her, but it didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was just looked like it was a bit of a fatter wave. And then Safi gets this one as well. Safi from New Zealand, trying to find this steeper connection. You can see that she eyes this one off here. That's a good looking snap from Safi. Bringing this one around again. I'm pretty sure she has Alistair Reginato out there as her board caddy for this heat. You can see him clapping in the background of that one. So Safi's originally from Gisborne in New Zealand, but she's moved over to the Gold Coast. She spent the last 2 years, maybe a little bit more. 2 years, everything's blurring into one. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the last 2 or so years up on the Goldie. She actually was an Olympian in the 2024 Olympics as well.
Wow.
Over at Chopu.
That's a heavy place to surf,
I
for
know.
an Olympic.
Yeah, pretty crazy. So she had the year off competing last year. I was talking to her the other day. She said she hasn't surfed a heat in about 8 months or 10 months or so.
Wow.
Yeah, which is pretty crazy. So she's this is her first heat back, and what a place to start. She got a 5th here in 2023. So she's got a good connection with this place, and I'm sure that she's happy to be back. And starting off with a 4.5 is a good way to kick off this heat.
Wow, it's been almost a year, and this is the first heat. But she's looking sharp, though.
Yeah.
She doesn't have, any nerves. She looks sharp. She's on point and gets 4.50 to start this heat.
Yeah, looking good. And G. Lorenzen, she's been here plenty of times before. She's from the Sunshine Coast. She's traveling with Taj, Stokes, Zeb, and Jarly. And I'm sure that there's heaps of other girls that are floating around as well. And Gia is, she's a fierce competitor. She's a heavy back-footed surfer. She throws so much spray. She's really strong and really powerful. So I'm excited to see her in this heat too. She's been putting in a lot of work with Adam Dufner, training with him back in Oz. This is that last wave of Safi's though.
This was a smaller size waves, but she managed to find a critical section right here. Pretty much all the points come from that turn. That was a really great turn. But after this couple, checking turn to connect, but she kicked out. So that was great surfing from Safi. 4.50. 4.50 could be like 6 or 7s.
Out there today.
So it's getting 4 or 5 is kind of hard.
Yeah.
We just right around high tide now, and a lot of bumps on the faces, and kind of the waves don't really hit the inside section, so you don't really get the last turn in.
Yeah.
So getting those good turns out the back is really, really important. But that's exactly what she did, and she got 4.5.
Yeah, really well done. And it seemed like in those last heat or two
Right.
it was a little bit slow with waves to come through.
Definitely not many waves coming through.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, yesterday we saw it as well. Maybe that drop in weight mentality is just not going to pay off today. You know, being busy, catching waves, getting that momentum and adding that pressure seems like it's the way to go in these heats, especially when it's slow out here, because so many people feels like they've been waiting for the perfect wave to come and it just hasn't shown up.
You know, we've seen so many perfect waves last few days, but you gotta forget it, you know, today.
Yeah.
It's just totally different condition, and you gotta know that the waves are just quieter than, you know, a couple of days. So you gotta change your, you know, game plan to be in the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a new day every day. This is Nasa, quick in and out, local girl here. It's been amazing to see her, you know, grow each year and get better at surfing and show up in these events and really challenge for, you know, progression. She had some great heats in the Pro Junior, so I'm excited to see what she can do in the QS.
Right.
So Jasmine Sampson holds first priority. She's actually been in Indo for a while, Jasmine. Yeah.
For practice surfing or just
I think
filming?
A bit of both.
A bit of both.
Yeah, I think she's been here to surf and hang out and then also practicing for this event. She's really strong surfer, so she's got a really, really good backside snap. So I'm excited to see what she can do once she gets onto a steep face. And yeah, we'll see what happens with 17 minutes to go.
Well, looks like while we're having a little bit of break in action, we're gonna go head over to Jara with last hit winner Sarawakita.
All right, I'm here with Sarawakita. Congratulations. It was not looking easy out there. You told me you were a little nervous. How were the conditions and how do you keep your nerves under control out there?
Yeah, it was pretty slow out there, and I was watching a couple heats before us, but there's a couple waves coming through, so I was like, oh, it looks pretty fun. And when we went out there, it just like kind of stopped all of a sudden. So I'm just happy to just get 2 good wins. I've been having like a stressful surf out there all the time, so just to catch a couple, it's been it feels really good.
All right, so leading up to this event, you told me you were in Japan. How do you get ready for a wave like Krui, and how do you prepare?
We don't really have these kind of waves back at home, but I grew up surfing in Hawaii, so I really like reef breaks. And I went to Bali before, like 2 weeks before I was in Japan, so I got a little bit of practice at Uluwatu and stuff. So yeah, it's been fun.
All right, I'm sure you have a lot of support at home, both in Japan and Hawaii. So is there anything you'd like to say?
In Japanese. Okay. 応援ありがとうございます。すごくスローヒートで緊張もしていて全然波に乗れなかったんですけど、でもまあ2本いい波を乗れたので、次はもうちょっといいサーフィンをできたらなって思ってます。次も応援よろしくお願いします。
Perfect. I'm super excited to see your next heat, and we'll take it back to the booth.
All right, thank you so much, Jara. So it was a really slow heat last heat, but she managed really well to get 2 waves, and 2 of the like 5. She get 5 and 5.5. So
wow,
yeah, it's slow heat, but she had a great heat.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome that she was able to lock in some good scores. Jasmine just got a good one there in the 3.6 with one really strong backhand snap. Yeah, as we were saying before, she's been over in Indo for, I'm not too sure how long, but I know that she's been here for a while. And she loves coming over here. She loves being in, you know, escaping that Australian winter, which we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, right. It's a winter time in Australia right now at the moment. It must be super cold. I mean, compared to here.
Yeah, speaking to some friends and family back at home, they said it is absolutely freezing, and I live like basically on the Gold Coast, so it's usually we don't get that cold of winters up there. So if it's that cold there, I can't imagine. I think I saw a friend had she lives down in Bells, and it was 3 degrees there.
3 degrees.
Yeah, but not here. We're in beautiful sunny Indo, and it's way warmer than that. It's probably like 28 degrees right now.
Right, definitely.
It's lovely. Oh, Jasmine unfortunately gets caught behind on that one with, 13 and a half minutes to go already. Safi's having a look.
This is her second wave, trying to get a score, but this was just quick in and out, and she was holding on to the first priority. Wow, that was a little bit of mistakes, maybe, from Safi. She's got a best wave so far in this heat 4-5. She needed a backup score, but she just couldn't get around the corner. But here it is. Very important wave for Gia. Open riding, comes around the section. Nice off the top.
Oh.
Throwing a lot of spray, and it comes around the section again. A little bit comes unstuck, but she did some of the work at the back.
Here we go. This is Nasa. Floats that first section. Gets a little bit hung up, but she does well. Driving through that turn there, and she's doing really well on this wave, gaining some speed. You can see that, she was maybe hoping for it to be a little bit more vertical, but unfortunately that one not offering much more. So she'll lock in her best number. It's this last score of Gia's that I'm interested in.
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be a pretty healthy score. She only needs 0.43. Whoa.
Oh, huge turn from Safi Vetti there. She has a solid backhand. Definitely one of her strengths is that backhand snap. I feel like that's going to be a pretty good score, Di.
Definitely, it's going to be a really good score. Probably could be a best score in this heat so far. That vertical hit was insane.
Yeah, so strong. Seamless, and there was no doubt that she was going to complete it as well. So Safi has a good score to lock in. Gia, I think, also has a good one to come through as well with 11 and a half minutes to go. We'll see what happens towards the back end of this heat. That 3.6 for Jasmine Sampson has her in second right now, with a backup of a 0.5. She needs to really find a nice, clean, green, open face so that she can get some good backhand snaps going. I feel like this could really be anyone's heat, especially if a good set comes through and someone just capitalizes on it. They could just go from fourth to first within.
Definitely. Very close heat, actually. But we are now looking at green up and riding. This is a nice, clean wall to work on. Couple checking turns and didn't get a vertical section to hit, but unfortunately it comes unstuck on the last section. She needed 3.83 at the moment, but last of blue comes in 4.07. So this is a reply of last of Nisha.
Yeah, she's just unfortunately this moment right here, you can see her board just gets a little sticky and unfortunately just stops. So it was a good wave from Nasa, unfortunately not what she was looking for. You can see on there that is Charlie Stokes on screen. She is a Challenger Series surfer. She's made her way over to Krui after that first event down in Newcastle. I think her brother Zeb may have been the caddy there. We could see Taj on screen supporting girlfriend Gia Lorenzen out here. I'm pretty sure Ben is Gia's board caddy, who Ben is probably the biggest hype man out there. He gets super loud, so I'm sure Gia's appreciating that support. This last wave of Safi, a 5 for one turn.
Wow. Yeah, well, no doubt. It's a 5, definitely. Solid big turn, and went vertical with the flow speed, power, everything with it. So yeah, 5-0.
Yeah, great wave for Safi. Very well rewarded for that quality maneuver. She takes first place with 9.5 minutes to go. The ocean gets a little bit quiet. And that means that Gia is in second place. She needs a 5.43 to go to first. Nasa, her last one looks in at a 2.4. She's looking for a 5.34 to get up into first place. And Jasmine Sampson holding priority, only needing a 4.14. Not a big score, Di.
Not a big score. If you manage to put one solid turns even, you can get 4.14 because Safi just locked in 5-0 for just one turn.
Yeah.
So it's not a big deal still, and she's holding on to the first priority. And if she can capitalize that, then definitely it'll be easy to get that requirement. And we still have like 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat, so there's plenty of time to wait.
Yeah, still plenty of time. And coming up in that next heat number 13, we have Jarly Stokes. She's going to take on Minori Kawai, Hana Suri Jadbrick or Suri, and Deng Zuiying from China, which is going to be
another fun heat to watch.
Another one. And while there's a little bit of a break in the action, we are going to go to a bonsai brew break. We'll be right back.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a really great break, bonsai blue break. And we have now straight into the action. This is a very important wave. Needing 4.14, get to the finish. So 2 turns in, very important wave, needing 4.14. What did you think?
Oh, I don't know, Di. I feel like she fumbled on that first turn just a little bit. The judges might really criticize that. I hope not, because it was still really smooth surfing. We'll have a look at the replay and get back to that live action. And
yeah, you could tell a little bit of nerves.
Yeah.
In her body language, but still managed to put two turns in. But like you said, kind of broke the rail on the bottom turn. So I'm not too sure it's gonna be the requirement. It comes in 2.30, so not enough.
Yeah, and this is that last wave of Gia Lorenzen. We saw her paddling into it before we had a look at that replay, and
wow,
big turn there from Gia. I really love that commitment. On par to maybe a little bit less than that one of Safi's, I feel like, score-wise, but she did really well.
I feel like it's going to be a mid-4s, so definitely, yeah, it comes in 4.27. Now extending her lead over Jasmine and Nasa. Now Jasmine needing 4.74.
Wow. Yeah, it's so hard because, you look at these scores and it's like a 4.74 is actually not a big requirement, but they're hard to get today.
Yeah, hard to get 4s and 5s today. Yeah. It's like getting 6 and 7s in normal heat.
Yeah.
But this is another good looking wave from Safi. Nice off the top. But unfortunately, the wave just dies out a little bit. I only managed to put 1 turn, but that was a great 1 turn though.
Yeah, really nice 1 turner for Safi. I don't think it'll go into a top 2. That wave just didn't really offer much, and 4s and 5s is hard to get today. A 4.74 in respect of this heat is the second best wave of the heat.
Right, but every surfer knows what you have to do to get 4s, but just you don't really get that opportunities on the wave.
Yeah,
it looked really good. Yeah, this is the replay of the 5-0 from Safi.
Yeah, that was a huge turn for Safi. And we'll take another look at this last wave of hers. It locks in at a 2.87, so doesn't go into the top two. Still, really strong surfing from Safi. She's looking confident on her backhand out there. I know she loves the left. I'm sure she's been over to Raglan many a time, hailing from New Zealand, so enjoying her
the
time.
best left break to me. I mean,
Yeah.
my dream wave, Raglan.
Uh-huh.
But now she lives on Gold Coast, so there's a
She's in
great
the land of the rights.
Yeah. Wow. She's been practicing a bit of both.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome to see her over there. I mean, I'm pretty sure she goes home every now and then to see her mum, Ness, and her brother, Finn. So, it's exciting that Safi has that 5 and a 4.5 out there in the lead. And that 5 is looking like a bit of gold, a pot of gold in this one.
Right.
For sure.
Down to 3 minutes mark. Precious building for white and green. Green has the first priority, looking for 5.94. And Jasmine needing 4.74. Both scores are not a big score, but still it's kind of difficult and tricky to get those scores out there today.
Mm-hmm.
Time is ticking. Ocean kind of goes quiet for a while. Hopefully there's gonna be few more waves for all the surfers.
Yeah, hopefully some more opportunities. There is it's so hard, especially when it's slow, and we've seen so many heats, especially yesterday, where people were just dropping and waiting for something that wasn't coming.
Right.
And it, again, like we mentioned earlier, pay off. So I love this, catching wave mentality right now. We have seen a drop in the swell, but let's take a look at this third wave of Gia Lorenzen. It's a 4.27. Oh, I love that turn.
Me too. Really solid, powerful turn from Gia. Comes in 4.27.
Wow, Jasmine takes off. She's got third priority. She's looking for a 4.74. That's better surfing from Jasmine Sampson. But that wave didn't really offer much more for her. Nasa out behind.
This is a very important wave. Needing 5.94, but managed to put one turn in. But I don't think it'll be enough to get 5.94 today. Just over a minute remaining in this heat. So this is a replay of loss of white. Nice first time. Little bit spoke the rail on the bottom turn. I don't know if it's gonna be a 4.74 that she needed, but comes in 3.13, not enough. Still have 50 seconds in this heat, but I don't think it'll be enough. There will be enough time for her to go back out and get another one.
Yeah, I don't think so either, Di. I think, unfortunately, that wave was it was lacking that one good section. And to get into the 5s and high 4s, that's what you need to get. And, of course, it is difficult out there today with that drop in swell, but there's still moments where they do come through.
Right.
Hopefully she'll get back out there with 20 seconds to go. Looks like she's regained third priority. Gia Lorenzen has first priority right now, and we've got 15 seconds to go. Will Jasmine be able to scratch into one and get that 4.74 she needs? Last of Nasa's was a 1.43. Doesn't look like she'll get another wave in time for Jasmine, unfortunately.
That was really unfortunate for Jasmine and Nasa. Looks like Safi and Gia is going to moving on to the next round. So we're going to go to the little break and we're straight coming back to the next heat.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Morn-san, this is
Absolutely cooking.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Krui Pro QS6000. This is day number 4. Wave looking sharp, on point, on fire.
There's definitely a couple waves again today. It's dropped off a little bit, but yeah, there's definitely a couple gems to be had for sure out there. Still really fun.
Remaining heat of men's round of 96 and moving on to women's round 72 and into round of 64, heat 1 to heat 8 as well. So stay tuned, everybody. Choo!
Welcome back to live action. It's day 5 here, sorry. At the
Easy to
Krui
get
Pro.
lost.
Yeah, I'm just like, wow, we are just motoring through it. I'm True Styling. Joined in the booth with me is Mark Clifton. We're up to heat 13 of the women's round of 64. And you've been out around the contest area. What's the vibe like out there?
Being a Saturday, a lot more locals getting around. They all like to come down and just see what all the fuss is about and what these bullays are getting up to down there on their beach. It's random and rare that big activity like this goes on in Tanjung, Setia, in the province of Lampung. But here we are, right in their backyard, and we're going to see a lot of this. By the middle of the day, it's going to be jam-packed out there with all the local crew, just families and kids, and that probably not even really that sure what they're looking at, but they just want to be part of it and just, you know, it's a little bit of a festival out there with all the little stalls, etc. Anyway, who have we got in this heat?
Yeah, this is Deng Zhuiying. She's up on her first wave. This one actually locks in at a 4, so she gets a better start than what she did yesterday. She had a buzzer beater moment and tags it once again to finish. This woman right there, she is from the Hainan province of China, which is a super fun left reef. There's heaps of great beaches all around. There's actually been a few QSs held there as well in the past, and longboard QS and maybe even world title, potentially some world champs to be crowned there too from memory. So yeah, she's got that experience here, and yesterday was maybe a little bit jittery being the first heat. She had some really great frontside snaps, but she just wasn't getting the completions, and then in the last minute she got this absolutely insane wave. She needed a good score, got a 5.6.
It was quite a bit of a familiar story yesterday. A lot of buzzer beaters going on. We've also got Charlie Stokes out there in the red. She had a good campaign here last year, I think, semi-finals or finals. She was right there at the pointy end of the event. This is her now, jamming on the inside rail. First opportunity to impress. Doesn't quite capitalise that time. In the blue, Kawai Minori and Hanasuri Jabrick in the white.
Yeah, Minori, she's a experienced competitor, about 24 years old, and she's been in these events many, many times representing Japan. This is Charlie Stokes' first wave, Challenger Series competitor, nice first turn, and goes up. I love the commitment there. Unfortunately, she just isn't able to make that second turn, but that's like probably the most attack surfing that we've seen that I've seen in the last few heats.
Well, she's tall, she's experienced at this level. Like you said, she got out of this region last year onto the Challenger Series, so she knows what it takes to impress the judges. In some totally different ocean last year. It was really big. We had to change venues, had no option. And over we went to Krui left to finish off finals day. We actually went there twice in the event. Due to the fact that this place absolutely maxed out. It was like 10 or 12 foot. You know, on days we moved, you couldn't even get out. You know, there was a day we're at Krui Point, Krui left, and people online are going, how come you guys have run off to a 2 foot left, 3 foot left? It's like, well, Kai Martin showed up. Kian Martin, who is a big deal in Bali and a great surfer, and he said, man, I was just at the reef. There's no way you could get out.
Yeah, I remember them. They were doing jet ski lifts out the back. They'd stop the heat, jet ski lift people out, and then restart that next heat.
And it got to the point where even that wasn't an option. So we had to move, and it is always good to have a little backup venue. It should need be, because this place doesn't do its best work over sort of 8 foot. Even 6 foot can be a little dodgy, and things just swinging wide.
Yeah.
And it got to the point of, like just athlete care, looking after your what's best for the crew and to run a good event.
Yeah.
I think Charlie might have just scooped up another wave.
Yeah, Charlie gets that next wave in. And, that change of location worked really well for Charlie. She got a third here last year.
Yeah, I knew she was at the pointy end over there. I could remember that. So it was a semi-final. And these divisions, after the round of 16, we do swap to person-on-person matchups for our quarters down. So Charlie's hoping she can revisit that sort of form. Remember, she did really well out here on the big day to put herself in the semis. Found a couple of good waves. It was really tricky. I mean, last year, if you missed a wave and you looked around, it was like, oh no, and a set mode you down, you were gone for about 10 minutes. It was kind of, got a little bit unfair. So off we went to Krui left, and the team did a great job for the setup under the trees. It was really quite more than acceptable what they put together to run, and we had to hire a high ace van for the production. And take out the back seats and put all the production gear in the AC van. So the car ran all day just to keep the AC running, and that's where we did our broadcast from last year. Wow. But I think we're going to throw down to Daiwako with the winner of the last heat.
All right, that was a little bit slower heat this morning and not many waves coming through, right? But how was it out there?
Look, it's still really fun. I had it was slow at the start for sure. The whole heat was pretty slow, so it was so important to get the first exchange, and tried to tee it off, but the wave didn't really cooperate. And honestly, my decision making going on some waves wasn't too flash, but it's nice to be back in the jersey for sure.
Yeah, True told us that you had a half year off last year, and this is the first competition that you finally back in. But did you have a little bit of pressure?
No, I don't think so. I think going into these events, I just want to stay cool, calm, and collected, and just tee off when I need to tee off, and hopefully just get some really fun waves while I'm over here. And I really want to get back on the Challenger, so hopefully my surfing can improve while I'm over here, and we can make it back on the Challenger.
Right, yeah, you did a really great job. But is there anything you like to say to your family, your friends back home?
Yeah, I'd just like to say a huge shout out to my mom and my brother over in New Zealand. All my friends and family. Special shout out to BSC for getting me over here. Wouldn't be here without you guys. So huge shout out to Greg and the team. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and see you in the next round.
Safi. Safi she surfed a smart heat. There was low scoring, but she got a 5 for one turn. It was the most exciting turn of the heat that we saw. And wow, there's some lines rolling through right now. This is
bring it on.
Bit of motion in the ocean.
Yeah, we want to see more of this. Green lets it go. They're all getting a bit fussy, apart from Suri Jabrick on the inside. Wave number 2 now for Suri. The last wave looked about similar to that. Not much really going on, but just investigating options. And Safi Vetti, she's a glass half full at every opportunity. She's a very likable person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, she's great, and it's good to see her back in the Rashi, and back competing again here at Krui. Mentioning to Di in that last heat, she got a 5th here in 2023, which really solidified that Challenger Series qualification for her. But right now, this is Charlie Stokes. This is that last wave of Charlie. It locks in at a 3. A couple of nice carves, but she kicks out. So maybe just looking to get a completion to start. And Minori Kawai looks like she's been busy on this one.
Yep, her first wave. So she'll be hoping she gets a little bit more joy as this wave goes down the line. It starts to grow. It's a lot bigger than when she stood up. couple of sections present themselves. They're a little flattish, but boy, oh boy, when you wait almost half your heat, something like that is better than sitting around stressing out the back. So I congratulate you there, Kauai, back in the hunt. And look, she's only really got to go close to a 4 to stay in touch with at least second place. A couple of low numbers there for Suri. Here's the replay again. So what did you like best about this one?
Yeah, I think Minori was had some really great flow. She was surfing with, intention, really smooth. Loved how she just fades through there to see if she can get that steeper section. We've seen a lot of people do it. We saw Anon do it this morning. She was stalling to try and wait for that sections to stand up on the reef, and it worked out for her. Unfortunately, that one of Minori is just staying a little bit fatter, but she got some great work done out the back. So we'll see where that score comes through. And yeah, she needs to keep up with Deng Zhuiying. Her first was a 4. And she did some really great surfing. Charlie Stokes hasn't really got a good score on the board just yet. She's done some great surfing, but it's been those completions that have really gotten the better of her so far.
Yeah, this will keep Minori just in strike because you've got to sort of stay close and give yourself a chance. It might come down to the fact that they only get 2 reasonable waves each. A 4-5 is good news, and a low-scoring matchup takes it all the way to second. So more than job well done. Locking in the best number. Minori right on cue, did more than stay in touch. She's kind of in the box seat with that 4-5 as the best number.
Yeah.
So you can see what's happened on the scoreboard so far. All these numbers that are present between red, blue and green, I would be hoping become at least their backup scores and not your A-grade number. But limited opportunities here today. Got to get down and do it. Got to adjust and just be a gnarly competitor and kind of make it happen, a bit like Minori here. This wave actually gave her a bit of love as it went. It was pretty tiny right here. And then she drops into this little inside bowl in a moment. And things starts to stand up a little bit more. It grew in height, but it didn't get brutal. But at least there's the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, 4.5, and she surfed it really well for Minori. I mean, a 4.5 and 4s and 4.5 plus on a day like today is
they're in the top
it's
2.
a keeper for sure. And we've got 11 minutes to go in this heat. It is Deng Zhuiying from China. She holds first priority, and she's got that 4, so it's a second best wave of the heat. She doesn't need much to get back into second, and looks like we might see someone having a little paddle here.
Yeah, we'll just stay with the live action and check out.
Yeah, this is Deng Zhuiying from Hainan. Nice opening carve to start this one off. She's seen something down the line. You can see she's gaining some momentum, goes up and into that section, and she gets a completion. So that was a good wave there, and out the back, Charlie Stokes.
What looks like an even better wave for the big Queenslander. Here she goes, tagging it really nicely. The judges now will have some clear comparisons against those 2 rides from green and red. They're both pretty strong in a slow heat. Let's see what Suri can stick together.
Yeah, Suri flying down the line on her backhand. You can see she's waiting for this one to stand up. Gets a little caught behind there, but goes up and into that section. That's a strong backhand snap. She gets another one up over that whitewash, and Suri, this is going to be her best wave by far. She kicks out with just under 10 minutes to go. Looks like Minori got a little bit done there as well. So scores
everybody's owed for a wave.
Yeah.
Things will get a fair bit closer now because I like what Green did. She had a lot of clear intent and manufactured her own speed and looked pretty strong on her feet. And same with Charlie, although she only got 2 turns. Look, any turn in a slow heat and a couple of them on the same wave look pretty promising for numbers. So this is the judges' angle of Deng's wave, and she looked really invested in this wave. She had a lot of body language going on, a good amount of positive motions coming out of her body and a board.
Yep.
She got to this section here. She's eyeballing it. She identified it from a way back and gone, that's the spot I got to hit and make, and rides out. Boom. Pretty good. That's definitely going to narrow the gap. She was already sitting on the second best wave of the heat. For sure, she's going to go into at least first or second. And Stokesy will have a similar, better ride coming her way, as does young Suri Jabrick. So she did get up there and put the board above the lip. All
Yeah.
right, so the judges will see that. That's kind of cues they look for when they start awarding numbers. Took her a little while to get to a section, but some spray out the back, board above the lip twice. Nothing that dynamic on the second hit, but a hit's a hit. Nice work. And
Yeah.
not much going on for Minori. So out of all that, I think maybe green might get the better number. Either way, green and red will lock into the top 2 for me.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Deng Zhuiying is going to complement that 4 nicely with her last wave. Charlie Stokes gets out there to regain first priority with 8 minutes to go. Scores to come through. And it looks like Charlie's is locking in at her best number. A few more scores to filter on in right now for Charlie and also Deng Zhuiying. Last wave of Suri is a 4.1, so that takes Suri into second, but we still have scores for the other 3 competitors in this heat. With 7.5 minutes to go, time is just sliding by really quickly.
Judges are struggling to bust out of the 3 to 4 foot range. They're getting a little locked in here in the scale, but it's due to the surf. It's due to just equal opportunities that are going on. We haven't seen any of those real sizey A-grade waves roll through like we've seen in a couple of the other heats, particularly Lucy Dara's heat. If you remember that heat, there was a couple of real bombs that went on there.
Yeah.
It was only our second heat of the morning. I recall it well because they got buffed with good set waves. Those numbers out of those last 4 rides are all within touching distance of each other. So a very close matchup rolling out in front. The surfer in green has gone into first with a 4.3. Her total is only an 8.3. She's just 0.4 ahead of Charlie Stokes, surfer in red, who sits out the back with priority. And the requirements are pretty low for both Minori in the blue in third, a 3.44, and Hannah Suri is right there as well, breathing over their shoulders with chasing down a 3.84.
Yeah, it's really, really close between first and fourth, basically. I mean, everyone has a 4, and it's really only 4 requirements to just shake things up a little bit in this heat with just over 6 minutes to go. And love that 4.83 from Charlie. It was a good wave. She did some solid surfing on it. You know, the judges were rewarding that critical approach. So we'll see if she only needs a 3.47 to go to first. I mean, it is so, so close right now. And Charlie holds first priority, so she's in a really good position.
Look, one decent wave to roll through in this heat could really make a huge difference because everything, the judges are just waiting to throw a bigger number. They're locked into the 3 to 4 point range. It's not their fault. And I'm sure they're just waiting to see something, a little point of difference. If somebody could get up there and really bury some rail and tag a good manoeuvre out of the top of a wave, I think the judges will be keen to open up their scale. So she doesn't get any credit for that end move, Charlie. So more of the same. And I know when you're sitting on a panel and you have heats like this, you can start to really have a little bit of a brain explosion. It's so frustrating. You want to bust out. So I think if somebody can do a real quality top to bottom move, the judges will be happy to throw a number at it.
Oh, absolutely. And it's just hard to find those sections. But wow, that last one of Charlie Stokes, I mean, she did so well. And then that end turn, it just seems to be catching everyone off guard. I don't know what's going on. It looks like she just had a bit of a fumble, but it's definitely going to be the 3.47 she needs to go to first regardless. She got some really good surfing done. There was some nice turns, a bit of variety in there as well. So scores to lock in for Charlie Stokes with 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I can see it improving her situation. It's definitely going to lock into a top 2. She only needs a 4.7 to go to first. I think she does. So here it is again. So she's a tall surfer, uses her limbs and her length to her advantage, and looks good when she gets the turn done up near the lip. So that one there doesn't factor in, but it's still a 4.47 for her second best score. Now, here goes the speedy little Deng. She looks always invested when she stands up, and I'm not sure what happened at the start of that ride, but they are now in first and second. Here goes Suri.
Wow, Suri's on a good wave, goes up for that first section, but just runs off without her, unfortunately. It looked like, crystal clean wave. That was so beautiful, but unfortunately just stretches out in front of her. and scores to come through. Deng Zuiying also getting a wave in there. So we'll see. She needs a 5 to go to first. I'm not sure if that'll be the 5 if it was just a 1 turn with 3.5 minutes to go. So Minori needs a 3.8 now to go up into second place. And Suri chasing a 4.21. I don't think it's going to be the 4.21 she's looking for from that last one, though.
She needs a bit of clean green face. She's been stuck behind on 3 of her 4 rides. So we know she can do it. She's just got to capitalise on, getting back out there last 3 minutes. You've got to find something a little better than what 3 of her other previous waves look like. That she's the only one with a really dodgy second number.
Mm-hmm.
So the requirement is still quite low. She's staying. The door is open.
Yeah.
Just got to kind of get it together and do your best surfing. And it's going to be difficult in 3 minutes due to the fact that she's not even back out there yet and not in the priority rotation. There she goes, just picked up 3rd priority. Last score will be a throwaway, you'd imagine.
It looks like that last wave of Deng Zuiying, it's a 4.33, so it goes into a top 2. And Minori needs a 4.13. Suri chasing a 5.43. 2.5 minutes to go.
Well, it's a battle of the 4s.
Yeah.
Sitting there as a judge, they just want to bust out. Somebody just hit a lip and that was pretty sick. So that was a good turn in this heat. So you can see where most of her points came from on the last wave. For me, really good. There's really good things to like about what Deng's doing here.
Yeah.
Team China, there have been a lot of them here. I can see, apart from young Suchi, I can see this one here looking pretty promising in the team lineup.
Mm-hmm.
And should she get through this heat, and I can just see her. I'd love to see her on a wave that opens up a little more, because I think she's got that burst of speed. She's got power. She's prepared to attack and looks pretty sharp off the top of the wave. So I can't wait to see her on a wave that opens up a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. She found some yesterday and her surfing was lightning fast. She had a lot of spark to the sections that she kind of had. So I can't wait to see her on a bigger wave, and hopefully something that is a little bit more
juicy.
Juicy with a bit more power. But you can see Charlie Stokes is not really letting her get too far away. Charlie has that 2nd priority and she wants to maintain the lead, and this is Deng Zuiying up and into this one. She needs a 4.97 to go to first. Nice connection there. She's not really putting a foot wrong on this wave, but it just doesn't really cooperate like she was hoping for. It was a smaller one as well.
Yeah, look, she didn't really need it in the big scheme of things, but at least she's active. She's competing well. Does create her own speed and good use of the rails, as we saw evident in her second last wave. So good things right there for Team China and the lady in green. 30 seconds to go. I reckon Charlie surfed a great heat. Just capitalised on most of her opportunities, and in a very tough lineup here today. A win's a win, right? And you've got to just sometimes get down, and to win a little bit dirty is at least a win, and you're through, and she'll just be hoping the next round delivers a little more. So with 10 seconds to go, that's all you can expect as a coach or a parent or whatever, is just do your best. It's just the same for everybody. And well done to Charlie in the red and Deng in the green, both moving through to the round of 32.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting round. It's already shaping up to be some stacked heats. All right, we will be right back. We have heat number 14 about to start with some awesome surfers in it. So don't go anywhere. We've got more surfing coming right up.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We are back. Here's our next heat. Sitting in the lineup, it's heat 14. We have 16 of these heats to roll out. You can see there's the official results of that last one, and this is what Heat 14 looks like. It's featuring a couple of the Japanese contenders. Shino Matsuda in the red, had a great outing here last year, went a long way through the draw. Nayo Amura in the blue, Natalie Fensom out of Australia in the white, and another Aussie there, Eva Bassett, in the green. Now, you were here last year. You can remember Sheena. She did some really strong surfing over their finals day at Krui left.
Yep, I think she got second. She is such a strong competitor. I know she's an Olympian as well. Got qualified for Paris 2024.
Yep.
Yeah, Paris 2024. Sorry, I lost.
And they did their stuff in Tahiti.
Years. Yeah, so she spent a lot of time in Tahiti. She spends a lot of time here in Indo. I see her around Bali quite a bit, always around East Coast, Uluwatu area. So she's used to the reef breaks. She likes it. She's used to the warm water. She's a bit of a weapon out here.
All right. Well, let's see if that rings true. She's the number 1 seed in the heat. And it is Team Japan squarely up against 2 Aussies in the white and green. So, at these events every year, you see some fresh names. I haven't seen Eva surf before, so no stats on Eva or Natalie for me. But here is Natalie Fensom right now. So the natural footer got herself a nice mid-range wave here. Kind of just might have pulled that turn back a little too far, lost the momentum of what was going on down the line. And I imagine the tide's starting to drop now. So at some point, hopefully we're going to see these waves run off further. There's a lot of 2-turn waves going on. That last matchup, out of all the numbers that dropped, there would have been about 10 or 12 4-point rides in that heat that were all locking in. So the judges are looking to bust out of that range.
Yeah, but, after all the surfing we've had and how the conditions were the past 4 days, it's dropped so much. And honestly, with this tide going down, I'm seeing it hard for this wave to kind of be as long as it could possibly be, especially since it's so small. I'm also afraid it might slow down a little bit until we get that switch of the tide and it starts pushing in as well, and then we see those bombs come through again.
Right on. So the men's next round has been formatted to take place. I'm sure the powers that be and the head judge are watching it closely and just determining, do we take options of maybe extending heats a bit later on as we go through our draw. The men's, the top seeds are about to hit the lineup in that round of 64, so they might be giving the fellas that make decisions some input as to what do you reckon, is it or isn't it, or can we do 30s? I don't know. We'll know as the day goes on, but 25-minute matchups to finish the women's round. It's difficult as a judge when you do get locked into just the super low range of the scale, 3s and 4s. Does your head in a little bit because you try and separate numbers, but there's not a lot of room to move when you're only using 2 numbers out of the whole possible 10, and it's just due to the conditions. So even 3-turn and 4-turn waves are rare today.
Yeah, but hey, we're being picky. I mean, it's still firing.
We've seen so much good surf in the last couple of days.
We're just a little spoiled.
If this was a beach break and you rolled up for a contest somewhere and you said, "Oh, how's that left bank?
Yeah,
let's get over there and surf that."
Exactly. So I'm pretty sure the competitors have had that experience a lot in the past, and I'm sure they're still stoked on getting these types of conditions for their heat. It is still running nicely. The wind hasn't picked up. And it is going to be a good day of competition still. We've had some great scores already drop. We have some sets coming through. So it's just about being patient and being on the right ones today.
Having priority at the right time is absolutely golden today. The ocean's being a bit moody. It does what it wants when it wants, and you've just got to try and tap into the rhythm of it and make some sort of sense. I haven't seen anybody really investigate up the reef any further today, but at times when we see the drone footage, you can see some waves up there that people online might be going, how come no one's there? Well, it's not high percentage play, but if they come through up there, it would be a good option. Here's Natalie Fensom's only score of the heat. It's a 4.67. The Bonsoir replay, so thanks, fellas. I'd also like to thank a few other people that helped make this year's event, a possibility. Came onto the schedule pretty late, but I'm sure everybody's stoked we're here for the 6,000 event for the first time. We'll throw down to True Starling with Charlie Stokes for the post-heat interview. Let's do it.
Thanks so much, Charlie. Yeah, that was a really tough heat. It was pretty slow.
Yeah, it's pretty small and slow out there. It wasn't a very good heat on my behalf, but still stoked to just get a couple and get through and get the first heat out of the way.
You had some really good waves at the start, but it was just those completions that were getting the better of you. How did you change that mindset?
Yeah, no, it kept falling and I was getting a bit frustrated, but I just knew that if I didn't need to do anything crazy to make the heat or anything, so just get a couple average ones under my belt and then I could start building my house. But I didn't get a really good one at the end, but at least got a couple fours, so that got me through.
Fours seem like sixes and sevens out there today. You had your brother Zeb out there as a caddy. Was he giving any words of advice out in the lineup, or was he leaving you to it?
No, you can usually hear him screaming from the lineup, but actually couldn't in that heat. He was a bit more quiet. Maybe thought he should just leave me to it.
Maybe he was feeling a little bit stressed for you. You're moving into the round of 32. You had a third here last year. Are you feeling comfortable out in the lineup?
Yeah, I love this wave. It's probably one of my favourite waves. I love coming back to Krui and I'm just happy to be here. And yeah, hopefully can get some more swell towards the end of the comp. That'd be sick. So yeah.
I'm sure you have lots of people back at home watching. Is there anyone you'd like to say hello to?
Yeah, hey, mum and dad and my sister and everyone else back home that's watching.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Charlie. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, ladies. Here's some live action. This wave has been going on for some time, so a very useful wave for the surfer Omura in the blue Rasfest here out of Japan. That's turn number about 8, I think, on this wave. So we'll probably have a good look at it again a second time. But it was kind of flattish, but when you're doing lots of work over an extended length of ride, the judges have just got to take note. I didn't really see the start of it. It happened during our post-heat interview. Omura, it looks like the wave score is in already, so nothing brutal. Lots of mini mid-face moves here. You can just see how flat it is, but a swell's a swell, and she's got something on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the 3.5, and on a day like today, that's actually a pretty good score. So you're right. This wave didn't give her too much to work with, but I think she surfed it really well to the ability of what it was offering. Nicely done from Omura. So first time I see her around this area. Afterwards, I think I'm going to be asking Dai for a little bit of insight maybe about Omura. Shino Matsuda and Eva Bassett being pretty quiet in this heat. They're going to be playing the patient game, but I'm excited to see Shino. She's been surfing so good. Saw her around Bali and training so much. So she's a bit of an all-round surfer. She's good with the beach breaks. She's good with the reef breaks. I know she has been really working on her YouTube channel as well. So that was Eva Bassett. Now just a one turn on a smaller inside one.
So now Shino at least will pick up top priority for the first time in the heat. There it is. So she can just sit anywhere she wants now. We'll be really keen to get some runs on the board, I imagine, as soon as possible because we're rapidly approaching 15 on the clock. All right, so who's she been training with? Is there a Japanese program going on, or has she picked up an Indonesian coach, Shino, in Bali?
I'm not too sure. She doesn't usually travel with a coach. I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her really traveling with a coach, but you know, she's been doing the rounds for so long. She knows what she has to do to win those heats. She showed us here in Krui. She got second, and that's a huge result. She's a huge name in Japan as well. She qualified for the Olympics. So she is a deadly competitor. Like I said, all-round surfer. I've seen her charging Fiji. She spent some time here in Krui and as well in Nias practicing
for these events.
Spent some time in Bali. I've seen her surfing. She really puts the time in and just really all-rounded. And I think that's a great thing. Yeah, she's a great package. The sponsors really want that. People that are just flexible and are able to, fit in everywhere. She is great in front of the camera as well. She's
Cameras
confident.
love Shino.
Yeah.
Shino loves cameras, and she does it well. So she just needs to start some sort of campaign here. It's a big deal, these 6,000s. Being representing Japan at the Olympics and having major success here last year. I'm sure she'd love to go a place better than the runner-up finish behind Mirai last year. So, placing second behind Mirai is basically like a win because no one else could beat Mirai last year. And Shino has had, 12 minutes slip off the clock, has not budged. The ocean is just looking super sleepy. There's just little mini moments here and there that the others have tapped into. And as it's turning out, Fensom's very first wave of this matchup is looking like a very smart decision. She's in the white. 4, 6, 7s are more like 7s today. They're definitely releasing some sort of pressure. So for Omura, Based, just little mini scores. I wonder how Shino keeps it all together at these moments here. Like another little swell line presents. Green says, well, if you guys don't want it, let's just have a little look at what's going on down the line. This is Eva. Not much juice in this wave. Does get a couple of swacks away. A third maneuver. Winds up, completes it. All right, her best score. Definitely will move into second.
That was actually really nice from Eva. A bit of a wave under priority. It was small, but she surfed it really nicely.
Gained in momentum as she went, so probably did her better move last, but just started winding up, stomping on the back foot, putting the board above the lip. Judges sort of look for those little cues. So it won't be a big score, but in a wave-staffed heat where that's only the fourth wave ridden. She's the first one to get 2. She may challenge for the lead. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, so that first one, she got a little stuck there, but these last 2 turns were much nicer. I liked how she finished it. This wave kind of stood up for her a little bit more. So 3 turns, very similar, but that wave wasn't offering too much more.
Shino's looking invested in the red. We'll get back to the green score in a moment. I think it's in. Gets her into second spot. It was a high 2. So the judges, they still want to see something better. They're leaving a lot of room in the scale. Here's Omura, wave number 2. She's got a 3.50. Tags it. This is a much better looking wave. It's often a little bit of juice. And looking to throw it up for a third time, but comes unstuck. There's a set unfolding out the back, G. Look at this.
Yeah, and I'm surprised to see Shino not on any of those ones. I thought that first one she was looking like she was in a good position, but maybe the drone angle was just...
It's just a much bigger set than there's been for a while, so
Yeah.
It's caught them all a little wide. Apart from paddling back from her last wave, Eva. Still just having a squeeze, but it's not connecting. It's Shino now. Here we go, G.
Oh, this is a good looking wave from Shino Matsuda. Sets it up, wraps it around here. One of the bigger waves we've seen this whole heat. Does a little bit of a check turn there. Hits that top section and manages to go through. So I think that is in contendant for the best wave next to now Omura's last one.
Goes Natalie Fensom, her second ride. Connects a couple of times there, so in a very wave-starved matchup, something's better than nothing. Natalie will be happy. Shino's relieved. I think just purely with the size of the wave of Shino and connecting a couple of times, the judges will probably favour it. And, geez, she was in the right spot. She waited, nerves of steel, she waited 14 minutes for that wave.
Yeah, and she surfed it quite nicely. I think that was definitely the biggest set we've seen in this heat and in quite a while.
Yeah. And so that's what might have been going a little bit wrong with the ladies. They were fluffing around and sitting in there and catching some small waves and getting drifted up the point. And then that set came through and it was just a lot bigger than the rest. Caught him a little off guard. Here goes Eva again, chipping away on her third ride.
Yep, so Eva just keeping busy on the inside. She's probably seen the past heats, how slow it's been. So she just wants to get some scores on the board. She has a 2.87 and a 1.67. The last of Natalie Fensom comes in at a 4.67. So that's the best wave of the heat for now. But we're still waiting for scores of Shino and Now to come in. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a bit of a change in the leaderboard.
Yeah, a lot of waves rolled through in that set, even though they weren't ideal. There was still quite a bit of motion and a little bit of energy in the ocean pushing through. So at times it's going all right. Let's have a look at Blue now. A nice big attack early. Second good strong hit as well. I can see this. So this is, if she had a finish there, you would have seen the best number of the heat. It's another 4-ish score, a 4.33. Here goes Shino's.
Really like that first
It's got a bit
turn.
away with the heat, doesn't it?
Yes, really strong. She it looked like she was getting ready to do a turn on that second section, but just decides to do a bit of a check turn, get around that section, and just finish it off strongly. Right behind her, this is Natalie Fensom. Good looking wave. She finished it off pretty nicely, but I think it will be Shino who is going to be taking the wave of the heat for now. There we have it. Shino's a 6.33. On your screen right now is Eva Bassett, keeping super busy. I think wave number 4 for...
Yep, still got a score to drop for Eva and Natalie. So the 6.33, big number in the scheme of things. So it was the first wave that's offered a lot of speed and push. And it's the first time a surfer's really been able to dig super hard on the rails and get up there and connect with a strong first maneuver and finished it. We're talking about Shino 6.33. Other numbers again, there's more 4s getting thrown down here. Natalie Fensom's got a pair of those now. That's a 4.00 for her last effort. And that's fair enough compared to what Shino did. 2.33 spread. You've got to get those spreads and the comparisons correct and separate numbers. So at last the judge has been able to throw something bigger than a 4. I'm sure they're relieved. It does your head in sitting on a panel when, 3s and 4s, 3s and 4s, 3s and 4s. It's like, no. Shino gets a bigger wave and lent into the first turn. I liked it.
Yeah, and showing exactly why she is an Olympian and she, spent her time. She waited a long time for that wave, cashed in her priority, and it really worked out for her. But she is in third for now. She's going to be wanting to back it up. Only needs a 1.5 to go back into an advancing position. So I'm pretty sure she's not too worried just yet. This is a replay of Shino's 6.33, huge first turn. And I really liked how she finished strongly here.
Yeah, just took the foot off the gas pedal a little bit to kind of give herself a good chance of that completion because she did the real strong work early. She went, I'm kind of going to get a number here. Finish. She did, 6.33. Thank you for the Bonsai replay. Now just a 1.5 out of second and just over 2 points shy of the win.
Yeah, so we've had some really slow heats lately, and I'm hoping to get a bit more of a pulse today as the tide switches maybe. Still,
so, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
6 minutes.
But it's still looking really fun out there.
Priority sits with the Aussie Fensom in the white. Omura got third priority, but she's got second. She's sitting deepest. Shino's just regrouping. She's only got one wave, needs something super low to extend and challenge for the lead. Just over a couple of points will take her to first. So she would be no doubt the most experienced campaigner in the lineup. She waited a long time for that first wave. So the first part of her plan went well. She's got the best wave. The clock is now suggesting in a hurry, something else has got to happen. She's got second priority, which is kind of good news as well, because at least it's not fourth priority. Fensom is got top priority. She lets this thing go, so Shino could catch it. It's looking like she's well invested in this wave. So let's watch Shino Matsuda. She needs just over 2 points. One good hit here and she will go to first. I reckon that's enough for the lead. Something else now to extend. Boom, another quality hit. Good use of the rails, tight surfing in a pocket, in limited opportunities and conditions. Another strong ride here. For sure she will have, and rides out. She's got the two best numbers of the heat.
100%. And behind her, it is Natalie Fensom on a good-looking wave, too. Unfortunately, gets a little bit stuck on the whitewash there, but manages to get around that section. This wave is going to give her some more to work with on this inside, and she takes it all the way down. It's the wave that keeps on giving. That was nicely done for Natalie Fensom, but I think it is Shino.
Yep, compared to Shino's, yeah. It's a little under. So the judges always compare rides and separate scores as much as possible, trying to throw and open up the scale. Shino's done the deed again. For sure, I reckon this next ride is in the good range again for Shino. because they had a strong finish and there was a lot of spicy turns. Not sure what Blue's got done so far, but Omura is going to drop out a second. Fenson will drop down into out of the lead. Shino's going to jump up 2 spaces. I'm confident of that. And Ava, with priority the surfer in green, is going to be chasing a score which is going to blow up a little bit. Here goes the last. This is what the judges saw of red. What did you like mainly out of this ride?
I love that it was it's a bit of a smaller wave, but she surfed it really nicely. I mean, this wave, you kind of see that it doesn't have too much of a wall in this section, but she made the most of it and waited until she got that last finishing section. I think this could probably be the best wave of the heat, actually.
Yep, I think that was the second best move of the heat, and she's got the best waves. She's doing the best surfing. Deserves to roll through with a win under the belt, and I believe she's going to do it. Fenson, meanwhile, is doing a lot of work as well. The judges are going to have to be comparing totally against Red's last wave, and in that respect, it's going to be a point or 2 less.
Yeah, I feel like
did quality surfing.
Natalie Fenson had great surfing there, but just her timing was slightly late, maybe on the turns, whereas Shino was like a little bit more in front. She timed everything really nicely and finished it off strong.
Shino's wave also just had more push, so it allowed her to not get stuck.
Yeah.
All the moves connected pretty well. I agree with you. I think it could be the better wave of the heat. Her last wave was much taller, but the boys that make the decisions will be pretty keen to open the scale at every opportunity. So here comes the numbers. They're looking really favourable for Shino. 6.57 is the best score of the matchup. So as predicted, she got the 2 best scores quite easily. Fenson into second with a score to come. She could extend her hold on second place here. So at this stage, requirements for the other 2. Blue is a mid to low 4 and a mid to high 5 needed for green, but that could just change a little bit. Should they get another opportunity, they'll be pretty anxious to hear the beach announcer giving them the requirements. I think they're both going to just need slightly bigger numbers than the present requirements here for both blue and green. 90 seconds.
Yeah, so we're getting to the most critical part of the heat right now.
Yep, Fenson's looking like a little mini upgrade on her 2-wave total. Not good news for Omura. That's a 4.5, so half a point added to the requirements for both blue and green. We can see them on the right of screen right now, the numbers needed. Time, though, is a real enemy here for these surfers. Red's on the hunt again. She doesn't even need a wave. She lets Fenson have a look at it. And it's actually not a wave.
It's pretty unfortunate. I mean, now I'm only looking for a 4.84, and any other day that wouldn't be a big score, but today that's like pretty much asking for a 7.
Kind of. Fours can be a little bit golden. Anything in the 6 ranges, you don't see people lose with 6s today. Shino surfed a great heat. She was last to get a wave. She's made them all count. This was her first wave. All right, so that's probably the best turn of the heat. Last wave, her last maneuver was probably the second best maneuver of the heat. So that's what the 6.33 looks like. She's got a 6.57 coming right here. All right, so there was a lot of work done, and a lot of it was just tidy work, always in the pocket. The wave had enough energy to not have to pump too much and just, work on rail to rail, turn to turn. This M maneuver here for me, second best turn of the heat. Here it comes now. So really got up there and clipped it and leaned back hard on her heels. Lots of quality about that. Really good control. Shino through. Natalie Fenson follows her into the round of 32. All scores are in, so we'll throw to a quick break and back with Heat 5 in a moment.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000. This is day 5 right now, and in the water we have the round of 64 women's. This is heat 15 already. Some waves ridden. Ooh, there we had a bit of a wipeout there.
From blue and green.
Yep, so bit of an awkward situation there, but I'm Jada Legati. I want to welcome back Dai Wako into the booth.
This is the second wave from Taylor Green from New Zealand. Managed to put a couple good turns in and started to step up a little bit for her, but a little bit for me section to work on. And kicks out there, couple of good turns in, but nothing major. But it was a great wave to start off this heat though.
Yep. So we have some scores to come through already. I don't think it'll be anything too crazy, but this is Shu Han Jin right now. Good looking set. Nice first 2 cutbacks here. This wave is gonna be standing up for her. Will she finish it off? Unfortunately, it goes over the falls on that one. This is Taylor Green's last wave. Nice 2 first turns. This wave has quite a bit of whitewash on the face, so she manages it really nicely. Our surfer in white takes this one all the way down to the inside. We had a bit of an awkward fumbling takeoff earlier with green and blue, but I'm sure they're both okay. And out the back, ready for this heat. So conditions have dropped quite a bit from the past couple days of competition, but taking a look at the forecast really quick, it is going to be the smallest day. I mean, that's what we're hoping. Sometimes the forecast isn't always super accurate, but it's looking like this is going to be the smallest day, and we've had a bit more grindy conditions compared to the other days, but we still had a couple good scores come through. The last heat, Shino Masuda got 2 6s, surfing really well. So yeah, hopefully we'll get some more waves in this one as well. Dai, what have you been doing on your break?
Having a coffee. Try to get as many as I can. But still on the first one though.
Yeah.
I need to get second one soon. But beautiful morning with the coffee, and just like you said, it dropped off quite a bit compared to the last few days, and kind of difficult to surf on it because it's got a little bit of bumps on the face and really not as consistent as the other days. But still, once the wave comes in, well, for example, like Shino Matsuda got us 2 6s, so you just need to pick right ones.
Yep, that's exactly right. It's crucial today that you're on the right wave, and when the set comes that you're in that exchange, because otherwise you're going to be grinding on those smaller insider ones that if you're lucky and it has a good wall, you could get some scores, but you know, today people are going to be winning heats with 4s and 3s.
You know, getting 5s pretty difficult out there today. It's like getting 6 and 7s in the last few days.
Yeah, 100%. So that last heat, now Omura was looking for a 4-8, but on a day like today, that's pretty much asking for a 7.
Right. And this is 清水選手、1本目のライディングになります。大きなワンターンから、そしてここのセクションは抜けられず、ただ、インターフェアレンスコールがあったようです。最初のワイプアウトのシーンのことでしょうか。But there's a little interference called from, blue on
green. Yeah, so
wow.
that takeoff earlier, we have had an interference call. Blue on green, looking like Ziggy had the right of way. She was probably more on the inside, and Hinano maybe getting a little bit in the way or took off as well. So it's pretty unfortunate starting the heat like that. So this is currently surfer in green now on a really good looking wave. Opens it up nicely. She sets up for this second turn, wraps it around again, This is Ziggy McKenzie gonna be weaving through this had a bit more of a push in the wave size and the wave quantity. This wave tends to kind of slow down on that dead low. So it's gonna be a good day of competition. We're just being a little bit picky because we've had incredible days of surf, in that 4 or 5 foot range. So this is the small say of the forecast. We're going to be seeing it increase a little bit throughout the week. And then for Nias, we're going to be seeing a bit of a push.
Wow. But even it's dropped off slightly compared to the last few days. There's some solid ones, so you just need to pick right ones.
Exactly.
And you get the scores.
And with that, we're going to go to a quick post-heat interview with Mark and Shino Matsuda.
Okay, we're on. I'm down here with winner of the last heat. It is Shino Matsuda. You sat there for a long time before your first wave. What was going through your brain right then?
Yeah, it was really slow heat. I really wanted to score quickly, but at the beginning of my heat, there's no waves. But I tried to come and get good waves.
And you did. You got the 2 best waves, got the 2 best numbers. Runner-up position here last year. You must have some good memories of Krui.
Yeah, Krui was really fun waves finals day, and I got 3rd place. So this year I really wanna win.
All right. Well, you went to the Olympic Games representing Japan. What was the main takeaway? What's the main thing you learned about going to the Olympics?
Yeah, I had a really good experience from Olympics. I practiced at the Tehupo before the Olympic. I spent a lot of time there, so I learned about, a lot.
Is it a scary wave, Chopu?
Yeah, it was scary, but so good memories.
All right. Well, you've got a lot of fans and sponsors that would like to hear from you in Japanese. So would you like to say something to all your friends and fans at home?
日本で応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。今日はスローなヒートだったんですけど、いい波を2本つかめてよかったです。明日は少しサイズアップするかもしれないので、またいい波で勝ち上がれるように頑張ります。Thank you.
Sheena, I'm going to shake your hand. Job well done. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Over and out, boys. Cheers.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Shino and Mark. Shino's a name we've seen around here a lot. She has a very well-known name in the international surf community. As said on the interview, she's had a qualification to the Olympics, has been to Tahiti. So that is a huge thing. I'm sure Japan is very proud.
Very, very proud what she did, especially at Chopu. It's like such a dangerous place to surf, but she charges a lot.
So on screen, that is Lani and her sister. They are there right now. A big, big shout out. I know a lot of the competitors and even the crew go down to Lani's restaurant just a little bit more down the line every afternoon. The food is incredible. Drinks as well. So huge shout out to everyone down at Lani's. But yeah, so I know in Italy they told us that the Olympics is a huge deal, and qualification to the Olympics can practically change your life and can give you a huge push in your athletic career. Would you say it's similar in Japan?
Definitely, I would say similar. I mean, exactly same thing will happen because all the bigger companies will be interested if you are an Olympian. So definitely it'll affect a lot of good thing in an athlete. So you really aiming for to be an Olympian surfer, to survive in this industry.
Yep, and Shino already had a big name in Japan in the surfing world. I feel like since she's had that Olympic qualification, her name grew a lot, and she's had a lot more sponsors and interviews, and her surfing career just really took off since the qualification of Paris 2024.
Definitely, it went to the next level. Just step up, and a lot of exposed on the media, a lot of interviews, like you said, and a lot of sponsors. All the sponsors pushing her so much right now, and she's been busy, but she's maintained her practice in Bali, Nias. She's very really like busy woman, but still managed to spend a lot of time in overseas just preparing for Krui and Nias.
Yeah, and it shows just how important this WSL events are for her. Not just the qualification to the Olympics, but she spent some time in Nias before the event. I know she came here to Krui as well. She spends time in Bali. She trains there a lot, showing that she's really comfortable in these Indonesian reef breaks and
Definitely.
and an all-rounded surfer. I was telling Mark earlier, she's good with beach breaks, big solid surf, and long peeling rights and lefts. This is the replay of Ziggy's last one. Came in at a 4.27, so pushed her straight into second. It is, though, Taylor Green with a 4.67 and a 0.77 in first. So unfortunately, Ziggy wasn't able to close this one, but it was looking like it was going to be a pretty good score. I'm sure she definitely would have busted into the 5 or 6 range if she did. So.
Right. Well, this is Jin Shuhan up and riding, nice off the top, racing down the line, and gets the second one in. Does a better looking turn, and gets a connecting turn. Try to navigating to the inside, just waiting for the section to stand up, but she kicks out. But that was great surfing from Jin Shuhan.
Yeah, you're right. Really good surfing, and Ziggy now out the back. Good looking wave here. This is probably one of the biggest ones we've seen in this set. 2 more open face carves there. Unfortunately, just gets a little stuck there. This is now Hinao Shimizu. Really good first turn and shuts this one down. She manages to hold on. Unfortunately, Hinano has an interference call from earlier in this heat, but she, with the conditions we're seeing today, she probably could still get a chance to pass.
清水選手、2本目のライディングになりますが、これは2発しっかり大きな技を入れてきました。テイクオフでパドルインターフェアをしてしまって、このヒートがスタートしましたが、プライオリティインターフェアではないので、1本が半分になるということですね。で、今のが2本目のライディング、いいスコアになってきそうです。
So if I'm not wrong, I think Shuhan Jin is riding the Channel Islands Happy Everyday model or Better Everyday. An incredible board. I've had a couple in the past, and it's a board that goes really well in these more grindy conditions. This is the one I'm talking about right now. It's with the swallowtail there. It just has so much speed and flow. It doesn't have too much rocker. So good for when the waves are a little bit more flat. This is Taylor Green right now on screen. So a wave we hadn't seen on the live, but thank you for the Bonsoy replays. We're able to see all the scores come through and all the waves on screen.
This is Ziggy's last wave. That was really unfortunate for Ziggy. 清水選手のこれが2本目のリプレイになります。しっかり大きなターンを1発、2発、そしてこのフィニッシュが入る波というのがあまり来ていない時間帯になるので、この波はかなりいいスコアになってくると思います。現在、ラウンドオブ64、ヒート15が行われていますが、ヒート16が終了後はメンズのラウンドオブ64に移行していきます。
Yeah, so back to Shuhan Jin. I think she's riding the Happy Everyday. It's a board with less rocker. Usually recommended to be ordered with a swallowtail if you want it for a bit more grindy conditions. So I just want to bring attention to the fact that with this drop in the swell and it's a little bit slower out there, the wave isn't so bowly. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a change in equipment from most of the surfers.
Yeah.
They're going to be putting away those pintails and sharper looking boards and maybe go into a bit more of those less rockered boards with just a bit more round lookingness to them.
I've been talking to the Japanese surfers and they're saying they bringing a lot of boards. Everybody has like 4 or 5 boards here, but mainly longer board. So I was kind of wondering if they have the board for those smaller size, fatter kind of waves.
Exactly. And when you're thinking of the events Krui and Nias, you're thinking big,
yes,
solid barrels. So, the type of equipment you bring is specifically for those waves. So when you do get some smaller days like this, it's all about who really comes 100% prepared and brings boards for these situations. It's that extra point of difference for maybe passing a heat and not. It just shows how much time and preparation goes into all of these events for these surfers. They need to be not like they need to kind of predict the future and be ready for anything that comes.
Definitely having those equipments ready give them a little bit more confidence in surfing. You can push a little bit more into it, so that's just like you said, slightly gets extra point or bonus points on surfing. So definitely need to prepare for every condition, but for places like this we're expecting the big surfing, so.
Yeah, you're right. Usually it's very different to conditions we have today. But with the technology we have nowadays, I mean, you can make boards so specific to every type of condition there is. And it's the beauty of modern technology. Here we have on screen right now Shuhan Jin on a small looking inside wave. She is in second, wants to get rid of that 3. Some nice turns. She's wasting no time in between them. And really, really smart surfing from Shuhan. She wants to keep busy. She wants to make sure she has the score on the boards.
清水選手、3本目のライディング、先ほどのライディングで 5.27 をマークしています。現在必要のスコア 4.72。これは小さい波ながら肩が張ってきました。いいライディングを重ねています。1発、2発、3発、4発目もバーティカルにしっかりと攻めてきました。これで 4.72 を出すとインターフェアしながらも2位のポジションに上がってきます。今のスコア、今のライディング、この 4.72 が出てきそうないいライディングとなりました。So now Shimizu Hinano needing 4.72 going to second. To me, feeling like she got that requirement, but this is a replay of lots of red. This is a smaller size waist, but the board looking good under her feet.
Yeah, it's looking really sharp and alive under her feet and sparky. So that's the type of equipment you want on days like this. This is Hinano Shimizu, currently sitting on the best wave of the heat, a 5.27, and she's absolutely killing this. Really in the pocket, super tight. So unfortunately, she does have an interference. I'm sure it was a non-priority interference, so it could be that her second wave just gets cut in half. Depending on what type of interference, there is a different type of penalty. For those of you who don't know about that.
But yeah, she's looking for wave 4.94, and the last of blues was great wave and great surfing from Hinano. So could be a requirement.
You're right. And Hinano is currently looking like the sharpest surfer in this heat. She's been on the best waves. She's taken advantage of the waves she's gotten. So there we have it. Hinano's last one comes in at 5.33. So her second wave gets cut in half, a 2.64. She does go into second. This is now Taylor Green looking for a 3.31 to go into second place. That was a good looking turn. Sets up for the second one. Only gets 2 turns here. I think it will definitely be the requirement depending on the beach angle, I think. That drone angle can be a little bit deceiving sometimes.
But still managed to put 2 turns in. And it was a smaller size waves, but in this kind of condition, you don't really need a bigger size to get 331. You can do it on the smaller size waves, and she managed to put 2 solid turns. But like you said, we like to watch it from the beach angle.
Everything looks better from the drone.
2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Precious building for every surfer. There's not much difference between all the surfers. White Taylor needing 3-3-1. So this is a beach angle from the last of White. Nice first turn. And this is a replay of 4.67.
Yeah, so I think you're right. This is the replay of Taylor Green's 4.67. She wants to get rid of that 257. A 331 is a requirement. It's not big at all. This is Ziggy McKenzie's 477. It was going to be definitely one of the best waves of the heat, but unfortunately she kind of fell off that last section. So it did cost her. We're just waiting for the last of Taylor.
It's going to be close to the requirement.
I think it's probably just going to be just under. Yep, comes in at a 3.20.
So not enough. Taylor still needing 3.31 and Ziggy now needing 3.71 with 19 seconds remaining. But she has first priority and she's having a look at this one. This is going to be an important wave.
Yeah, so we're about to reach the 1 minute mark. It is Ziggy McKenzie now looking for a 3.71 to go back into an advancing position. 2 good turns, wraps it around again. She is going to have to finish this one off to get it. Oof, and right behind her, current heat leader is Shuhan Jin. 2 good opening turns. Does she finish this one off? And she does.
Ooh. Just under 50 seconds remaining. We love to watch, wanted to watch from the beach angle for the last of Green. But now Taylor has first priority. It's going to be very important wave. Needing 3-3-1. Gets first section and gets a second turn and gets a finish on a smaller size waves.
Does Hinano have one more chance? Wow, okay, so scores to come through for 3 surfers in this heat. Here are some of the beach replays. This is Taylor Green. Her requirement is a 3.31. Finishes this one off strongly. I think this one was looking a little better than that first
Definitely.
one.
Gets a finish turn, so we're still waiting for the last of red, white, and green. This is very important exchange for white and green. Needing of small scores, and they all gonna be really close.
Okay, so this is Ziggy's last one. A bigger looking wave. 2 good turns here. She manages to finish this one off as well. So, wow, there are a couple scores to come through. Ziggy's last one comes in at 4.60, pushes her straight into first. Now it is Taylor Green. 3.76 is her requirement. Shuhan Jin is currently in second, so we're going to be seeing the replay of her last one.
So she's looking for a wave to beat her back up. It's 3.80 on this one. She gets a finish as well. Not a big turn, but still managed to put a couple turns in. So if she beat the 3.80, then she will extending her lead over Taylor.
This is Taylor's last one. So she's looking for a 3.76. Smaller wave, surfed really nicely in the pocket. It was super tight, but this is going to be a really, really close finish. So it's all eyes on Taylor Green. Her requirement did increase. Now a 4.19. I think probably the wave size is going against her at this moment. Not so much her surfing, because she did the best she could on that last one. Critical moments. Unfortunate for Hinano Shimizu, she would have been in first place. She got 2 5s. She was surfing the best, but because of that interference, she goes straight to third. So that is very unfortunate for Hinano. Best surfing in this heat.
Definitely unfortunate for Hinano, but we're still waiting for the last of white. Needing 4.19. Judges are having a great time to think.
I think it's going to be pretty close, but
Right.
I don't know. I think the only thing going against her right now is the wave size. She did three great turns, finished it off strong, but it was definitely one of the smallest waves of that exchange. So the judges are going to be replaying the other waves, comparing it to Taylor's one, and taking a good look at it. This is an important score right now for Taylor. She will be begging for it.
Right.
Shuhan did increase her score with that last one, so smart surfing there. Her board is looking really good under her feet right now. And there we have it. Taylor Green's last wave, a 3-8. Unfortunately, wasn't able to go into her top two, but that was a great heat. With that, we will go on to a quick break, and we'll see you guys soon.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Krui Pro QS6000. This is day number 4. Wave looking sharp, on point, on fire.
There's definitely a couple waves again today. It's dropped off a little bit, but yeah, there's definitely a couple gems to be had for sure out there. Still really fun.
Remaining heat of men's round of 96 and moving on to women's round 72 and into round of 64, heat 1 to heat 8 as well. So stay tuned, everybody. Choo! Welcome back, everybody. This is Krui Pro QS6000, day number 5. We are into women's round of 64, heat number 16. We have Sumomo Sato, Saima Niwa, Imari, Hearn, Isla Haput?
Isla.
Sorry, Isla Haput. I'm here in the booth with True.
Hello, Di.
Thanks for correcting my pronunciation.
That's okay. I appreciate your help all the time, basically every second of the day.
So this is going to be the last heat of the women's round of 64, and we are moving on to men's round of 64, heat number 1, straight after this.
Yeah.
Gonna be exciting. Another top seeded surfers coming to the action.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see the men out there. And yeah, Sumomo is 5th on the rankings right now for the Asia Series, and she got a 13th here last year.
Yep, and she got a wild card for the CS in Newcastle. So recently had a big trip to Newcastle and coming to Krui. So that's a lot of work, a lot of journey, long trip. But she made it here. She looks really confident. Her surfing is really sharp. And we have Sai Manua, who lives on Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Uni student.
Yes.
Very smart competitor as well.
Yeah, she's a super smart competitor.
さまにはサイ選手1本目のライディングになります。少し小さめのサイズながらしっかりと一発大きなセクションに技を繰り出していき、ここはメイクしていきます。
ラウンドオブ64ヒート16には佐藤すもも選手、そしてマニワ選手の2名の日本人選手がクレジット。そしてこの後はメンズのラウンドオブ64ヒート1に移行していきます。本日はヒート16まで行っていく予定です。
That was a nice one-turner from Sai. She's studying exercise science at Griffith University, and you can see she just loads up here, gets one big turn. Strong surfing.
I think today's condition, you don't have to, get 2 turns in. I mean, one big turn will do the work.
Yeah.
So that was a great decision from Simon Neva. Just start early, but this is 佐藤すもも選手1本目のライディングになります。少し早いセクションですが、しっかり前に出てくる。ここはカットバックを入れて、波が切り立ってくるのを待ちます。どうでしょうか。ここからインサイドで切り立ってくると、点数を上げてくることができますが、これは波が良くなかった。そしてブルーの1本目が 4.0。一発のターンながらいいスコアが入ってきます。That was really unfortunate for Sumomo. She was racing down the line, comes on the section, but the wave just dies out a little bit and didn't offer too much. But the first wave for Simon Ewell comes in 4.00. That is a nice way to start off this heat. 4 point can be a crucial point. Probably a keeper for this condition.
Oh, 100%. We've seen 4s and 5s be kept in scorelines and pretty much combined totals of 8s winning heats. But this is Imari Hearn up and riding on her first wave. She was in the Pro Juniors a couple of days ago, so she hasn't surfed a heat for a few days. And wow, lays into that turn. That was huge from Imari. Gets another one driving through. She is representing Great Britain, but is living in Bali. And Isla Huppets from Burleigh Heads, huge surfing there from Isla.
Oh, the huge surfing. The first turn was so sharp, critical with a big spray. It was tight section to hit second turn, but managed to, ride out of it so clean. It was a great combo from Isla. She's from Burleigh Head.
Yeah. Isla's, well, her and her family are originally from Victoria. They moved up to Burleigh a couple of years ago now. I don't know actually quite how many years ago it has been, but they, fell into the life up at Burleigh really easily. Isla's and Mia and Anna are a part of Burleigh Heads Board Riders. There's 3 of them, and they all absolutely rip. It's crazy. It's so awesome to see. This is Isla's first proper year on the QS. Actually, she's traveling here with Ziggy McKenzie, and I'm pretty sure Izzy and Emmy Campbell as well. So great group of girls traveling together, supporting each other. Wow, Imari's first wave locks in at a 4.6. And speaking of Ziggy McKenzie, looks like she's down in the athlete area with Giada Legati. Let's see what's going on.
All right, I'm here with Ziggy. Congratulations. That was looking like a really tough heat. Tell us a little bit about the conditions.
Yeah, the conditions were honestly pretty fun. Like, it's slow, but when they come, they're good and you can get good scores on them. It's hard. I mean, when it's slow, you kind of just never know, and it was good to just get a couple little scores and make it through.
All right, I know you used to live in Bali with us. I remember you growing up there, and then you moved to Australia. So tell us a little bit about the change and why you moved away.
Yeah, I love Bali. Bali's home, but Oz kind of gives you a little bit more opportunities. As like an Australian as well, I get to go do all the junior comps and surf with a bunch of girls and guys, which it's coming up now in Bali. There's more and more, but back when I started surfing, there wasn't many. So it's actually super cool to see it.
Yeah, I know you spent some time at home, and you said that you were there before coming here. How did you train for this event?
Just surfed Ulus, really. It's kind of hard to get a wave in with that crowd, but I got smashed a few times. Bit of pre-Krui practice. It was fun.
All right, talk about your equipment, because that board is looking really good under your feet.
Yeah, I'm riding a 5'3" DNA from Darren Hanley Designs. It's my go-to board right now, especially in these conditions. I was kind of umming and ahhing yesterday because it was a little bit bigger, but honestly, 5'3s are my go-to, and it's feeling really good under my feet.
All right. Thank you so much. And is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family at home?
I know Mom and Dad are watching, so I love you guys, and thanks to all my sponsors and everyone that supports me.
All right. Thank you, Ziggy. Congratulations. See you guys in the next heat.
Thank you, Giada and Ziggy. Yeah, Ziggy's such a awesome human being. She's super fun to be around, such a sweetheart. So stoked to see her take that heat out. And she's been in Oz training with the Surfing Australia team. She's part of that Talent ID program.
Right.
Yeah, so she's got some great coaches in her corner.
That is a great program that you guys have. So how does it work actually? You get selected in the competition or depending on the results?
I'm not too sure in regards to like how you qualify to be a part of that Talent ID program, but I guess they have a look at the results and the potential that you kind of give off, and then have you to be a part of that have you to be a part of it, which is super cool. I'm pretty sure Isla might be a part of it as well. So Ziggy and Isla do a bit of training together. They get to go in and utilize the gym facility in there, and then there's obviously some amazing coaches as well. Too many to list, honestly, within the Hyundai High Performance Center. It's amazing to see. They're all such legends over there, so I'm sure they're watching this really closely. Checking out Ziggy's heat win, and then Isla being in this one as well. And 617 to start off. That's a good way for Isla. And it's Samomo. She's having a look with priority.
佐藤選手、2本目のライディングになります。1本目は 2.27 のスコアしてきました。この波でしっかりとスコアを広げていきたい。一発目、大きなスプレーを飛ばしてきています。ここからセクションが出てきそうです。縦のアプローチを入れてきて、ここももう一発縦のアクションを入れてきました。これはいい波になり、素晴らしい演技を見せてくれた。その後ろからは、マニュア選手、大きなターン。これは少しバランス崩しながらもリカバリーをして前に出てきました。
Wow, this is Isla Huppert. There's a flurry of waves right now. Nice first turn for Isla. Gets a second one in. She's got such a great style as she drives through a third turn and loads up to get that finish right in front of Sai Maniwa. Isla kicks out. And that was a really exciting exchange. It's going to be really close between Isla, Sai, and Samomo. Wow, what good waves just rolled through the lineup.
Definitely. So this is a replay of the last of Sai Manua. Nothing major happened in the beginning of the wave, but this one gets the big solid finish right there. Comes out clean. That was pretty much a one big turn, but the first wave she got was pretty much the same, similar to the last wave. One big hit, but I think the last one was bigger.
Yeah, I think so too. It was huge for Sai. I really liked it. I love to see those three women in the lineup just going back to back to back. So let's see where these scores lock in for Isla, Sai, and Samomo, which leaves Imari out there with first priority. She actually has the second best wave of the heat so far right now with a 4.6.
You know, feeling safe with the 4.6, but probably she knows what other three other surfers did on that wave. So probably a little bit of pressure built right there.
Yeah.
But, having a first priority, and there's plenty of times remaining, so she'll get another one. But we are still waiting for the last of three surfers. A few scores locked in for Sumomo, looking healthy.
Yeah, that's a healthy number so far for Samomo. It'll be definitely her best wave. Her first was just a 2.27. So with 11 and a half minutes to go in this heat, let's see where these scores lock in. Isla has a good number to lock into, as well as Sai. Last of Samomo Sato, a 5.77. Isla Huppert locks in a 7 for her last wave. So she is well out in front on the strength of two waves. It is Sai Manua who also has a good score to come through.
Wow. 2本目のライディングで 5.77 をスコアし、現在第2位のポジションですが、ここでマニュア選手が 5.40 をスコアし、2位のポジションへ。日本人2名が今現在2位争いをしている時間帯。残り時間が10分40秒になるところです。このヒートが終了すると、メンズのラウンドオブ64、ヒート1に移行していきます。The last of blue comes in 5.40. Now she's in second place. Momo looking for 3.63. And Imari needing 4.81, which isn't a big score, but still it's kind of difficult to score that 4.8. But looks like, good waves started to coming through this heat, actually.
Yeah, it's starting to pulse a little bit, which is super exciting. It definitely makes for some good surfing. So 10 minutes to go. Let's see what happens towards the back end of this heat. Isla Huppert's, wow, that's 7 and a 6.17 just on 2 waves. Is showing us exactly what she is looking for in this heat. This is Sai Maniwa up and riding.
マニュア選手、この波で 7.77 をスコアすると1位のポジションへ大きなセカンドターンスプレーも大きく上げていきます。ここでインサイドつなげていきたいところです。どうでしょうか。ここからつなげられるとスコアを加算していきますが、ここでキックアウトですが、2発目の縦へのアクション素晴らしかったです。
Here we go. Amari Hearn using her priority, needs a 4.81. Trying to get around this section. She's staying with it. She gets around it. She's on a clean open face here. Lays into that first turn, engaging the rail, gets a second one in, throwing a little bit more spray. Imari opens up the wingspan, and that's all she wrote for the surfer in white. I mean, it was a really nice wave, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the 4.81 that she was looking for. Wow, that was
great exchange between blue and white. Both got a great waves to work on, but a little bit unfortunate for Imari. The wave just kind of, run away from her. She had to race it down the line quite long time. Comes around the section, managed to put a couple turns in, but nothing on the steeper section though.
Yeah.
But here is 佐藤選手、3本目のライディングになります。3.63 でその差を2位に入ってきますが、さあ1発目、2発目と大きなスプレー、縦へのアクション、これはいいスコアになってきそうです。さあ、ボーナスとしてここから切り立ってくるセクションにしっかりと技を入れていきたいところ、これ一発、どうでしょうか、ラストセクション出てくるのか、これは出てこなさそうですが、1発目、2発目、非常に大きな縦へのアクションを繰り広げてきました。現在第3位のポジション、必要なスコアは 3.63。残り時間が7分40秒になるところ。Wow, that was a big two-turn combo from Smomo, so this is a replay.
That was huge.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that first turn, so much power. I'm calling best wave of the heat. That was 2 solid turns. I mean, I really liked it. I thought it was strong surfing. That was just, wow. Smomo putting on a show right now. And what a great moment is, I think that might have been Nanaho out there just getting excited for Isla Huppert's. This is a replay of her last wave.
Wow.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, no.
Unfortunately, it comes unstuck. It did look like it's going to be huge, another huge score for Isla. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck on the second turn. But yes, Momo's last wave was amazing. It was a smaller size wave, and it didn't look like it's gonna offer much.
Yeah.
But she did great job on the wave. She did massive vertical off the top with a big spray, and comes in 7.17, now into second place.
Wow, that was next level surfing from Sumomo Sato. She now only needs a 6 to go to first. I feel like she might even do that. There was just a spark in there that Simomo looked like she was just saying, I'm not stoked with Isla getting a 7 and a 617. I want to challenge for that as well. Sai Maniwa now needs a 7.54. Imari Hearn still has her last wave to lock in as well. She is looking for an 8.34 at this stage with just under 6 minutes to go. What incredible surfing we've seen in this heat to finish off the round of 64 for the women.
Definitely.
Wow.
Now Samoa needing a pretty big score. Sai needing a pretty big score, 7.54. But looking back at these 2 waves she did only 1 big turns in. So if she managed to put 2 turns in, definitely she will get 7.54.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. It's seems like these bigger numbers are getting more and more achievable as the day goes on. This lower tide as well, offering some better quality waves. It might just affect the consistency a little bit more, but hoping that the quality of the waves improves. We've got 5 minutes to go, and this has been an exciting heat.
So 佐藤選手、3本目のライディングで 7.17 をマークし、現在第2位のポジションに、マニア選手必要なスコアが 7.54 に変わってきています。残り時間5分を切ったところ、波のコンディションが少しずつ良くなっているように感じます。このヒートからたくさんの波がラインナップに来ていて、そしてポテンシャルのある波が増えています。
Alright, here we go. Current heat leader Isla Huppert's looking to defend first place. She needs to better a 617. Gets onto the open face here. I don't think it's going to do it. Unfortunately, she knows that as well. So Isla kicks out. Imari Hearn out behind her, needing a big score. It's an 8.34. Beautiful opening carve for Imari. She's seen something. She's flying down the line. Loads up once again. And gets a completion. This wave just offering a little bit more each time. Another nice rail carve there. Hopefully Amari can find a steep section to really finish this one off, because it might just be her best number. Leaning into her rail there once again, and Amari kicks out. That was a really nice first turn on that wave of Amari's.
I love the first turn as well. Really well surfed. Definitely it's going to be Amari's best wave in this heat so far. Really love the connection between first and second turns. Big carve, engaging the rail really well. But with the 3 minutes 20 seconds remaining, is she able to get another one in? So this is a replay of last green. Trying to come around a section, but wave just run away from her, unfortunately. So it's not gonna be her best to score. But this is a replay of the last of white. Really love this big opening carve. And just try to set it up for the next one. And gets vertical. There's a variety of the maneuvers on this wave.
Wow. I love that first to second turn combination. It was just smooth surfing. That was so great to see. It locks in. It's a 5.27 for Imari Hearn. She is now looking for a 7.67, and it's Sai Maniwa who holds first priority. She has a 5.4 and a 4.5. She needs a 7.4. And with respect to the last few heats that we've seen throughout the day, a 9.9 heat total has been making it through heats.
That's true. So true. Actually, in the last heat, 2 of these girls can be first and second.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, you can just see that the quality of waves is getting better, more opportunities.
Looks like, wave just started to fill in for the surfers more.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely looking like it's pretty fun out there right now. And that 7 for Isla Huppert sitting pretty, 717. I loved that wave from Sumomo Sato. And I'm sure she would be riding high with a bit of confidence from surfing in a Challenger Series event at Newcastle after getting the wild card. And and also getting a 13th here last year. You know, that's a good result. I'm sure she wants to do better and get that Challenger Series qualification.
Definitely. She's very focused on getting those CS qualification this year. But she's looking really sharp. 717 with 577. Ocean just goes quiet for quite a bit. Hopefully there's going to be another opportunities for all the surfers.
Yeah, I hope so as well. After we finish this heat off, we are going to go straight into the men's round of 64. This first heat is going to be a pretty good one. I think it'll be Winter Vincent, Dom Thomas, Caleb Tancred, and Ash Jenner. Wow, it's going to be a huge heat to start off the men's round of 64. And yeah, with 20 seconds to go, will Sai Maniwa find an opportunity? She needs a 767. She's got first priority. She's having a good look at this one. And oh my goodness, what just happened?
Well,
what just happened?
Maniwa has first priority, but I am not too sure. Momo just took off on that one. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be crucial moment for Momo.
Whoa, that was crazy.
Well, we have to wait what judge is gonna think about that, but it was pretty
wow, yes,
obvious that
Sai
she's
had
gonna
the priority,
and she's gonna get interference on that. That means probably there's gonna be change in the situation.
Oh my goodness.
All right, on this one.
Oh, you can see that Momo just saw that she didn't have the priority and went.
That was a really, I'm not too sure how to explain, but
yeah. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, Sai, on our screens, Sai had the first priority.
Right.
And looks like Momo, I do not know what has happened there, and looks like it's come through. Momo gets an interference, red on blue. She loses her whole second wave. Wow, that was a pretty dramatic finish to that heat. Momo, unfortunately, dropping down into fourth place. Sai Maniwa moving into second. That was very hectic finish to that one. So, wow. It looks like, though, it'll be Isla Huppets moving on through. Sai Maniwa coming in second. A dramatic finish to that one. Don't go anywhere. We have the men's round of 64 underway. Winter Vincent has a stacked heat ahead of him. We'll be right back after this quick break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro. We had a pretty dramatic finish for the women's round of 64 on screen. That is Benny Zanata. He's coming up in the next heat. He's getting himself ready. I'm sure psyching himself up with some good tunes. And we saw Isla Huppets and Sai Maniwa progress through to the next round. Unfortunately, Momo Sato getting an interference in the dying seconds there. She was surfing so well, so that was really unlucky. But in this heat, we have Winter Vincent taking on Dom Thomas, Caleb Tancred, and Ash Jenner. It's going to be a huge heat. And to call me through this one is Mark Clifton. Mark, I am really excited to watch this heat because we got some quality surfers in it.
The heat is stacked. The draw is stacked. There are no easy heats in the round of 64. The big boys have come to play. You've come a long way to enter a 6,000, and the criticalness of getting some early runs on the board throughout your region to potentially look at a challenger spot next year is huge. And I was just in the, there we are again, the girls, the team having a look at it again a second time. So Sai, the beneficiary right there. Not sure what it was all about. Samomo's better than that, and it was just a little mini brain explosion that turned into a large brain explosion and took her all the way to fourth.
Yeah, that was honestly the craziest thing I've ever seen. Wow. Congratulations to Sai. I mean, she was surfing really well. It was just Samomo just having a full brain melt, unfortunately.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. Rare, but it does happen. I did notice also there was 0.03 separating Amari from Sai there for that all-important second spot. So just super gnarly result. Dom Thomas, though, has got a 6-point ride in the bank. I was just down in the this area, the athlete zone, and it was quiet. There was a lot of game faces. Was totally serious. They're all having a little bit of a chuckle now due to the fact they can see themselves on screen.
Yeah.
But just when I was in there before, it was like it was just deadly quiet. There's all these death stares going on. Everybody's like, the game faces on. It was.
What's happening?
I just walked straight back out. I don't want to be here.
You're like, oh, yep. Turning around and walking the other way.
Coaches, big time players sitting around.
Yeah.
No one giving away much because the environment they're about to enter is not easy. So it's a long way to come. A lot of surfers about to have their first campaign at this year's Krui Pro. They want to get it right.
Yeah.
They're up against people, like for Dom and Winter, they're up against surfers that have already qualified through a number of heats. Those two are having their first hit out. So effectively their first heat. The first heat can always be a tough one when you're kicking off your campaign in any event.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Winter, he's had a really great result here. He got a 5th here last year. He's just come off a good result over at Newcastle for the first Challenger Series of the year, getting a 5th at Newcastle. I mean, even looking at, he got a 17th at the CT at Margaret River, losing out to Kanoa Igarashi. He's had so many great results, also getting a 2nd to Bronson Mania at the WSL World Juniors in La Union this year.
Yeah,
so
100%,
he started off this year strong. I have no doubt that he's hoping to, capitalize here, maybe go a couple of heats better than he did last year.
I remember last year he was staying next door to us, and I watched him come in from his quarterfinal that he lost, and he was filthy on himself. He threw his board, he was slapping it. He demands excellent results out of himself. He could have just about been the world junior champ had Bronson not done Bronson things in front of him and won there. So he's a big time player. I believe the CT format really suits a big, strong lad like Winter because when he does turns, he doesn't mess around. It's just flat out all or nothing.
Yeah.
So he's definitely one to watch. Ash Jen has put himself in this via some really good decision making and some strong surfing through the earlier rounds. And Caleb Tancred, we all know what he's capable of through his junior career. He's back with the Rashi on after a 5-year hiatus.
Yeah.
And he's picked up where he left off. He looks really strong.
He definitely does. He's already surfed 3 heats as well in this event, starting from round 1. So I know that he is hoping to continue to keep going in this event. His backhand is looking solid. And Dom Thomas, he's looking pretty at ease out here as well. He opened up with a 6 for his first wave.
6 is a keeper.
Yeah, it's a keeper on days like today. And now the ocean's just gone a little bit quiet. I feel like it just needed a minute because the last 30 seconds of that last heat for the women was
a bit weird, wasn't it?
Crazy. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, what was going on was Sai and Imari were needing 7s to progress through. They were, quite far behind, and then Samomo just unfortunately getting a interference. She had that 7.17. It was solid surfing, and it was super unfortunate. But such is life. These things happen. We've moved into this next heat, which is going to be super exciting. So far, only the 1 wave, just a 6 from Dom Thomas, who is a junior from Newcastle. He actually got a 3rd at the Phillip Island Pro this year, which is a QS 3000, losing out to Tully Wiley, who I think may have gone on to win the event or get 2nd, which was super cool. And getting a 25th here last year for Dom Thomas. I'm sure he is hoping to make it a little bit further in the draw.
Well, glancing through the draw as well, it's just absolutely dead set loaded. There is just so many Japanese, Australians, a sprinkling of Indonesians. I can see a Kiwi in Elliot Parada-Reid. We've got a Filipino in John Mark Marimar Tokong. Rafael Castro, the sole American. So given those stats, the heats are totally stacked. You can see the crew down there just flexing around. You can see Zave in the background. Jarvis, the defending champion, about to do his first bit of work at this year's campaign in Heat 13.
Yep. See, Reeve Hazelwood was there as well.
Everyone we got, it's blockbuster. What's about to go on? This is the time of the draw now where it doesn't matter who's in your heat. You've just got to focus on yourself because every heat is super stacked.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely insane. And if you're living in the fours in this draw for the men, then
you are fourth.
Yeah, you're not. You're not making it through the heat, unfortunately, unless it's a super slow one. And Dom is just starting off well, and he's setting the tone high with that 6. So, yeah, hopefully a few more waves start to come through the lineup with just under 17 minutes to go.
Yep, I'm really looking forward. And no disrespect to any other QS event around the world, but these ones here at these dual-sanctioned Asian region events, for me, they've got to be some of the hardest in the world. When you look at that draw, there ain't no easy heats. There's 64 red-hot surfers involved in each heat that could all, on the given day, if they get a lucky break here and there, could win events like this.
Yeah.
But we've got to start culling at some point, and this is a heavy round. So for the crew online, I would advise you to stick around, just hang in there and watch because you've got to get 2 people through each heat. So it's going to be cutthroat, but it's a must-happen thing. And here is Caleb Tancred. So just weaving around now on his first ride, starting to look for a section where he can really show his best surfing. There's a better blast down the line here. Lots of lump and bump on the face as the tide drains out. He got himself a little runner here. Oh. He really got up there and did a tidy move. On the back end of that wave, things got really good for Caleb.
Yep, it sure did. And Winter on the answer back. Out behind him. Wow, throwing so much spray for Winter. Up and into that section once again. He identifies this one, gets the fins out the back. And Winter from Queenscliff, he's just looking really strong on his feet. That was a great turn there from Winter Vincent, starting off strong. Wow. And him and Caleb just going back to back on some good waves.
I thought Caleb did a good job, and then I saw this wave of Winters and went, advantage, Winter Vincent. So, he's a big lad. He's still quite young. He was just out of juniors, actually, and he's just stringing it together here. Although he's a big, lanky, heavy lad, you wouldn't know it the way he surfed this little wave here. Connected everywhere and then got really vertical and vicious at the end. Boom, just crunching heavily. The judges will be loving this because the spray flying everywhere, did not miss a beat. Got better as the wave went on, and every section just offered him a lot of joy, and he helped himself to every bit of it. Caleb will still be pretty good. Winter's way better.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we also have just had a schedule update as well, Mark, for the rest of the day. We're going to run to Heat 8 of this round, and then we're going to start tomorrow off with Heat 9. They're going to continue to monitor the conditions as this round progresses. I mean, there's still definitely some good waves coming through, but yeah, Heat 8 is going to be the last heat of the day, 16 heat day today. We might even get to go out for a paddle.
Woohoo! That'd be good. I'm going to have to go and find where I left my surfboards. It's been a few days since we've reacquainted, but that doesn't surprise me. I mean, we couldn't finish the round. 24 heats would just be too much in this stuff, so it doesn't surprise me that call has come. 8 heats, monitoring just to see. I mean, judging by what's happened in this first exchange, I'd be thinking, we're on. We're going to keep moving and pushing hard because, when you're getting scores like 8s and high 6s and 6s, our first 3 numbers are all respectable. Here's the Bonsoy replay again. What did you like most about Winter's effort?
Oh, just this whole wave. I mean, Winter, he's just looking so smooth. He's flowing between turns beautifully, throwing so much spray. He gets an 8.0 for this one, and you can see why. Just tagging it there. That's exciting surfing to watch. And Winter is just honestly going to town. This was great wave selection. That last turn there was lethal. That was huge surfing from Winter Vincent. A 6.67 for Caleb Tancred as well. That was a really, really well surfed wave from Caleb. I mean, this is the level of surfing we're expecting to see in this round. And all of these men in this heat so far are setting the bar high for the rest of the competitors.
They surely are. And Winters, an 8, so the judges have left a little bit of room above for maybe some sort of air show or something, because there was just so many good connections with that wave. I could have seen it being even a little bit higher, but, the bar is set, a tough round, and this is Caleb getting the job done on the wave previous to Winters. He was all over it as well, just not quite the brutality in his moves, because the wave didn't really offer as good a sections as Winter.
That was pretty brutal, though. These last two turns were huge for Caleb. You can see he's checking out Winter's wave as well on that replay. A 6.67. It was maybe a smaller wave, but the surfing was still pretty incredible nonetheless. Caleb's been looking in form this whole event. He saw it. He surfed 3 heats, which is just crazy.
And how's his tactic? Straight up the reef now. He's already locked in one. So he's like, righto, boys, I'm just going to go up here and investigate, because he's got third priority, breaking away from the pack. I had a chat with a fellow competitor who's coming up shortly in a heat, and he reckons he identified that as a possible tactic, given your priority billing. So we're going to have a little look at some of the day 4 highlights that went on just yesterday. So check out this little clip. It's wicked.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Krui Pro QS6,000. This is day number 4. Wave looking sharp, on point, on fire.
There's definitely a couple waves again today. It's dropped off a little bit, but there's definitely a couple gems to be had for sure out there. Still really fun.
Remaining heat of men's round of 96, and moving on to women's round 72 and into round of 64, heat 1 to heat 8 as well. So stay tuned, everybody. Choo!
Gee, that was a good mashup of what went on yesterday, hey?
Oh, yeah. Yesterday was a huge day. We saw some massive scores. You look down, highlight for me, 933 from Kira Buckpitt. That was huge.
Oh, look, I remember she had a 933. She had an 8-something, a 7-something, and a 6-something out of her 4 waves.
Yeah.
Absolute BOG all day. Best on ground. So well done, Kira. There were some other big moments from Mirai. She went to 8 and an 8-8 or something like that to just blow the competitors away in her matchup. Continuing on her deadly form. The waves, there was a little bit more on offer there yesterday, but we're looking at some different tactics. The surfers are stretched out probably 100 metres apart from white to red.
Yeah.
So Caleb Tancred has decided, if I'm in a lower ranking on the priority board, time to bust out, try something different, get another number to sit alongside his 667. I'm sure everyone in the competitors area is watching this tactic to see if it pays off. And right now, kind of suggesting it might have.
Yeah, Caleb up and riding on his second wave. Doesn't need much to go to first. I don't think he's thinking about that. I think he's just hoping to get it back up because it's been kind of slow getting a few nice turns in for Caleb Tancred from Avoca. Can see he's gaining some speed, floats that section there, driving through another turn. It was a smaller wave, but he did some really, really nice surfing on it. Once again, this wave just offering a little bit more, and he's just,
himself. Boom.
Milking this one all the way through.
God.
That was a better turn. That was a very long wave from Caleb.
I reckon there's going to be some people changing their tactics based on what we've seen here a little bit, because that was a brave move and a wise move that's going to turn in another number that's would steer him straight into first spot. Poor old Ash Jenner would be watching this and gone, hang on, I've got priority. How come you got 2 waves and I've got none? It was a great move. Small, tiny wave, guaranteed. A lot of moves going on. Caleb's got his 2.
Yeah, smart.
What a competitive effort that was, So good.
Yeah, really, really smart surfing from Caleb.
Still scoring.
This one just opened up more and more for him. So, yeah, wow. Good stuff from Caleb Tankred. He's got another number to lock in. He'll go into first place. 7 minutes to go in this heat. Where did the time go? Ash Jenner's been waiting almost 20 minutes for a wave. It's pretty crazy.
Yep. Advantage Caleb Tankred with that little moment right there. So, geez, there's only 4 waves ridden. A 3.5 is the result of about 10 manoeuvres. So, a real D-grade sort of tiny little wave. The judges aren't rating it, but I don't mind it. It's better than sitting around, and Ash Jenner would have been going, where's my turn? When's the swell going to drop on my lap? He's sitting in the main takeoff venue. Nothing's really connected down that he's liked.
Yeah.
Wow, he's had priority for a long time. Geez, he's serving a 6-minute heat from here on in.
Yeah, well, I mean, there has been waves coming through, maybe just sitting a little bit too far out, or I don't know, honestly. It's hard to tell where everyone is. It looks like Dom Thomas is heading up the point to where Caleb just got his last one from. It was a 3.5, as mentioned, and yeah, Ash Jenner, he's sticking to his guns right now. Let's take another look at this 8, though, from Winter. I mean, I said I loved his smooth, clean surfing, the flow. What did you like about it, Mark?
Everything. Like I said, when he does moves, he doesn't mess around. It's always ticks a lot of parts of the criteria. It's top to bottom at every opportunity. It's always large surfing. He puts a lot of throws a lot of spray every time he connects, and this wave just kept on giving him section after section, and he must have just been grinning like a Cheshire cat when he flicked off, because there's been no better than that.
That was lethal, honestly. Lethal surfing. It was just, he was bringing the energy in that one for Winter Vincent. And Caleb's making his way back up the point. Looks like Ash Jenner might have seen something here. He has first priority and yet to take off on a wave. Is he going to go this one? No.
Interestingly, Winter's happy to hang wider and just hoping for another little wave down this neck of the woods to back up his 8. Caleb's done his backup work quite well. It was a tiny wave from up there. So there are bigger waves that hit that outside point. And in a totally different set of tactics, Winter Vincent has decided to sit wide and see what happens down here. He'll be desperate for another wave as well, because if everybody else starts getting their groove on and put some numbers together, he's still in threat.
Yeah.
You've got to get 2 waves to get through, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's the aim of the game, to catch 2 waves. Sometimes it's only 2. We saw, I think, Mariah Akita, as you mentioned, only catch 2 waves. She only caught 2 waves in the Women's Pro Junior Final as well. But
there's the gallery.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking pretty nervous. Tough day at the office to be a coach, to be a high-end competitor, having your first outing in a 6,000. There's some game faces down there. It was not a pleasant environment when I walked in. I just backpedaled and got straight out of there. It's just a bit too gnarly for me.
Yeah.
And at least I don't have to do that. So they're making the decisions. Good luck. I hope you guys get it right.
Yeah, they're experienced competitors, all of these surfers in the draw. I mean, now it's just up to whether they're in rhythm with the ocean or not. And looks like Winter,
Caleb's having a squeeze again.
Doesn't like it.
Ash Jenner doesn't budge from his game plan.
Wow. At some point, you've got to drop it.
He needs an 8.01 to go to second. All right. Winter needs a second number. He knows it. Blue needs to hit. Blue got his first wave of the whole heat ages ago, right? And he hasn't been able to scratch onto another one. Wow. Ash Jenner looks down. He goes, no, that ain't an 8.01. Winter investigates as well. It's not going to connect. He realises 3 minutes. I better just hold. hold firm for a second score?
I honestly don't. I feel like Ash probably could have gone at least one of those two waves. I mean, yes, he needs an 8:01. There is probably time to break that up into two. But, wow, here we go. This is Caleb Tankred up and riding. He needs to better a 3.5. Nice first turn to start for Caleb. Driving through the second one and gets a third turn in there. That was strong surfing. 3.5 will definitely go, I think. That was a really well-surfed wave.
Yep, he just opened up a little more on that wave. He did about 8 or 10 moves previously for his 3.5. Winter jumps on the end of, I think, the same swell line. Either way, this is really going to put the screws on. Ash will be comboed after this. Winter does these upside down work on a small little squeaky little inside wave, but a second number is all good. You can see the next heat starting to position themselves. So Caleb, here's the work he did. This first turn was really good.
Yeah, really nice.
And then this end move as well. Boom, fins out the back. A big blast off the lip. He got a couple of steeper sections that time, so it won't be a huge number, but I'm thinking he's going to upgrade his total. Winter definitely will.
Yeah, this was a nice wave. Gets that first float in. It's a smaller one, but really, smart competitive surfing. Pretty similar
to Caleb's. Really.
Yeah, really similar. Caleb's locks in at a 4.43. Winter only needs a 3.1 to go to first. I feel like he'll probably do that off the back of that last wave. We'll see with a minute and a half to go. Ash Jenner has been sitting with priority for this whole heat and has not had a wave. Let's take a look at this 8, though, from Winter Vincent. I mean, what smooth surfing this one was. He just stamping his authority, really, in this heat. He's showing up, and he's like, yeah, I'm here. And this is what a Challenger Series surfer looks like.
All right, so his second score is about to drop and sit alongside this 8. But in hindsight, geez, it could have been a 9 or a 9.5 because since then, there hasn't been a wave remotely similar to that. An 8 is good enough at this stage, and he's back up at 3.77.
Wow.
All right, so the number is in. He's in first. There's only 0.67 separating Caleb and Winter. Dom Thomas open first up. Hasn't had a wave for about 23 or 24 minutes himself. Ash Jen has had 0. Does this factor into decision-making for the rest of our format?
I think there's been waves coming through, honestly. I think that this last wave of Winter, wow, a bit of a replay as well. He gets a 5.33, so he extends his lead. Caleb needs a 6.67. I think there's been waves that have come through. I just feel like Ash has maybe sat with priority for too long. You can kind of get stuck into that sit and wait mentality as opposed to just catching waves. You just need to adjust that expectation a little bit.
No, okay, good call. Good call, but it's rare you see someone come in waveless. Ash Jenner has just had the biggest shocker of this year's Krui Pro, and he might have had to...
That's so heavy.
Sorry, but I mean, it's he's had a shocker. The waves didn't come his way, and I mean, I hate to say it. Winter's going to move through with Caleb.
Yeah.
Over and out. Why don't you go and have a chat with Winter, and we'll move through to the next heat shortly. We'll be right back after this break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We are back, and Heat 2 of the round of 64 has kicked off with a surfer riding straight away. It's Kaiki Yamanaka. I'm joined by Giada Legati for Heat 2G. Would you like to take us through who's involved in this heat?
Yep. So in the red, we see Daiki Tanaka. In blue, we have Hiroto Arai. In green, we have Kaiki Yamanaka. And in the white, we have Ben Zanata. It's quite a heat we have in our hands, and we're seeing a bit of a slowdown in the waves. Last heat was a little slow, not too many waves ridden. Unfortunately, one athlete, no waves ridden at all.
I know. I really feel for Ash. He was way better than that in the last couple of rounds. He was putting up some highlight reels. Just didn't budge from his game plan. Caleb Tankard was the first one to investigate up the reef. He got 2 small rides from there that turned into a 3 and then a 4 as his backup wave, and he had a pretty good 6 to kick things off. Dom Thomas got a wave early in the piece for a 6 and then didn't ride another wave either. So 2 surfers kind of got in some sort of rhythm, and 2 surfers were totally out of rhythm.
Yeah, some heats are like that, especially on days like this. You'll have certain heats that are full of waves, and then the next one is usually pretty quiet. So it's like a 50-50 chance.
Kike's banked 2 straight off the bat. He saw that last heat and went, I'm not going to do that. 5.17 for his last effort and a 4 for his very first ride. So just like that, Ash Jenner's probably like, where were those waves?
Yeah, that is a really smart way to kick things off for Kaiki. He was probably taking a close look at the previous heat. And when it's slow like that, as soon as you get those opportunities, you're going to want to take advantage of them, or even create your own opportunity, kind of hunt up and down the line.
That's what Caleb did. Yeah.
And create that luck instead of just wait for it.
Caleb went up there twice, got 2 waves. All right. Everyone else in the competitors area had a chat with someone else that was sort of mentioned. Maybe that's an option. It really does depend on your priority ranking, I suppose, because the judges only threw 3s and 4s at Caleb for doing it, but it proved pretty worthy at the end of the day and put a little bit of a spread between himself and Dom and Ash. Winter got an amazing wave. You would have seen Winter Vincent surf a fair few times, and he's just a quality act. He got an 8.
Yeah, he's such a young, talented surfer in the Challenger Series, so he'll be flying straight to South Africa after the Krui Pro. So I'm sure this is a good way for him to get some heats in before getting onto that big stage.
And he was also the defending champion of NIAS and won't be coming to NIAS, I imagine, taking straight to Bolito. But he did also string together a high 5 as a backup number at the back end of that heat. So he surfed really well. He did the job. And I believe if he gets a little bit of luck and some things go his way in the Challenger Series, I can see, and I think Winter would fit well into the CT format. We wish him all the best.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think for the NIAS Pro, he was really, really sick most of the time, and he managed to get that win anyway. So incredible performance from Winter, and just shows how important these events are for these surfers.
Yeah, well, you didn't have to do too many turns at NIAS. You just had to take off, make a drop, and flick off after a barrel.
Yeah.
So it might have worked in his favour, not being a long venue where you got to do 4, 5, 6 turns per wave. I think I'm looking forward to our next stop as well. So we still got 3 and a bit days to get through before we start our focus up there at Lagundri Bay. I think we are due for a start up there about the 20th.
I got a message from Lisa, the owner of Casa Bebas, a restaurant right at the point in NIAS, and she sent me a screenshot of the forecast, and it's looking like it's going to be pretty solid again this year. And that is some exciting news. We had some perfect heats. We had lots of 10s and 9s being thrown around.
Most I've ever seen.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just glancing ahead into the crystal ball as to what Lagundri Bay is going to offer this year. For me, it was the event of the year. Last year, it was just insane. And, people are still talking about it. Every person I bumped into for months after that just going, how was NIAS? I'm like, oh, my God, did you watch? They said, that's all I did.
Yeah, so that is really exciting stuff. But right back to Krui, we are on day 5. There we have Kaiki, the current heat leader, the only one with waves ridden in this heat for now. Taking a look at that one, but wasn't too convinced with 18.5.
Dikey up the point, trying to do a Caleb and find something to kick off his campaign. He was looking back at the other boys, maybe questioning his decision. It's a bit of a gamble, but it did pay off for Caleb. Anyway, wave catching is at an absolute premium. So let's hear from True Starling, who's about to have a chat with Winter.
Thanks, guys. Winter, that was a really tough heat, but you got the job done.
Yeah, thanks, True. I only caught a couple of waves, but stoked to make that.
It's hard when it's really slow. What goes through your mind in moments like that? I feel like, does your head get pretty loud, or you just try and stay calm?
I was just knew that there was going to be one set. You need to be on that wave, and then you try to scramble for a backup. But poor Ash didn't even catch a wave. It's pretty tricky out there.
Yeah, it looks hard. We've had amazing waves throughout this whole week, but unfortunately today it's just getting a little bit slower. You're into the round of 32. You got a 5th here last year. Are you hoping to continue with that momentum?
Yeah, I love Krui. We've had the best memories here, and with a good group of people, Axel, Saxon, and Zave, Benny, Sol, they're all about to surf, so I'm just going to go cheer them on.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having a chat. I'm sure there's people watching at home that you'd love to say hi to.
Yeah, I want to thank Noodles and Lisa back home. They helped all us boys get over here, and my sponsors and everything like that, and then Mum and Dad and my sister.
Thanks, Winter. We'll send it back to you guys.
There's the short and tall of it. True up against Winter Vincent, but good on you, Winter. Really just picking the eyes out of it. And like he said, he knew there was going to be one good set, and there was. He got it. It was a ripping wave. We saw it a few times on the Bonsoy replay, and it looked great. He did probably 6 or 7 huge manoeuvres. Locked it in early. Got his back up as his last wave, the 5-3-3. So nice work, Winter. Set the tone for this round. And these guys now just trying to position, make some sense of these swell lines as they head into the Ujong Bachor Reef. Blue could be well positioned here. He's paddling flat out for this wave. This is Hirota Arai. So let's see what he can put together now. Starting to wind up, build some speed. That was a nice tag. Board above the lip looked really good. Big second manoeuvre. It's going to be maybe denied a third opportunity here. He's probably just going to flick out and get back to the scene of the takeoff point. Pretty good ride in the scheme of things. A bunch of good manoeuvres above the lip. Drone angle thanks to Ryan Williams. Flying the drone straight into Hirota's wave.
Yeah, Hiroto Araya name we've seen a lot, not only in the Asian region, but international scene of surfing. He's done his rounds. He's been competing for many years. So a first little check turn and sets it up upside down on that one. That is going to be the money turn of this wave. Unfortunately, this kind of flattened out for him, but he did most of the work out the back, and this is going to be a crucial way for him throughout this heat, especially because it's looking like it's pretty slow out there.
I just like the way he really stabbed those last 2 moves, particularly the third turn. So sort of 2.5 moves there for Hiroto, but they were good. They were top to bottom, crisp sections. So I feel he's off to a decent start as well. We did see another surfer ride, so I imagine that was Kaiki. All right. So this is what we may have missed just momentarily.
Wow, that was a really good wave from Kaiki. I think he really took advantage of all of that.
Daiki now, Daiki Tanaka.
On his backhand as well. Good first check turn. Sets it up again. He's going to be wanting this wave to stand up for him. That was a little better. So he's working his way through really nicely and shuts this one down. So we've got a heat in our hands.
Yep. And the Japanese surfers have burst out of the gates. They're starting to leave the Aussie Ben Zanata in their wake. He's in wide. He's out the back. But another well-surfed wave here. Really connecting well. Daiki Tanaka. So the judges will have clear memories of Kaiki, of what Hiroto did. They're going to have to separate these numbers, so there's no doubt a bit of debate going on up there in the tower. The benefit of the replays as well to make sure they get their scales set and the separation is where it needs to be. So Hiroto did some pretty tidy work on a shortish wave for a 417. We've still got a wave for green that's going to factor in, I believe. Red's, well, anything's going to help his campaign. So that would leave Zanata now as we rapidly approach the halfway mark. He's got priority. He's had a couple of come from behind heats throughout this event. He's now looking at a substantial lump of ocean. So take us through this one.
Yeah, so this is definitely the biggest wave we've had in this heat. Good first turn. I love that second one. He throws so much spray every time he puts that board on the lip. So he's going to close this one down, and that's definitely going to be the best wave of the heat for now as we reach the 13-minute mark. And right behind him is Hiroto Arai. Only one turn, but he will be backing up that 417. And on a day like today, that is absolutely crucial.
All right, and Green now just ripping straight into his fourth ride. So Daiki, he identifies a good section. He's well positioned to tag it a second time, a two-turn wave. So at least it was steep, and he had some clean top-to-bottom moves going on, which is kind of the theory everyone's trying to stick to. Ben Zanata made his wave count as well. We'll get the number through shortly. Some big turns, replays are flying around. So let's have a look at Ben's opening ride.
I really like this wave from Ben. That second turn was super strong, and he managed to kind of shut this one down. He wasn't too much variety, but strong surfing from Ben.
And then Green, his wave runs a little short on him, but gets up there for a big blast. Second section, and that's all she wrote for Kaiki. But we're owed 4 scores, so this is a fairly entertaining affair compared to Heat 1. Lots of rides going down, some reasonably substantial numbers dropping. A 3-7 there for Red. I think Ben's is definitely going to challenge for the best score of the heat.
Yeah, so this is man in red right now, Daiki Tanaka. We're waiting for his score to come through, but all 4 surfers now have waves. We're waiting for the scores to come through to have a solid idea of what the situation is right now. And looking like our man in green, Kaiki, taking a look at this one. Sorry, that was Hiroto Arai out the back. But it will be Ben Zanata backing up his first 6.5.
Oops. Oh. Wow. Kind of missed an opportunity there, but going for it. But in the box seat with a 6.50, as you suggested, throwing a lot of spray, really putting a lot of back foot into his moves when he gets to the top of the wave. Didn't pay off that time for Ben, but he was last to get a wave. He definitely made it count, the 6.50, really strong. Good work, young man. He's now going to have to, this was a good section. So he kind of got pretty excited with it and just overextended off the lip. Still got plenty of time to get back out there. So Team Japan up against Ben Zanata, the Australian in white.
Plenty of time, but not that many waves. So he's definitely going to be a little worried. That could possibly be a little bit of a mistake. You don't want to be falling off on waves today because there's just not that many coming through.
This heat, though, has had a pretty good run of the ocean. We've got 4, 8, 9, 10 waves ridden, so that's a good result so far with 10 minutes remaining. So they've been blessed with a little bit more of a flurry compared to that very first heat.
So just to give you guys a little bit of an update here at the Krui Pro, we will be running the men's QS round of 64 until heat number 8. And then from heat 9, it's going to be called off. We are going to try get through as many heats as we can today. So just taking a look at heat 8. I know you're going to like this name. Bronson Mady is going to be surfing today. So that's super exciting. He'll be up against Jack Thomas, Nyoman Artana, and Koda Killorn. There are some good names in this heat draw. So don't miss out on the action, guys.
No, when I was glancing through the draw, it's predominantly Australians, Japanese, a good sprinkling of Indonesians. Got 1 Kiwi, 1 American, and 1 Filipino.
Yep.
So
can't forget John Mark Tacon.
Oh, never. He fronts up every year. He's the Prince of Siargao and the pride of the Philippines, and he's a happy person. He's been doing our rounds for a long time because this region fully includes the Philippines. And he generally, when we get to his neck of the woods, he's the man to beat over there. He's really insane to watch out at Cloud 9. But I don't think he'll even get a go today. I'm pretty sure he's in a later heat. Is that right? Sorry, what was that, G?
So I think from the next heat onwards, we will be having 30-minute heats. So a great
Good
call
option. Good
from
option.
the whole team, giving the best opportunity for everyone out there to have a fair game.
Yep, nice work. Thanks to the powers that be there, just for making the playing field a little fairer. That last wave for Kaiki, a 4.67, extending the lead. The man in red would be a little nervous. He's only packing a 3.7. This fella here, really well done, young man. You can just see how much back foot he puts into every top turn. And this was a good read, to let the wave break and then get up there and do that foam climb, just as a sign-off move. He didn't rush it. He said he realised he needed something else out of that wave, and he took his time and manufactured a nice big foam climb. Good work, Ben. Leaves him chasing just to score over 1 point. Now, surfer in blue, Hiroto Arai. He needs only a mid-range 3. So the stage is set. It's pretty close. Hiroto with first priority.
Yeah, so definitely a healthier scoreline in this heat than the previous one. We had a pretty slow heat last time, but as I said, usually when you have a slow heat, the next one tends to be a little more action-packed. This is now Ben Zanata wanting to back up that 6.50, taking a look, but that wave just getting away from under him. He's trying to create a little bit of distance from himself and the other competitors. Now on your screen is Daiki Tanaka. Solid first opening turn. Sets it up for that second one. And this is going to be a really, really healthy score for Daiki Tanaka. Looking to get rid of that 3.70. And he's going to get a finishing turn here. So well done, Daiki. Oh,
Yep.
He's taking it all the way
He's
through.
going all the way, and why wouldn't you? I mean, a real extra spring in his step on this wave. The first connection to the lip was just unreal. A lot of board above the lip, a lot of power. For sure, his best ride. He was needing a 5.81. I think it could go there to get into first, but anything better than a 3.7. This first turn is gold. Watch this, G.
Yeah, I love that first turn. I'm a big fan of spray out the back. Sets it up straight away for that second one. Here on the inside, he did do a couple turns, but nothing too crazy like that first one.
And, they'll be looking at this and comparing it against Zanata's 6.5 and the quality of his first 2 hits on a better wave. I think he just had more room to move. He helped himself to some big blasts. I really believe the judges are going to love this and throw the better score at him. So I think for sure he's about to go into first.
Yep, he only needs a 5.81, and I'm pretty sure that wave goes into that range, especially with all the other waves we've seen.
Compared to Ben's. Ben got some really good work done too, but so did Daiki on a better wave that then had more down the line, just connecting and collecting points for a long way down the reef. The longest wave we've seen ridden for a while. We've just dropped under 5. For me, Daiki to first. Oh, geez, the judges, it's right there. I saw a little more out of that. He got a 5.5, so he doesn't go to first. My apologies, but he's right there, super close. And they're still rewarding Ben Zanata's 1 point better.
Yeah, so it is now all eyes on Ben and Hiroto. Looking for a 3.03. Ben with third priority. He's going to go on this one. Kaiki letting this one go. He does a good first turn. Sets it up for this second one. This wave a little bit smaller. He's going to take it all the way through. Only needs a 3.03. And I'm pretty sure after that last turn, he's got it.
Yeah, the wave wasn't offering him much at first. I'm sure he was a bit nervous, but then got it together. And this wave for Kaiki, who is still in first, goes a little wobbly. Gets a little funky on him as he gets down into the business end of the wave. But I like Ben's. It was a good answer back. He's got the best wave of the heat. The 5.5 for Daiki, I really like the look of that wave. It was enough for second, but Zanata is breathing down his neck, and we've both sort of identified that I think he's about to move into second. Here it is again from the judge's angle. What did you like most?
I like that this was one of those insider ones, but he really worked his way through it. You can see him putting all his energy, all his efforts in every single turn. And for sure, he went to town on it. He's got that 3.
Yep. I mean, it was an inside wave, but quality surfing, undeniable. Benzonata's got a fierce backhand. In fact, he goes into the lead all the way to first. Well done, Ben.
You could really see the hunger for that score in that wave.
Got that real grommet enthusiasm about the way he surfs. Hey, he's gritty. He knows his backhand is good, and he's just demands. As soon as he gets a pocket, he just gets the best out of himself. I really liked it.
Look at him sit right behind Daiki Tanaka, just trying to apply as much pressure as possible. So that's a very, very mature competitive surfing from Ben. But I just want to point out the Indo team right now at the competitors area, because we've got a great matchup coming up next. Just taking a quick look, I see Kutut Agus and Made Joy in Heat 3 coming up against Xavier Bryce and Soma Hirahara. So all the Indo team down there supporting the boys coming up next.
All right, Zanata, the Aussie, in first. Kaiki Yamanaka holding on to second, but it's very close between him and Daiki. Gee, there's only 0.3 separating those two Japanese surfers for the all-important second qualifying position. First priority, however, sits with Hiroto in the blue. He needs himself a mid-5. More importantly, he needs a wave. He's sitting furthest out the back. This heat's been way more entertaining than our first heat of this round. They've been blessed with a lot more waves. It's been just insane backhand surfing across 4 numbers. And none better than Benzonata. He's got a real weapon of a backhand. There's been some big blasts in this heat and a lot of quality surfing. So again, numbers all fitting into that 5 and 6 point range. There's a lot of similarities going on with what we've seen. So the judges identifying that bigger wave of Ben with not the most amount of surfing, but the best quality surfing. I think we're seeing it again. So this is it. Boom. And then he gets a foam climb to finish. So that's the best wave of the heat, everybody. That's a 6.5. Thanks for the Bonsoy replay. And here is a wave of Daiki. So this is his 5.5.
Yeah, I love that first turn from Daiki. It was just huge fan of spray. He followed that lip line really nicely and just worked his way through all the way down to the inside. He really milked this wave for all it could give. But it is now all eyes on Daiki. 30 seconds left. Needs a 4.34 to go into an advancing position and get himself into that next round. So it's a pretty crucial moment here for Daiki and Hiroto. Unfortunately, Hiroto with priority, but hasn't really been able to get anything too major on the board. Sitting on a 4.17 and a 1.5. Looking like we will be counting this one down, and I don't see too much happening out the back. So I'm pretty sure you will be having a chat with Benzonata and see a little bit of, get a little bit of insight of what his heat strategy was and if it worked out, because it looked like it did.
It did work for him that time. I'll have a chat. See you again shortly for the very next heat, Heat 3.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000. We have moved on to the men's division. On your screen is the results of the last heat. We had Benzonata and Kaiki Yamanaka taking that one out. So congratulations to those guys. I am Jara Legati. I'm in the booth with Daiki.
It's Dai.
Sorry. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. But another great heat coming up. Ketut Agus, Madajoy Stilwan from Indonesia, Xavier Bryce from Australia, and Soma Hirahara from Japan.
Yeah, so I'm super excited to watch this heat. Ayo teman-teman, let's go support. This is Team Indonesia, Ketut Agus and Made Joy. They will be out there right now against Xavier Bryce and Soma Hirahara. So this is such an exciting heat. We had a quick pan of the competitors area, and it's packed with Team Indonesia.
Right.
They're supporting Ketut Agus and Made Joy Satriawan, both surfers from Bali. Grew up together. They have both represented Indonesia on the international stage, not only here in WSL events, but in ISAs. We had them in Maldives last year for the Asian Games. So it's they're both very, very talented surfers. Right now on your screen there they are. Very good friends, have had many heats together, have had many heats supporting each other. So this is exciting.
Very exciting heat. Maybe all the packs are just stick together at the athlete area right now.
So that's a little bit of info from Ketut Agus and Made Joy. Made Joy in the past has been part of our crew here with the ASC and the WSL. He was our beach commentator for many years and many events, but now he has moved on to the big stage. He's here with the Indonesian national team that is on your screen right now. There we have them. They are all down here to watch heat. That is super, super exciting stuff. I'm sure we will be hearing them cheering on their guys soon. But yeah, so Made Joy is here with the team. He has had support from his coach Dylan. They're pointing, maybe telepathically telling him where to sit. So important and crucial moment for these two surfers out in the water. Tell us a little bit about Soma.
Soma Hirahara. Well, this is Soma Hirahara up and riding. Hirahara 選手1本目、こちらはクイックに、キックアウトしていきます。Yeah, he is from Shonan area. But have a look at this one. Xavier Bryce from Australia. Nice vertical snap off the top. And another one that was huge with a big spray and a lot of Ooh, was really unfortunate for him. He was kind of on the way to the great score, but still managed to put two big turns in.
Yeah, I agree with you. Xavier Bryce was definitely on the way to definitely the sixes range with that score. If he completed that, I think it would have been not so great for the rest of the field out there, but he did fumble a little bit on that last turn, so he'll try to learn from that and get back out there. We have extended the heats to 30 minutes because taking a look at the conditions, it's slowed down so much. So this is going to give the surfers more opportunity. Okay, guys, this is Made Joy on his backhand on a good looking inside wave. Sets it up. Unfortunately, doesn't get that second turn in. So yeah, some scores to come through for a couple of these surfers. It is Xavier Bryce, a 4.67. So he goes straight to the lead.
This is Made Joy's first wave. It's a little bit of foamy face, but still managed to put two turns in. But unfortunately, hang up on the last section. But looks like Ketut having a look at this one.
This is our surfer Ketut Agus from Bali representing the halfway Kuda board riders. Good closing section. That was really well done from Ketut Agus. A bit of a check turn, but that last turn was pretty huge.
Right. 平原選手2本目のライディングになります。さあ、これは インサイドまでつなげてきて、切り立ってくるのを待ちます。さあ、ここから一発フローターでセクション抜けてきて、さあ、大きなセクション、フィニッシングターンをしっかりと決めてきました。これもいいライディングになってきています。さあ、このヒートからプラス5分追加されて30分ヒートで行われていきます。本日はヒート8まで行い、スケジュールの方が終了となる予定です。That's well served from Hirahara's last wave.
All right. So as we wait for some scores to come through, we're going to head over to Mark and a post-heat interview with Ben.
Okay, here we are down here with the winner of the very last heat, Ben Zanata, involved in another close matchup. Is it the Lucky White Rash Fest?
I don't know, it must be.
Listen, it's times like that you're telling me you do a fair bit of training with your coach. You can give him a mention in a moment, but all those heat drills, it's times like those close heats like that really all the training comes to the fore, yeah?
Yeah, just doing some work at home with Nick James and all the people from the Northern Beaches program.
All right, and your backhand looks like a real weapon. Do you reckon that's one of your, your strengths?
Yeah, well, I've been really working on it since last year. I got knocked out first round and just trying to get better on my backhand training and yeah, support from the crew.
All right, well, you threw that round and you're into the round of 32. What do you do between now and that next round?
Just relax and focus on the next heat and try to keep the rhythm going.
I'm going to shake your hand, Ben, because that was a ripping performance. Well done. And while you're still with us, we've got the Banjar down here. We've got Team Indonesia. We've got Made and Ketut in the water. Boys, make some noise for your boys. Woohoo!
Epic.
Wow, epic.
So there is Team Indonesia representing. Ayo guys, Ketut Agus, Made Joy, maju terus. This is such a fun heat to watch, especially because, everyone's down there supporting and just shows what we were mentioning in the previous heat, that it's so important to have that team backing you up. And they can probably hear them every time they catch a wave out the back. And it's a long distance. So I'm sure it gives the boys an extra bit of energy to really get this heat underway. So some scores came through while we were at that interview. We have Xavier Bryce got a 4.67 and a 1.43. Soma Hirahara's last one of 4.23 and Ketut Agus's wave of 4.83. So Ketut getting the better of that exchange. This is the wave we're talking about right now. He gets a little bit stuck on the bottom turn for that first turn, but most of the points were in this section right here.
That was a great surfing from Ketut. This is the last of Soma Hirahara's. He was kind of, waited for quite a long time to wave stand up, but here he is, floats a section, and it gets a finish there, right out of it, clean. That wave comes in 4.23. 平原選手の2本目のライディング、大きな2ターンのライディングでしたが、こちらが2-3をスコアし、現在第2位のポジション。残り時間が20分になるところです。Yeah, good exchange from every surfers in the seat. This is a reply of Xavier Bryce's first wave, I believe. Nice off the top and even bigger section to hit with a big spray. And after this, unfortunately, comes unstuck on that one. But the first wave comes in 4.67 for Xavier Bryce.
Yep. So we've had a couple waves ridden, nothing past the 4s, but great surfing nonetheless. I love this finishing from Ketut. He goes upside down on that. He's such a power surfer. I know he's been training a lot in Bali, probably surfing Uluwatu the most, as it is the most similar wave we have in Bali, I would say, if you're comparing it to Ujung Bochur. He spends a lot of time on the East Coast. He's part of the Halfway Kuda board riders, part of the Rip Curl team as well. Represented Indonesia so many times, especially in the international field. Really, really good friends with Rio Waida. So I'm pretty sure if Rio is watching, he'll be supporting his teammates, both Mare Joy and Kutut Agus. All three of them have grown up surfing together from the same generations, and
Right.
they really push each other when they're surfing together. I know when Rio comes to Bali, this is definitely his group of friends.
They're surfing together. But this is a quick replay of Soma Hirahara's last wave. Nice two-turn combo. You know, I saw Ketut in Japan actually doing QS 2000 a couple weeks ago in Hamamatsu, and he was ripping on the smaller wave as well. And I had a opportunity to talk to him, and he said he had a little bit of injury last year.
Yeah.
And then comes back.
I'm not sure what type of injury exactly. I'm pretty sure it was his knee. I
Right.
don't want to say the wrong thing, but hopefully we'll get back to him and ask him later. But yeah, he did go to Japan recently. He loves Japan. He has a lot of friends there, so he'll definitely be heading back there soon. And we'll get back to that. This is Xavier Bryce right now, trying to back up that 467. He is a current heat leader, and it looks like he's well on the way to do so. That was great surfing, giving variety. He wants to keep things exciting. He wants to refresh a little bit the scene. So epic surfing from Xavier Bryce.
Right, it was a smaller size waves, but still managed to put two good turns, and it, like you said, a little bit of a variation. Gets to spin around, and it was a great surfing from Xavier Bryce.
Yep. So we'll see what the judges think of that last one. You're right. It was a smaller wave, so he knew he had to do something big, something different. So I think that was pretty smart from him. And he backs up his 467 with a 4.07. Does extend his lead a little bit. On a day like today, that scoreline could definitely make you win and pass heats because it's been slow. We've had heats with people not even catching waves. So really, really great move from the WSL and ASC to extend to 30-minute heats. What do you like about this wave?
Yeah, it was a smaller size waves, but he knew that he has to go big, and he exactly what he did on the last section. So I really love the finishing town right there. But this is 平原選手、この波で 4.52 で第1のポジションになります。さあ、大きなフローターをしますが、少しバックウォッシュが入った波になったのか、バランスを崩してしまいます。残り時間、まだ16分あるので、沖に出て、次の波に乗っていってほしいです。
Yep, so no one really busting out of the 4 range just yet. It is Kutu Agos sitting on the best score of the heat, a 4.83. Joy playing a little bit of catch up. He needs to really get the ball rolling in this heat. Joy is part of the Legian Board Riders, or also known as Padma Boys back in the day. I'm not sure if it's changed. Joy is definitely a great companion to have on a surf trip. He's always stoked. He's a super all-rounded surfer, the same way Kutut Agus is. As you said, he was in Japan. Kutut was in Japan recently. The waves were small. It was a beach break, and it doesn't matter what type of conditions you put both of these surfers in. They adapt really quick, and they're not afraid to go big. So this is a replay of Mare Joy. Unfortunately, wasn't able to finish that one, but he's going to be taking a look at this one. Let's see if he has a bit of an improvement, only sitting on a 2 and a 1.20. So a smaller wave, swings it around. Unfortunately, he doesn't ride out of that one.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for him. Kind of similar mistakes to his previous wave. There's still plenty of time. We have extra 5 minutes, and there's still 15 minutes remaining in this heat. So now Kitut has first priority, asking the beach marshal the situation right now. So he's looking for only 0.77 to go into second, but definitely he's not looking for that point. Definitely trying to get mid-4s, mid-5s, even good score range.
Yeah, so usually surfers, when that situation is happening, they don't want to catch a wave that is just for the 0.7 because that would practically just be standing up. But Katut has priority. He's looking like he's in a pretty good situation with just under 14 minutes. This is a replay of Xavier Bryce. I think this is the 4.67. That second turn was beautifully done. Unfortunately, wasn't able to finish it. I think he would be sitting on a much different scoreline if he did. Katut's wave. This is the 4.23. Love that finishing turn. And it looks like there's some waves about to hit the lineup. So we're just going to stick with live action. See if anything goes down. Xavier Bryce going up the playing field a little bit. Gonna try create some distance between himself and the other surfers. And I think there's a few sets coming through. It is Katut Agos with priority. He's looking like he's in a good position, wants to get rid of that 0.37. Plenty of time on the clock, though. All right, so
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is as smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Yep, that was our quick bonsai break. We're back to live action. We thought we had a couple sets coming through, but it was
yeah, the wave really, didn't really hitting the reef. Kind of opens up, but there's still over 11 minutes remaining. It's really great decision from WSL to put another 5 minutes in, as it's not as consistent as last few days.
All right, so here is Katut Agus cashing in his priority. Good first opening turn. This is a smaller wave that's going to be hugging the reef a little more. He does 2 great turns. Will he be able to finish this one off? And he does. Right onto the reef. So he was only looking for a 0.77 to go into second. We'll see what the judges think of this one. What do you think about it?
Really like the surfing here on the smaller size waves, but I think it's hugging the reef really good on these ones. Kind of hard to surf on it, but he managed to put a couple turns in and right out of so clean on the last section. Definitely it's gonna be, it's gonna meet his requirement. That's for sure. Just whether it can go mid fours and go into the lead, but that comes in 3.23 now in the second place.
So this is Joy now playing a little bit of catch up, wants to put a pretty solid score on his board. That was a beautiful first opening turn, but unfortunately that will be all for that one. That wave not giving him too much to work with on the inside. So Katut goes straight into second now. He showing that he's a flexible surfer. He adapts to conditions well. This is the last of Joy. I mean, he'll be getting rid of that 197, but it won't be too much of a big score. It comes in at a 2.67. Joy is a super stylish surfer. He charges. He's not afraid of the waves when it gets big. A couple years ago, we had a viral video of him getting absolutely devoured by like an 8-foot wave here. So Joy really isn't afraid when the waves reach those 8-foot faces.
and also he's really great on the smaller size wave as well. So like you said, he's a talented guy and he just all rounder, small to big surf.
I mean, yeah, like I said, both of these surfers grew up surfing beach break the most. Joy in Legian and Kutu Agus from halfway Kura board riders and has spends a lot of time in Legian, and most of that coast is beach breaks. It's a
Right.
perfect training ground for those contest events that are at beach breaks. But Krui and Nias, I would say, are the exception because there are beautiful waves that they would have had to go more to Ulus. I saw Joy and his teammate Danny a couple times out in Uluwatu, and I asked them, I was like, "Oh, I'm guessing you guys are training for Krui," and they're like, "Yep, you know it."
On backhand on the reef point. Well, it's such a good opportunity to have team like this on screen. All Indonesian team just packed in the athlete area, so packed. There's no space to stand.
Yep, so they're all down there supporting their teammates. Really, really good vibes down there. It's great to see. We haven't heard much from Soma. Sorry, we got distracted from his wave. So tell us a little bit about Soma.
Yeah, Soma is from Shonan area, city called Chigasaki, and he's actually traveling with other crew from Chigasaki. So probably there are a bunch of Japanese friends just cheering up for him on the beach.
This is Kuto Agos now. Will he get around this section and he decides to pull off? If I'm not wrong,
right?
Has Soma been on like a reality TV show?
Yes, yes, he has been. So he's a very famous surfer in Japan, but this is the first wave of Sebi Bryce. It was really unfortunate for him to come down stuck on the last section, but still managed to get a 4.67. Now he's in the lead, looking for wave to better the 4.07.
Yeah, so another famous Japanese surfer, Soma Hirahara. Sorry, Hirahara. Yeah, so this is correct. Goes up there with Shino Matsuda, also a very famous Japanese surfer.
And they both from same area, city called Chigasaki, located in Shonan. They have just like an Indonesian team, they have such a big sportive team from Chigasaki, and they travel together all the time, trying to make films and trying to do a screening in Japan. So yeah, all the crews from Chigasaki will be tuning in and watching this heat as well.
It's great to see. We're just gonna watch this quick replay of Soma. I think this was his 4.23. He is currently looking for a 3.84 to go into an advancing position. So really, really good surfing from Soma. But yeah, it's great to see the Japanese community, not only surfing community, but more like in Tokyo, bringing in the surfers and trying to create this opportunity with the brands and sponsors. I remember Shino Matsuda did like a type of collaboration or work with Barbie, and in Japan they made a Barbie out of Shino.
That is not usual thing to happen.
Yeah.
To have model. That's such a great opportunity for her.
Yeah. So I remember seeing that, and I thought that was epic and a great opportunity for Shino, where such a big brand, I guess, create this collaboration with her. So strange, you don't hear it much in the surfing world, but great nonetheless.
Yeah, and Shino has been featured in some of the fashion magazines in Japan, and also Soma is actually being featured by the Japanese fashion magazine as well. So they both from same area, and they are both really famous in Japan. So they did great.
Maybe you gotta head over there too. So this is Made Joy now, looking for a 5.39. Unfortunately, isn't able to really string this heat together. He's tends to be falling off on those last turns. Taking a quick look at his fins.
Right. Yeah, he seems like he's having a little bit, hard time to connecting to the ocean at the moment. He's just having a pair of 2.67 and 2, looking for 5.39. This was on smaller size waves. Nice off the top, but didn't quite get the right in the pocket.
So we will be reaching the 3-minute mark of this heat. It is currently the Australian surfer Xavier Bryce in first with the 4.67 and a 4.07. Ketut Agus closely behind a 4.83 and a 3.23, only looking for a 3.91 to go into first. But for now, he is in an advancing position. It is Soma Hirahara and Madejoy Satriawan playing catch up. So it's going to be a vital 3 minutes here. They need some scores. Soma does have priority. So it's all eyes on him right now. Will he be able to get one more exchange and get the chance to move into the next round? But it is looking like Xavier Bryce is in a pretty comfortable position. Ketut Agus has the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, definitely Ketut is just looking for another wave to secure his spot, needing only 3.91 to challenge himself into the first. Soma and Madejoy also looking for decent scores.
Yep, so this is the replay of Ketut Agus 4.83. This is the best wave of the heat for now. Beautiful closing turn there for Ketut Agus. And that is him on your screen, live action right now. He is looking to get rid of a 3.23. Ketut is looking like he is in great form. He's been putting the time in back in Bali, been training hard, not only in the water, but outside the water. And behind it is Madejoy looking for a 5.93, big first turn. This is looking like a much better wave choice from Joy. He kind of weaves through this fatter section. Will this wave give him something to work with on the inside? Oh, unfortunately falls off on that last turn. Wow, he's been doing that all heat.
It was a really good turn on the first section, but unfortunately the wave went really kind of strange, and unfortunately comes unstuck on the second one, needing 5.39. This is the last of red, smaller size waves, comes around the section, gets 2 turns in. Unfortunately, not much after that, but this is an important wave. But that was a huge vertical snap off the top and gets around. Yeah, wave just went really strange from here, but he's managed to connect into the inside. But unfortunately, he comes unstuck. 平原相馬選手、3.84 を出すと逆転していきます。どうでしょうか。小さい波ですが、いくつかターンを入れてきます。少し浅くなってきたリーフで難しいセクション。いくつかターンをしました。こちらの波で 3.84 スコアすると2位のポジションへ上がってきます。
All right, we will be counting this one down now with 10 seconds left. We're waiting for 2 scores to come through for Soma and Madejoy. The last of Ketut Agus doesn't go in his top 2. It's going to be a 2.87. So it's all eyes on Madejoy and Soma. Will they get the scores that they're looking for to be able to pass this round? What do you think?
I think it's going to be a great score for Madejoy, but needing 5.39, I don't think it's going to be enough. 4.07 for last of blue. So it's not enough for him to go into the second. Ketut is still in the second place, but we are still waiting for the last of green as well.
Yeah, so green not needing a big score. It's a 3.84. The judge is taking a good look at this. He surfed it at the best he could. I'm sure he took every advantage of that wave, but it's a very important score now for Soma Hirahara.
さあ平原相馬選手の5本目のライディング、現在スコア集計中です。そのスコア 3.84 で第2のポジションに進んでいきます。非常に重要な点数となってきますが、どうでしょうか。
All right, last score for Soma to come in. It was a smaller looking wave. He did a lot of turns on it, but I didn't see anything too critical. So the judges have been a bit harsh on the scores. It's hard to get past that.
2.7, so it's not enough.
All right, so it is Xavier Bryce and Kutu Agos passing that heat. Congratulations, boys. We will go to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Pro QS 6000. We are now into men's round of 64 heat number 4. Another exciting heat. We have Joe Azuchi, Monojo Yahagi, Willis Juma, and Ty Richardson. I'm Dai Wako in the booth with True Styling.
Hi, Di. How's it going?
Great afternoon.
Mhm.
And actually, we have bonus 5 minutes in.
Yep.
30 minutes heat from
Mhm.
now on. Yeah, it's great, great decision from WSL to have an extra 5 minutes because the wave is not as consistent as the last few days. So, yeah, good call, I think.
Yeah, I agree. We saw in that first heat of the men's round of 64, Ash Jenner unfortunately not catch a wave in his heat. So hopefully this extra 5 minutes allows for a little bit more time for the men out there. But it's exciting to be underway.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to heat number 8 of this round, which will be nice. And we'll start the day off with heat number 9 tomorrow.
We had a really exciting heat in the last heat.
Mhm.
We had 2 Indonesian team up against 1 Australian and 1 Japanese. But have a look at this one first. Willis Droma, having a look at this one. Coming around section with a lot of speed, but decided to kick out. A lot of excitement in the last heat and a lot of supporters at a athlete area supporting Indonesian team. It's such a good opportunity to have team like that, especially when surfing in the competition is kind of individual thing and sometimes gets like a lonely moment. So it's great to have people around you.
Yeah, for sure. And it's, so awesome to see the Indonesian team supporting each other. They just have this real family vibe that they bring each day to the contest site. And it's special to see. We're seeing that with the Chinese team as well. They're traveling together and quite a few of the Japanese surfers also.
Yes.
Big crew, Toi Tanaka, Shohei Kato as well. Is he in
Yeah,
that
and
group?
this year probably Toy is traveling with Soma Hirahara, who just had a heat. But have a look at this one. Willis is on another wave. It was a great wave. Great combination.
Yeah.
2 turns only, but still solid 2 big hits on the wave. Definitely, it's gonna be a great score for White.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be a good wave. Let's take a look at the replay. Nice first connection for Willis Droomer and gets his second one in. You can see his tail just sliding a little bit as well. Oh, out the back. Oh my goodness.
萩物女選手1本目のライディング、少しテールをスライドさせすぎたようにも感じました。その後ろからは、So this is Ty Richardson. up and riding. This is a good looking wall ahead of him and come around a section after, two big turns in and just a checking turn, couple of checking turns and big curve right there and just waiting for the section to step up for him. Another beautiful curve, just connecting the dots nicely and get the steeper section here. Was so many turns already done. Great job from Ty Richardson. A lot of work done at the back, but this is 矢作物城選手2本目のライディング。これはいい波になってきそうです。1発目、2発目と大きなターンを入れてきました。そしてここもセクションを通り抜けてしっかりとフィニッシュのターンを決めてきました。Well, that's great exchange from blue and green.
Yeah, wow. That was back-to-back surfing. It looks like Joe Azuchi also got a wave in there as well. I mean, wow, this was really just fully back-to-back. I cannot believe how many waves just came through now. And, some really strong surfing from Ty Richardson on his last wave. As you said, Di, putting together so many turns. That was huge. It's a 2.67 for that first wave of Minojo Yahagi. We'll see. We have quite a few scores to lock in right now.
So much work for judges right now. Probably, watching all the replays again and again.
Yeah, wow. 5.17 for that second wave of Willis Drummond. This is first Joe Azuchi.
安土選手1本目、少しサイズの小さい波ですが、一発目から綺麗なターンを入れてきています。大きなスプレーを上げて、これが3発目になります。ここもクリティカルなセクションにしっかり立て、そしてフィニッシュのターンも決めてきました。Well served from Joe Azuchi, and this is a replay of the previous wave from Monojo.
Wow.
That was a big turn and straight into the verge of the top with a big spray and didn't rush on the section, comes around the section and gets the finish right here. This is going to be another healthy score, but as well as Joe Azuchi's last wave.
Wow, this is completely crazy. There's so many scores to lock in right now. This is crazy, Di.
Wow, so while we have a little bit of break in action, we're going to go head over to a post-hit interview. Go ahead, Giada.
All right, I'm here with Xavier Bryce. Congratulations. We've had a huge change in conditions the past few days. Have you had a change in equipment or are you riding the same board?
Yeah, so the first few days I was riding a Xanadu X21 and it was a round tail, so held a bit better when the waves were bigger. And now I've just swapped over to the RR, which is, I don't know, kind of better for small waves and a bit more responsive when there's not as much push. So it's going really good.
You were just telling me of the epic group of people that you're traveling with. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, just got like the sickest crew ever. We're all best mates. Like we hang together at home all the time. So it's like a nice homely feeling just traveling with these guys. You never feel left out of anything. So it's sick.
That's amazing. And I'm sure there's a lot of people back at home that you're going to want to thank and say hi to. So go ahead.
Yeah, just want to thank my friends and family and Sophie and, just anyone watching. Cheers.
All right. Thank you and congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Giada, and thanks, Zave. What an exciting heat that one was. Katut Agus also progressing through. But big scores locked in already.
683 for the last of Monojo Yahagi. And 550 for Ty Richardson's last wave. It's good, exchange. But we're still waiting for the last of red as well.
Wow. This is really, really close already. Joe Azuchi's first wave also to lock in. That was a huge one as well. I really loved Minojo's 683. I thought that was really sharp, critical surfing. It was had a little bit of extra just spice to it, I guess. It was, really, really exciting to watch. And this score for Joe is bound to be a good one as well. And it's nice to have extended to 30-minute heats too, allowing that extra 5 minutes for the surfers to, pick the best waves.
Right, definitely. Extra 5 gives you probably opportunities to get maybe 2 waves. So it makes whole difference, makes so much in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's like probably the most important moments in heats is those last 5 minutes, especially when people are looking for scores. Looks like that first wave of Joe Azuchi locks in at a 4.93. So Manojo Yahagi getting the best of it.
Wow, Monojo getting the best of the exchange right there. Yeah, Joe Azuchi's last wave 4.93. To me, it could have gone higher, but probably comparing to the Monojo's and Tai's last wave, because they on the bigger size waves, they had more wall to it. And Joe, in the other hand, Joe's wave was a little bit smaller and a little bit less wall to work on. That's probably why he got the 4.93, but this is 矢作モノジョ選手3本目のライディングになります。これもしっかりと決めていきたいところ。小さい波でしたが、ここは攻めたんですが、少しこけてしまったようです。2本目のライディングで 6.83 をスコアして、現在第1位のポジション。安土城選手は1本目で 4.93 をスコアしています。プラス5分追加され、30分ヒートとなったヒート4では、残り時間20分というところになっています。
I love that. I get so excited when you give the updates in Japanese diets. It's cool.
Thanks.
I'm in awe. You're very good. Well, we've got 19 minutes to go, and looks like Joe Azuchi's up and riding.
安土選手、これはいい波になってきそうでしたが、少し力が入ったか、テールが抜けてしまいました。That was really unfortunate for Joe Azuchi. He just pushed a little too hard on that one, got stuck. That was really unfortunate for him. But still, there's 18 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, so he can go back and regroup.
Yeah. And Joe's on the Challenger Series.
Yes.
Yes. So he was in Newey. He made his first heat. Correct? In literally a buzzer beater moment.
Right, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and then I can't quite remember how much further he went through, but I remember watching that, and they had the camera on him as he was coming in. He needed a score and he got it.
Yeah, I remember that scene.
Yeah, and he was like, you could just tell that he was freaking out, and then the score came through and there wasn't much change. His shoulders just slumped a little bit, and he just looked like he could breathe again. It would have been a very stressful moment for Joe Azuchi. A first round knockout for the first Challenger Series event of the year is never nice.
No, never nice.
No, never in any event really. But yeah, he did well to make that heat and throughout the rest of the event. So Joe made the decision to come over here to Krui.
Right. And then probably he won't be joining at NIS Pro as he goes to South Africa for the next Challenger Series.
Yeah, over in Bolito. But seeing as we have a break in the action, we had the Pro Juniors on for the first 2 days of the Krui Pro. Let's take a look at the highlights from a couple of days ago.
Selamat pagi and good morning everyone. This is day 2 of Krui Pro 2025. We're going to start for semi-final Pro Junior of Men Division, quarter-final division, and also we're going to start for Open Division 2. And don't forget to watch it live on YouTube, WSL and ASC. Thank you.
Welcome back. Oh, that was full of exciting actions on our day 2 highlight.
Yeah, that was really exciting. We saw Iko Watanabe take out the Pro Juniors. He's also going to be wearing that yellow jersey, which is a part of the new Asia Super Surf Series, which is the Bonsoy Asia Super Series, which is going to be exciting. But yeah, what an incredible day that was, and we've had a wave that break. This is Ty Richardson. This one locks in at a 2.13 because unfortunately he comes unstuck. Willis Droomer gets another wave as well, and it is a 4.6. Gets a completion, but maybe a little bit hung up on that second or on that end completing turn.
And now Will is in the first place with a 517 and 460. 矢作物城選手、現在第2位のポジションです。2.94 をスコアすると第1位へ。安土城選手は現在4位、4.58 を出すことで第2位へと上がっていきます。残り時間が14分を切ったところです。本日はラウンドオブ64メンズヒート8までを行っていく予定です。ヒート8を終えると本日のスケジュールは終了となります。Little updates for the Japanese audience. And yeah, I remember Monojo spent quite a lot of time in Australia doing coaching session with Ty Richardson's dad, Mark Richardson.
Yep.
So actually, Ty and Monojo are really good friends.
Wow.
So Monojo used to stay at Ty's house, if I'm right, and they surf together. They've been to Oki's Grom and all the junior events in Australia, so they're a really close friend.
Wow, that is really cool. Ty, it's funny that you mentioned that, is also has just launched like his own surf coaching business as well, which is super cool. But
that's so cool.
Yeah, this is live action though. Willis just going to town on this smaller one. Oh, his backhand is looking really strong. Finishes that one off for Willis Droomer, who's 16 years old, a part of Torquay Board Riders. And I like this wave, Di.
It was a smaller size wave, but still, managed to put big solid turns in a critical section. It was a smaller wave, but well managed served and gets a finish. 3 big turns. So I'm curious how it's going to turn out because it was a smaller size waves, but still managed to put 3 solid turns. So is it going to be better his 517 or maybe less?
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the surfing was strong.
Right.
Let's take a look at this wave.
矢作選手、さあこれはいい波になってきてます。こちらは2本目のライディングのリプレイですね。これが 6.83 となりました。じゃあ最後のホワイトが何点出るのか。
Bang! I think that was his 683, right?
Yes,
that was lovely. That was really nice surfing.
So last white come in 4.07.
Wow, really?
So he's not gonna improve his backup score. It looked great, but probably the
wave size.
Yeah, wave size.
Yeah. Here we go. Ty Richardson up and riding, gets that quick float. Waiting for it to stand up once again. Buries a rail. Gets up and over that section as well. I'm sure that his board caddy, J.O. Kalupo, is being nice and loud right now. Ty goes for a 2-for-1 combo and gets a completion. So we'll see where that comes through. He only needed a 4.07, so it was a smaller wave once again.
Right.
Let's take a look at the replay.
Gets the first turn in, and it floats the section. Come around. He did a couple damage towards the end, and he gets a couple turns in, and from here, and it gets a finish. So it was a smart move, I reckon, because he only needs 4.01. And I gotta say, it's gonna be close or maybe meeting the requirement.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think it could be the score, but I think it just locks in at a 3 for Ty Richardson, it looks like. So with 10 minutes to go, Ty is still chasing that 4.01, that last wave, not the requirement. It was a smaller wave, so you can really see, especially from those last two waves of Willis Droomer and Ty Richardson. The judges want to see the bigger sections. This is a better looking wave for Ty Richo, and he just absolutely belts it. And yeah, that was a little bit better. Looks like that could really challenge for that 4.01.
Yeah, that was looking more like fourth, you know. This last section gets vertical and tags it right in the critical section, right out of it, so clean. Oh, last comes in 3.17. Not enough.
Wow.
Still needing 4.01. Probably he needed to do one more solid turn and he would get one. But not enough for that one, so need to get out and regroup. But there's still 9 minutes remaining in this heat.
Yeah, 9 minutes to go. Gets that quick check snap. I mean, I really liked this turn. I thought it was pretty solid. It had that, through heaps of spray, but the judges are asking for a little bit more. We've been saying all day that 4s are hard scores to get. And in reality, he needs at least a 5 anyway, because when Minojo gets up on another wave, he only needs a 2.94 to go to first, and I feel like we'll see him do that. He's looking really strong, and this is Joe Azuchi chasing a 4.58.
アズシ選手、重要な波になってきます。さあ、大きなカービングターン。そしてセクションが出てきました。ここで縦へのアクション、これもしっかり決めてきます。そしてもう一発、縦へストレートアップ。さあ、この波で 4.58 が必要。そして後ろからは、やはり物城選手、いい波に乗ってきましたが、少しプッシュしすぎたか。Well, that was a good surfing from Joe Azuchi, and unfortunate for Monojo Yahagi.
Wow, I cannot believe that. We are going to stick with this replay, and it is Joe Azuchi's last one. Nice opening backhand carve. Gets up and into that section, and you see him just do it again. 2 vertical backhand snaps. We'll see where this score locks in, and then this last wave of Minojo Yahagi. Wow, this was really, really unlucky because, that was shaping up to be a good wave.
And this is a Willis Droomer, very important wave, but just quick in and out. Smart decision from Surfer in white, just trying to go back out, regain priority over Joe Azuchi. But yeah, I got a feeling that Joe's last wave is gonna be a really great score because it has size, bigger size, and it was great transition in between turns. I really loved the second and third turn. Just went vertical, tags it in right in the pocket.
Yeah, I think it'll come in at a good number for Joe. I just cannot believe that last wave of Minojo Yahagi. I mean, if he gets knocked out in this heat, that's it. That wave is pretty much the decider.
That was turning point for Minojo.
Wow.
He only needs 2.94, and
yeah,
that wave looked really great. This one, let's have a look at replay of the last blue. Yes, this had a cleaner open face, but unfortunately he probably pushed it too hard on that section, as it didn't really step up for him.
Yeah, that was just such a shame because it looked like it had the opportunity of just continuing down the reef, but these things happen. He's back into that second priority rotation, so he's put himself in a good spot right now. And last wave of Joe Azuchi, that locks in at a 5.53. Willis Droomer drops down into second. Minojo Yahagi chasing a 2.94. Ty Richardson now looking for a 4.27. This is a really, really close heat between second and third. Wow, pretty much a point between them all with 5.5 minutes to go. It's pretty much the next wave is the decider.
You know, Monojo is sitting a pretty good place right now because only needing 2.94 and it has second priority. And Ty's has first priority but needing 4.27, which is pretty hard score to get for
Yeah.
this condition today. Needs to get on those one of the set. But this 矢作物女選手さ一発目大きなターンを入れてきた。この波とても重要になります。2.94 です。2位のポジションへ綺麗なターンを重ねていきます。これはいい波になってきています。しっかりとインサイドまで繋いでいき、ここからまた切り立っていくところへ縦へのアクション。どうでしょう、この後ラストセクション入れられるとさらにスコアを上げてきます。ここも入れてくれる。これは8ターン目になるでしょうか。そしてフィニッシュまで入れてきた。
Oh,
素晴らしいライディングです。Well, sir, from Monojo Yahagi. Back in the game.
Seriously.
Definitely meeting the requirement easy
Yeah.
to 9-4.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, probably put him into the first on that one.
Wow, that wave just offered more and more. We saw Willis Dreamer up on one as well, but we'll stick with the replays. And that last wave of Willis was maybe an important one for him. So 4 minutes to go. This last one of Minojo, though, really, really strong surfing. This wave just kept opening up for him. It just kept building. Right when you thought it was going to stop, right here, I was like, oh no, surely not. And then it just opens up once again. And Minojo just meeting every section with as much power and as much grunt as he could, and getting that finish was very important for Minojo, needing a 294. He gets it for sure. We'll see where it locks in, though it hasn't quite filtered on through yet. Last wave of white was just a 2.6, sorry, for Willis Dreamer.
Wow, definitely Monojo's legs are burning right now.
Yeah.
He put 8 or 10 turns in, but everything was on point. Everything was kind of solid turns till he gets a finish. I got a feeling that way put him into the lead, but we're still waiting for the last of blue. This is a last of white.
Oh.
Good opening turn with a lot of sprays. Unfortunately, he got stuck on the second one. It looked really good maneuver.
Yeah, that first turn was really nice. This last wave of Minojo is 6.43. It's Joe Azuchi up and riding.
さあ、Azuchi 選手はここはすぐプルアウトします。最後の矢作選手6本目のライディングで 6.43 をスコアし、現在第1位のポジション。第1位に矢作選手、第2位にAzuchi選手がクレジット。残り時間2分24秒です。What an exchange in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Minojo getting the jump on Joe Azuchi right now. Joe needs a 7.73 to go to first. It makes it a little bit harder for Willis Dreamer and Ty Richardson. Willis chasing that 5.3. Ty looking for a 5.83 now. And nice. Believe this is that 6.43. Yes. This is really, really strong surfing for Minojo Yahagi.
This must be a fourth turn.
Wow. Yeah, we're looking at the replay. And strong surfing for Minojo. Getting a couple of more connections through here, and we're going to stick with the replay, hoping there's no live action out the back as well. The last minute and a half is pretty important, and wow, 6.43 for Minojo Yahagi. Ty Richardson looks like he gets a wave as well.
It looks like red, white, green had a wave in the last 30 seconds. And blue is still on the wave. We missed the first section of this wave, but he gets spin, but unfortunately he comes unstuck. But red, white, and green, they all had a wave. So this is going to be a very important exchange.
Yeah, this is super important. I mean, these scores to lock in. Looks like Willis Dreamer's last wave locked in at a 3. Joe Azuchi has a score to lock in. Ty Richardson also has a number to come through as well with 40 seconds to go. He needs that 5.83 to get up into second place. 30 seconds left. Willis Dreamer is going to have a look at this one. Looking for a 6.16. The Victorian up on his backhand. Nice first turn. Gets a second one to complete it. Wow.
Big two-turn combo. Really love the first one. Connected so smoothly, and it gets the finish. So will it be 6.16?
Oh my goodness.
Azuchi選手はこれはクイックに キックアウトします。
Wow, this is crazy. It looked like Green may have got one a little bit wide potentially as well. This was an intense heat to finish it off. Wow. Minojo seems like he's safe right now.
Right.
Scores for Joe Azuchi, Willis Droomer, and Ty Richardson to lock in. We're going to stick with it.
We're gonna be on hold for a little bit. We are just waiting for a lot of waves to lock in. Very important exchange for white and green. Willis needing 616 and Ty is looking for wave 583, which both are really decent score. We kind of missed the live action, and we are not too sure what they did on the way, but here we are still waiting for the last of every surface.
Well, that last score of Joe Azuchi, it's a 6.97. This one right here, that was a massive first turn. Gets a second one in. He's saying, what more do you want from me? That was huge surfing from Joe Azuchi. Extends second place. Willis Droomer now needs a 7.5. His last was a 5.27. Ty Richardson looking for a 7.27. His last wave was a 4.57. So it's Minojo and Joe moving on through.
Wow, what a heat. But we are coming back to the round of 64, heat number 5 right after the break.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Welcome back. Day 5 of the Krui Pro. We just had a very intense finish to that last heat and we're straight into another one. This is Pajar up and riding on his forehand. Gets some solid turns in. Unfortunately, not quite the completion he was maybe looking for. He's taking on Reef Hazelwood, Mike Clayton Brown, and Rafael Castro. I'm True Starling, and joined in the booth to call me through this action is Mark Clift. Mark, talk me through this one.
Yeah, Reef Hazelwood, quality campaigner. He's been doing the rounds for a long time. Super polished with it once he gets the rashi on. He surfed at the highest level. He's done all his junior stuff over the years. He's been kind of everywhere for a long time in the Rash Fest. So let's see what sort of experience Reef can bring to this heat. And they're all big-time heats, really, when you look at the other people in this matchup. A couple of goofy footers, a couple of natural footers. And here is Mike Clayton Brown.
Yeah, nice two-turn connection there for Mikey. And, it was a really nice wave. He's getting his campaign underway. He had a great heat yesterday, I believe it was. So it was exciting to watch him. 28 minutes to go in this one. A few scores to lock in. A 1.93 for Rafael. Scores for Reef, Pajar, and for Mike Clayton Brown coming through as well. So already a busy start to this one.
Good to see. And I like the addition of the extra 5 minutes as well, just levelling up the playing field, making it a little fairer. But, geez, I watched that last heat from outside. There was so much goodness going on. Minojo and Joe Azuchi taking the qualifying spots there. Team Japan over the Aussies, Willis Droomer and Ty Richardson. Bit of a bummer. It was just quality. There was some what was the biggest number? Because I saw a lot of quality surfing.
Yeah, I think it was a 6.97 or a 6.93.
For Blue, right?
No, actually for Joe on his last wave. Yeah, he got a huge, literally it was his very last or second last wave. It was a massive turns. It was really exciting to see. Joe still came in second because Minojo Yahagi got 2 6s and solidified the lead. This is Mike Clayton Brown. He's having a look at this one. Patient there. Nice first turn. Waiting for it to stand up a little bit more, which it does. He gets a fins out. Smaller wave. as he tags it once again out behind him, Rafael Castro, as Mikey Clayton-Brown finishes that one off.
Yeah, look at it, Castro. He's picked a better wave. It's a little bigger. It's got a lot of bowly pockets to him. A quality performer throughout this event so far. He's had a couple of post-heat interviews, so he's won heats. He's looking really slick, and this wave probably got one more big hit in it. There it is. Job well done. Liked it.
Yeah, and how's this score for Reef Hazelwood? An 8.17. Wow. Huge surfing for Reef on his first wave.
And you know what? That doesn't surprise me one bit. I've seen Reef doing around the traps for a long time. This is the replay again, everybody, the Bonsoy replay. So thanks to the production team for giving us a second look at probably one of the best men's rides today. I haven't seen an 8 or an 817 on the men's side of the draw yet.
We saw Winter Vincent drop an 8.
An 8. All right, this is an 817 wave of the day out of the round of 64 for the men. Just quality precision surfing. He is just deadly when he gets the rashy on. He's been doing this forever, and he might be considered a little bit of a veteran in the rashy out there because he just has surfed so many heats.
Yeah, he has. He's showing the expertise right now from Reef Hazelwood. Loved that wave, that strong completion. He's looking sharp right now. And yeah, I'm excited to see the rest of this heat. It's the first time we've seen Reef Hazelwood in the rashy for this event. But Pajar's first wave locks in at a 617. So that's a really good score as well. Scores for Mike Clayton-Brown to lock in also with 25 minutes to go. We've already got a heat on our hands here, Mark.
Raf's got a good number to drop as well. So everybody is off and racing with a solidly good effort across 4 surfers. Just waiting for the natural footers numbers to drop. The Goofies have kind of set the pace here. And I feel for Ty Richo in that last heat and Willis Druma. They did some really good surfing. They had some big moments. But it was the 2 Japanese, Minojo, who's won up there in Nias in the Pro Juniors before. And Joe Azuchi's been a quality act for a long time. And Joe's doing it on the Challenger Series. So numbers are in almost. We've got one more. Actually, we've just got another one for Mike and Raf. So we'll just hold.
Yeah, wow. Important scores. 4.43 for Mikey on his first wave. It looks like he has a similar number. It's a 4.33 to lock in. So he goes out to an early lead. Raphael has one to lock in as well for that. He's just got so many turns on that wave.
I liked it. I think it'll be decent. It'll put him in the conversation. Maybe right around Marde's number. Either way, Hazelwood just showing that experience under pressure. Rafa's wave's in. Jeez, it didn't go anywhere near what I thought. A 383 must have been the size of the wave that the boys didn't really rate. Did some good surfing. Still has 23 minutes to work on it. Yeah. But he's a quality act as well. This is, mark my words, this is a really tough heat.
Oh yeah, they're all tough heats in this round of 64. I feel like every heat we say that, and then you see the next one, you're like, wow. It's hectic. There's so many good surfers in the draw. That last of Raphael, 383. Potentially the wave size, you can do good surfing on it, but if it's a smaller wave, the judges do cruel you for it. And someone who was on some of the best waves in that last heat was Minojo Yahagi. He is there with Daiwako.
素晴らしいヒートでハイスコアが連続して出てきたヒートとなりましたが、まずヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、開始早々6点出せて、で他の人が4点と5点とかだったんで、あと1本バックアップかもう1本大きいスコア出して勝とうっていう作戦だったんですけど、なかなか決められなくて結構焦っちゃいました。
So he had a good start with a good score, but after that he kept falling off and it kind of get him nervous, but still managed to get through this round. その後いくつか失敗を繰り返した中でいいライディングをまたして1位に返り咲いたと思うんですが、失敗した後にどういうマインドセットの切り替えでまたこの1位に戻ってきたんですか？
プライオリティ持ってたんで、この右のピーク移動して出そうとしたんですけど、ちょっと思った以上にたるくて僕ちょっと苦手だったんで、最初決めれたアウトのピークで掘れてる波狙おうと思ってちょっと戻りました。
Even after a few falls and he was nervous, but he knew that he if he get the wave like first one, he can do what he needs to do, and that's exactly what he did. それでは最後に、たくさんの方見てくれてると思うのでメッセージの方お願いします。
そうですね、今年一発目の QS6 なんで、ここ勝って今年いい年にできるよう頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Thank you, Dai, and thank you, Manojo. Yeah, he had a great heat. He was looking deadly out there, honestly. Every wave he had, he absolutely tore it to bits. It was so good to watch. It was a tough heat as well. But this one, also a tough heat, a 4.43 and a 4.33 for Mike Clayton-Brown. Reef Hazelwood has an 8.17, huge score. Pajar, that's 6.17 as well, and a 3.83 for Raphael. That's his best number so far, but we're about 10 minutes into this heat.
So Pajar, I remember last year, Mate Ariana, runner-up there in the juniors, around at Krui left, pushed Bronson all the way in that result. He's always a finalist sort of in pro juniors and events in Bali. He's a big deal. He's very consistent. Got just about every move in the book as well that I've seen from him so far.
Yeah.
And he's not prepared. He's prepared to bust them out at every opportunity. So let's have a look what he can produce this time. He's really slick. He's got one of those styles that's just non-stop movement and just rapid fire speed to burn. As I speak, he's just jamming heavily on the back foot. Throws it up a number of times in a short space, throwing down some huge move. But here comes the deadly Reef Hazelwood, showing what the experience under the belt looks like, and just oozing confidence after his opening 8.17. That was so sick.
Oh, he just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? It's for us here that just want to do that, he just goes, yeah, it's all good. I
This
just
is how
pull
you
it
do
out.
it. Watch this.
Do it with my eyes closed. Huge for Reef Hazelwood. I mean, he just looks so comfortable right now. He's always deadly on his forehand, his backhand also, and that was a lovely turn to just tie the bow on that way. That's going to be a really good backup score. And I love watching Reef surf. He's always very confident. And this last one of Pajar was a huge wave as well. Nice first turn. Love this one here. Gets a little bit of a tweak of the tail. Drives through that. That was solid. And it was really good surfing. He did exactly what he needed to do and kicks out at the perfect moment.
Team Indo down there, vacating most of the spots, taking up most of the spots in the athlete zone. Their boys are going back-to-back heats. They've still got Western coming up next. It's Bronson in the heat after. So no doubt they'll be parked up there for the rest of the day's format. Marde's just throwing down numbers. He's already got a 6.17 and a 5.33. There his top two scores, a number to be owed by Reef. So the judges will compare what Marde did for his 5.33 up against the brilliance of what Reef Hazelwood just did. He's in the excellent range again. Had to be. No one else has thrown down moves like that so far. So Reef's just got about his business quietly for an 8.23 and an 8.17, and he's still got 18 minutes remaining. What the?
Yeah. Maybe he can come in and head over to Leafy's and grab a coffee or something. And not that he needs it. He looks like he's got enough energy as it is for Reef Hazelwood. That was,
And you know what? The 8.23 was two moves.
Honestly. And that's, incredible stuff from Reef Hazelwood, just showing us how it's done. 16.4 combination, probably the highest we've seen today. For sure, 2.8s is a pretty healthy heat total.
Yep, it's all about second spot now.
What's his plan? I'm wondering if he's going to head up the reef and see what's going on up there.
I reckon he parks up and waits for the biggest set in these next 80 minutes. You're right, he's paddled right past the boys. He's going on a bit of a hunt. He's got fourth priority, so no point sitting next to these three. And that was a good call, True, because he heard you and he's gone, right, let's see what's going on up there. I did see Manojo take away from up there and connect it all the way through. Last heat, I saw Ty Richo get one from up there and connected all the way through. So they're there.
Well, it's really interesting that you say that, because it's hard on the broadcast to know where they're taking off.
They sat so far up. They were up where that thing's broken from now.
Wow, I didn't realise that's how far up they were sitting.
They were a long way. I was sitting next to Tim Hayne and Tim's like, look at those two guys sitting in the middle of nowhere. And I went, I had to get out of my seat to see them and went, yeah, you're right.
Wow.
They both got one from up there all the way through.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
there. The waves are there. So the experience of Reef Hazelwood, he's got nothing to lose. He's up there for investigate the top end of the reef. All the boys are wondering what Reef's on about. Do we follow him? Do we hold? He seems to know what's going on in this heat. Should we follow him?
Well, Pajar just locked in that 5.33 for his last wave. So he's so far got a pretty good heat total for second place. Mike Clayton Brown needs a 707. He's having a look at this one with priority. It's a bigger looking wave. Wow, looking like it's picking up a little bit. Nice first turn for Mikey. Brings it around for a smooth carve. Identifies this section, goes up and into it once again. Needs to probably go a little bit harder, which he does on that fourth turn. And driving through another one, but unfortunately just a bit of an awkward
Over and
mishap
out.
there.
Yeah, geez, he didn't need that to happen. He was just connecting everything so well. And I guess he's hearing the other numbers in this heat and he's feeling threatened. Sitting in third spot, and you're hearing, sixes and eights and all sorts of numbers dropping. So I liked his attack. It was A grade. It was through the roof at every opportunity. Had a really good section ahead of him now, and he gets up here and just really pierces the lip beautifully. Well done. So it was looking good. It still looks all good. He fell right at the end of this thing, but I think he's got enough goodness there to extract something out of the judges that's going to keep him in arm shot of Ariana. Who's holding down second spot.
Yeah.
Still a really good wave in this heat. Exactly what the natural footers need to do to respond here. The Goofies have really torn the pieces out of these first 10 minutes.
Yeah, they really have. They've just been showing up in this heat, and it's exciting to watch.
And
Would you prefer to be a goofy or a natural out here right
oh,
now?
geez, that's a good point. I don't know. I like
Are you natural or goofy?
I like surfing back. I'm a natural footer. I like surfing. I like surfing my backhand on long lefts. Geez, I don't know. I'd just like to be out there. How about that?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
That's a great answer. Yeah.
It's been a while.
Wow.
I even just about forget what day it is.
Saturday.
Yeah, we had our last surf on Monday on our first lay day. Had a couple of surfs that day, but I knew we had some big work days ahead of us, so we'll just rip into a quick bonsai break, and we'll come back with a little bit more action, hopefully in the back end of Heat 5.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
So previously, MCB, Mike Clayton Brown, a 6.37 for that long left that he fell on. It's the third best wave of this matchup and holds him in really good stead now to have a shot at overtaking Marta Ariana. Here's the wave again. He did a lot of good, strong surfing, as you would expect out of the experienced campaign of MCB. A little fall at the end. I don't think it really affected his scoreline too much. The wave was pretty done by then.
Yeah, he did really well. 6.37 is sitting healthily in his scoreline. He only needs a 5.13 now, so smart decision from Mikey to use his priority on that wave, and he did really well attacking those sections. Imagine if he had opened up a little bit more on the inside, if he didn't fall. He might have had maybe a better finish, maybe a better score, who knows, but a fair bit of damage was done anyway.
Yeah, he did what he had to do to stay in touch. So, all right, that's one of the natural footers that's crept a little closer. Rafa in the green with 12 minutes and priority. He needs to put a number on the board shortly, but here goes MCB right now. No, that's why Rafa let it go. When you've got priority, you can afford to be picky and make sure it's worth pulling the trigger on the P.
Yeah, for sure. It's smart from Mikey to just keep catching waves under priority, stay busy, roll with the momentum. A 5-1-3 isn't a big score. I'm wondering if maybe it's worth him going up to where Reef is, getting away from everyone, and seeing if he can get a 5-1-3 up there. Maybe Reef's just enjoying that time, trying to stay cool.
Pressure's off for Reef.
Yeah, there's an 8-2-3 and an 8-1-7. There's no point really catching another wave unless he thinks it's going to be a 9, really, or unless he gets first priority.
Well, in that other heat where I suggested Manojo and Richo both got away from up there, there was a 3-wave set, actually. Blue got the first one and fell. Ty Richo got the second one. And then Manojo jumped on another one that took him all the way down the point and turned into a really good score.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So there was a
awesome
3-wave set. So does Mike have a squiz at it? Maybe. Could be worth trying. Either way, if he does, it's probably throwing everything at it because there's only 11 minutes remaining. So if you go up there, you're kind of hedging your whole heat on that decision.
Yeah.
A higher percentage players he's thinking is just hang down here with the team and see if he can just wrangle something out of these two.
Yeah. See if he can try and scratch onto the end of this one. Rafael Castro. He's having a look at it, though. High lines to start. Draws off the bottom. Nice. Opening backhand carve. Gets a second turn in. Not the completion he was looking for, though. Wow, that could have turned into a pretty good wave.
Well, the pressure's mounting. There's no doubt about that. He probably realised his first turn was more of an out and back manoeuvre. You watch this, it was no real verticalness about this turn here. Just sort of had to slash it back and stay with the foam. So he knew he had to do something big over the handlebars through the back end of turn 2. Effectively a 1 manoeuvre wave there for Rafa. Score's already in as just a mid 2.
Yeah, that was
so Reef's come back to the pack.
He's come back down. He's got second priority. Maybe he was doing it heading up there to see if he could get back in a priority rotation to save him from making any mistakes, because we actually have seen that today. Unfortunately, Sumomo Sato getting knocked out because she took off with second priority and dropped in on Sai Maniwa, who had first priority. And this right here, wow, I thought Mikey was going to have a go on that one, but doesn't do much. And yeah, so I feel like that's probably smart from Reef to get away from the pack, head up the point and wait till he gets back in priority.
He decided to give himself only a short amount of time to see if a set come. Like you said, now he's in second priority.
Yep.
He's come back down to the boys to keep everybody a bit honest here. There's 9 minutes remaining. Realistically, he's comboed the pack. So there's still no pressure there for Red. He's done the job 2 ways, back to back in about the first 8 minutes, I think it was, of the heat. Just blew it apart. Did the first big air rev I've seen all event. Backed it up with a big, heavy, back-footed semi-layback slash. So Reef Hazelwood just showing his experience. He goes MCB.
Yeah, nice first connection. He's chasing a 5-1-3, floats it there. Needs to go big on this end turn. He does and gets a completion. That was a really well-surfed wave for Mikey. Wondering what this wave size was like. Let's go through it.
All right, so let's have a look. The judges see this. That was a really good up and over. 2 hits, super quick, no downtime, really strong on his third. Needs a mid-range number. I think the judges have got a little bit of a chat to go through and sort out where this score drops, because it's pretty vital.
Yeah.
He's playing catch-up big time. Made has not budged for a little while. I think he has actually owed a number. He might have just caught a low one. So, yeah, this will be interesting. MCB, he's clawing his way back into this heat. But just rapid-fire first 2 turns. We're just strung together seamlessly and just floated over some really, good sections for a small wave with a big, spicy last hit. The judges are going to have to give him some love here. He's trying to attract the minimum of a 5-1-3.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he might get it. I think it's better than his first wave. It's, maybe I'm wrong. Definitely wrong. 4.43. So it's the same as his first wave. It's not the score he was looking for. Mikey looking for a 5.13 to take second place with 7 minutes to go. He's back in 4th priority rotation.
Yep. I'm looking at that wave again. I just don't think it really gave him enough room to move and really extend and fully open up. Although it was fast and it had a lot of precision with a good end move, I think it just didn't open up enough for someone like Mike to get the best out of himself.
Yeah,
I still
agree.
liked it. I think the wave was the issue.
Yeah, and we've seen that a lot. We've seen good surfing go down on waves, but if they're the smaller waves, it's the judges have to cap it at 4s to 4.5s. They just have to, because there is sets coming through. So I understand the mentality behind that. You could see a little bit of frustration there from Mike, and he just seems like he thought it was going to be the score. It was strong surfing, but unfortunately, just the wave size not working in his favour.
The good news is he's still got 6 minutes to keep the belief. Although he has 4th priority, I think he's going to get another opportunity. The way the ocean is getting close-ish to low tide. Reef is in an excellent spot. What a position to be. 2 excellent numbers and priority and first. Red Rashy, tick, tick.
Yeah, he's done an excellent job in this heat. He's only ridden 2 waves, 817 and an 823. Thank you very much. And now he's just waiting for the next one to roll through. He's not going to take anything unless it's a set, pretty much.
Well, he doesn't have to. He kicked off, did all his work. He surfed an 8-minute heat, and then he's just paddled around and lolled around and listened to the other boys all fussing around for second spot. And he'll want to surf it out and ride into the beach.
Yeah.
He'll want to just go through with a little bit more momentum into the next round whenever we get to that point. It's round of 32. I haven't seen Reef in a QS event for quite a while. He's been high end. He's been up there in the CT and the challenges and all that sort of stuff. So he's back here regrouping.
What an event to start back in, though.
Oh, you can see why he's come. He just saw long left and being a goofy. Here he is, wave number 3. So a nice little wind up now. Just spins the wheels, makes that look real easy, puts him in a good position to kind of do it again. And his board just looks like it's glued to his feet at the moment. Everything he's trying is working, apart from there.
It's all good.
Doesn't matter.
He got the work done. He's already done the work in this heat. He can just have a bit of fun. Let's take a look at this replay, though. This first turn, as you mentioned, Mark, he just looks so effortless, so smooth. He makes it look that easy out there, and gets a second one in. He just knows where to place his board at the perfect timing, at the perfect place in the wave. Unfortunately, coming unstuck, but that's all good. Reef is just having a bit of fun out there. Locks in at a 413. And let's take a look. This is one of his 8s. So I think this is his first wave. This is an 817 for Reef Hazelwood. Throwing so much spray. Floats it here. And huge surfing for Reef. Really lays into that turn. Driving through another one. He just opens up more and more towards the back end of that wave. And this is the 823.
All right. So just the amount of variety he's shown in one heat. All right. There's another huge moment. He made that look real easy. And then he just lays back on a heavy back foot hammer here. Watch this. Boom. 2 maneuvers, 823. He's probably done about 6 or 7 different moves in this heat that have all looked insane.
Yeah, he's just brought the variety for sure in this heat. It's been so great to watch, and we got just over 3 minutes to go. It's well and truly a battle for second. Pajar, who is in second, is comboed for first. So it's all eyes on Mike Clayton-Brown and Rafael Castro. Mikey chasing 513. Rafa looking for that 767 to go to second. They're not big scores, but difficult to get on days like today.
Yep. A 767 would have to be one of the better waves of the day for Rafa. He does have priority sitting right amongst blue and green. Blue and white right between them. MCB's had a good swing at the title for second. Just fell short on his last wave. So he'd be sort of thinking about that. What do I need to do? Got to go about 0.6, 0.7 better than that last effort. And he's got to hope that Made doesn't upgrade. Surfer in blue's got second priority. So both the Goofies did all their work early in this heat. They got off to ripping starts. The boys on the backhand have clawed back steadily.
Yeah, they well and truly have. Hopefully we get another wave exchange in the last 2 minutes of this heat. We keep seeing it time and time again. And it's Pajar right now. If he can better that 533, he'll make it harder for Mike and Rafael. So Just under 2 minutes to go. Reef is slowly making his way back out into the lineup. But it is all eyes on white and green.
And to me, it looks like Reef's still got another gear. He's made this heat look so easy just by cruising around on the better waves, mixing up the variety. This fella here, like I said, he's got so many different moves as well. He's throwing everything at it to try and extend second place. This is crucial now for Rafa. He's got to go really big. He needs a mid-range 7. So a couple of things have to go really right on the back end of this wave for Raf. I think it was a little too short. Didn't offer enough mean sections that he needed for that 767. But as I just look at this next heat, I'm just going to, have a look at the replays.
Yeah, this is that last wave of Raphael. Nice first turn, gets a second one in. He's a really smooth surfer, easy to watch. And tags it there as well, but just unfortunately lacking that real strong moment that you would expect to see on a 767. And this is a replay of that last of Pajar. Gets that first turn in, goes to the air, but just doesn't quite execute on that rotation. So with 40 seconds to go, it's Mike Clayton Brown. He has first priority, waiting for a wave and a score. He needs a 5-1-3. Looks like there's something coming.
MCB.
Is he going to be on this first wave? Oh my goodness. Here he goes. Mike Clayton Brown up and riding, chasing a score.
Ouch, 20 seconds. That may be it. And meanwhile, Hazelwood out the back with priority. He might scoop up this thing.
Yeah.
Yes, here he goes. So let's just have a look at the goofy footer. He surfed a brilliant heat, folks. He might even get tubed. He does. Oh, my goodness. Reef Hazelwood with a big fin blast into rotation at the end. Absolutely best on ground out of today. Reef Hazelwood, huge surfing at every opportunity. Just surfed a perfect heat. He's made a huge statement here in the round of 64.
Yeah, he really has. Reef is back and he's ready to go. I mean, an 8-2-3 and an 8-1-7. Not is that last wave going to go into his top 2? You just never know. And what an exciting way to start.
I think it will.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 good things happened. There was that. There was this tube, which they've been rare. And then a big fin blast here at the end that he throws into full rotation. Rides out easy as you like. Yeah. Hazelwood has set the bar pretty high and sent a clear message to everybody else. Catch me if you can. This is what it's going to take. That was awesome. So he will win. It's looking like Made for sure finishes in second. So although we're waiting for some scores, we definitely have the result in front of us. Our next matchup, we'll get to that shortly, but it will feature Alistair Reginato, Kobe Clements, Weston Hurst, and Ricky Sato.
Wow.
Let's throw to an ad break, and we'll be back shortly with that matchup.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
All right, Krui Pro Day 5. We're watching our third last heat of the day. It's Heat 6. It's another banger. We've got Weston Hurst is there in white. He's already caught a wave. Alistair Reginato in red. Kobe Clements in the blue. Ricky Sato in the green. 3 natural footers taken on the goofy-footed Weston Hurst out of Bali.
Yeah, so you must be excited to be watching this heat. Another Lakey Peak boy.
Yeah, I dig it. I really like this stuff, and I love what Weston does. So I may sound a little biased at times, but hey, that's just me.
Yep, so that is us on screen, guys. We are super excited to be watching this heat. Weston has been really on a roll lately. He looks a little unstoppable.
He's a big strapping lad. He's only 16. He copped a 4th in the Pro Junior Men's, but he made some big statements in that division, throwing down 8s pretty much every heat until he got to the final. And he got beaten by Team Japan, but he didn't. He went down swinging, and his fan base is growing, and so is he. 16 years old. He's a big strapping lad. And out of Lakey, I'm sure his dad Troy's watching, and mum Uni. Maybe all his mates down there in Lakey Town, if the boys are. Probably there in Compass Restaurant, maybe 3 Waves as well. Onky and the team. Weston was a huge, just a big part of the Lakey clan, and he's in Bali now. He's obviously in the Rizal Tanjung sort of stable there, along with Bronson and Varun. I imagine Team Indonesia has not gone anywhere from the viewing area of the athlete zone. It's good to see them all hang out so long, just, throwing mojo at Fajar and Ketut and Made Joy, and now Weston. Bronson's coming up in the last heat, I think it is, of the day.
Yeah, so I was just over there with the crew. It's a great energy that there is. They're all there supporting each other, giving each other that extra bit of energy, and I was telling Dai that sometimes having that group there with you, it makes you feel so much better and so much more confident, and you just feel like you have that extra support, and it could really make or break your heat.
For sure. I mean, your mindset, it's got to be right there, because it can be a lonely place. You're a long way from Bali. They're a long way from their family and their best friends they surf with every day. They all want a piece of the pro surfing, and this is what it takes to perform at this level. And if your mates can get around you and just that support and just some solid words in your ear before you go out, and feeling that love that you're not on your own, although you're a long way from home, so are a lot of your other friends, and they're all here in a gang, all doing it together, so you're not in it solo.
Yep, that's exactly right. It's the home away from home right now, and it's a really tight group out there. I saw Kian as well. He's part of the group. They were all there supporting each other. He will be competing probably tomorrow, so I'm excited to see that. And we're gonna head over to a quick post-heat interview as there's a break in the action.
Wow, Reef, what an exciting heat that was. Our first heat here at the Krui Pro. Well done.
Yeah, thanks. Been waiting a bit and just surfing a lot, so nice to get that one out of the way and start with a good heat, so it was fun.
What was the game plan going into that one? It's been a little tricky throughout the day, so how'd you attack it?
Yeah, definitely. Saw a heat when no one, Ash didn't get a wave, and so I was like, all right, like, you kind of got to be patient for the good ones. And so I was nice to be able to have that pay off, and I knew which ones I wanted, and so I was just patient for them, and then I got them, so it was good.
Being here in Krui, I mean, it's a perfect left point. You must be losing your mind as a goofy putter. How do you contain the excitement?
I may not have actually done the best job, because I went to get my jersey and I grabbed the wrong one, and I was a heat early, so I was definitely pretty keen to get out there. But yeah, I'll try not to do that next heat.
Please do, because that was an exciting heat for us to watch. I'm sure you have lots of people at home and around the world watching. Is there anyone you'd like to say hi to?
I'd love to say hi to my family in Oz and also my family in the US. Miss you guys and love you all, and can't wait to see you all.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Reef. We'll see you in the next round.
This interview I've seen this week, Reef just full of excitement, and reckons he over frothed by grabbing his rash vest a heat too early. That's how keen he was to get out there.
Yeah, and some of these guys have been waiting almost a week to surf their heats, so everyone is frothing to get out there, and some still haven't surfed. We'll see them tomorrow, as today we're going to be ending with heat 6. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, we will be starting off with heat 9.
Okay, so we go up to heat 8. This is heat 6.
Sorry.
That's all right. No worries.
It's been a long day.
We know what you meant.
It's been a long day.
And a slow, sleepy start to this one. Weston with just a 2, and the Aussies, Alistair and Kobe, waveless. Here is Weston Hurst again, a little inside Reef runner.
So Weston just trying to keep busy in this heat. That was a good first turn. Gets around that section, takes to the air, and manages to spin it around. That was an incredible start for Weston Hurst.
he can do better. He knows that. We've seen a lot better out of him this week as well. He's just like you said, just trying to build some sort of numbers instead of sitting there getting all nervous because he's up against 3 solid campaigners that, he's got a big bag of tricks as well, and that was one of them. On a small little scrappy wave, doesn't matter, just sort of staying motivated and in rhythm with the ocean. He's up against 2 really high-profile Aussies in Alistair Reginato, Kobe Clements, and a big hitting Japanese surfer there in Riki Sato.
Kobe Clemens, one of the most loved surfers on the QS. He is so kind and always says hello to everyone. Every time someone mentions his name, you hear someone comment, "Oh, I love Kobe. He's the best."
Well, here's Ricky. So Team Japan will be lighting up now as Ricky belts his first 2 sections, but can't stick that finishing move. So a 1 maneuver wave to lock in for the Japanese campaigner in green. And here is Kobe.
This is Kobe on his backhand. Good first opening turn here. Sets it up for the second one. Goes upside down. Whips that tail around. This is an incredible start for Kobe Clemens. And will he manage to hold on? And he does. So that is an exciting start for Kobe.
Red now. Alistair comes to the party. One of the burly board riders here. Just chipping away. His waves sort of dropping some sleepy sections, but he's doing some strong surfing. Just kind of hanging in there. He's hoping this inside track steepens up. There's a section. So he tags it another time, and a big finish would be really handy, and a huge vertical hit. A couple of them to finish off. Get out of there, Al, and get back out. That was pretty sick.
We've got a heat in our hands. That's an incredible start for both Alistair and Kobe Clemens. This is going to start to get interesting. It is Westonhurst now with the work cut out for him. Those are going to be some pretty high scores.
They will be. Both the Aussies just really went crackers on the wave on their opportunities. Ricky kind of fell, and we'll never know where that score could have gone. But Kobe just jammed it all in hard, high, tight, in a short wave, just non-stop motion, and really connected the dots. His final hit was just all time.
I feel like this wave kind of grew as it went down the reef. It started off as a pretty small wave, and it kind of increased in size.
Whereas L starts well. His wave goes a little sleepy. He does get a really strong finish out of this, but a little bit of semi-downtime. All right, that wasn't a gigantic move either, so he's just now just hanging in there because he saw something starting to head his way down the line. So just biding his time. Gives it another little half move right there, but bang, this is money all over it, and this turn as well, crunch. So the judges will have to go, okay, Kobe or Al, which one? All right, we are back. Sorry for the crew online for freaking you out. We just had some little issues most of the morning before we started play down here. There were some internet moments and some power issues. They've just caught up with us at the back end of the day, so sorry for that little glitch. But the numbers on the board look insane for Kobe Clemens. There was rapid-fire, upside-down manoeuvres for an 850, just dynamic surfing on a bowly wave. We saw Alistair right behind that wave do a lot of surfing on a flatter wave that had downtime for a 6. Didn't see Weston's wave of 4 as his better number. And Ricky didn't do a whole lot in the break there either. So you can see all the numbers on stage there, everybody. Apologies for the downtime. Well, it's living in the jungle and being in a remote area. You know, stuff happens.
Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Kobe Clemens an 8.5, Alistair Reginato a 6. So those were the numbers we were expecting, but the judges really kind of putting the exclamation mark on the quality over quantity. You know, Kobe's only had 3 turns on his wave, and Alistair had quite a few more, but Kobe's were just super back-to-back, vertical, powerful. So really well done from Kobe.
Just dynamic surfing in a small amount of time with no downtime. That's what excites the judges. And once the hairs on their necks stand up, they start throwing big numbers.
That's
Kobe
right.
lit it up. Well done. All right, so it's going to be, let's see how their backup scores start to drop. We've still got just under half this heat remaining. Western there is in second, but it's the dodgy second with Reginato looking for just a takeoff, get to his feet to move into that position. Ricky yet to really bother the scorers too much at all. But he still needs only a 388. It's kind of not really set yet and not accurate because the two highest scorers do not have second waves.
Yeah, so a little bit of a slow heat. I mean, we're just past halfway. We only have had a couple waves surf. Not everyone has had a backup. But we've moved on to the 30-minute heats as we've had a bit of a decrease in the wave size and it's been a little bit slower. So it's great call from everyone from the WSL and ASC here. The conditions are still incredible. I mean, it's still glassy. We've had some great waves. Kobe Clemens an 8.5, Asa Reginato 6, just like a quick example of the type of quality surfing we've had.
Reef Hazelwood's thrown eights and all over the place in his match, up for a 16.40 two-wave total just moments ago. He got barreled, he did air revs, he did big layback hacks, he did a little bit of everything. At the end, he even ended up throwing away a 7.5. We went off air just before that score was in. So a pair of eights, throwing away a 7.5 just for fun. So the waves are out there is where I'm going with that. So it's still highly contestable. 30-minute matchups, you know, you've just got to get it done. You've got to adapt and go out there with some clear tactics and just, you know, stick to what you know and make the most of your chances.
Yeah, I think it's really important today to, when the sets do come, that you have the priority and to be in the right side of that exchange because there's not that many opportunities today. So you either have to start early and build on your score or just wait for the sets. I feel like those have been the two strategies we've kind of been seeing all day.
And none better today than exactly that. Reef Hazelwood, he dropped that 8.17 and the 8.23 within about 8 minutes of the start of a heat and then just went up the top of the point for just for a bit of paddling practice, came back, rode another wave that he fell on and then put together a 7.5 when he's included a tube and a reverse at the end of it as well. So a little bit of everything going on there. In the last heat we're talking about, this heat really yet to explode other than the 8.50 Kobe Clemens was just insane surfing.
Yeah, I feel like we've had a big change in equipment as well, you know, with that drop in size. The board shapes have kind of changed, the tails maybe, the fins, everything has gone to maybe boards with less rocker, and I've seen a couple swallowtails come out and squash instead of the pins. So it's pretty interesting to ask the surfers as well how they change their equipment depending on the waves.
Right on. So you got to have a board for everything. It's hard to travel with the the perfect board for all conditions. We are forecasting and looking ahead. Here's the replay. So let's watch this 8 again. 8.5. This is it. Kobe. Boom. Upside down. Another great section. Blast it big time again. He gets to this section now, really tees off. Even spins the wheels a little bit out the back and lands it. So much work went into a small space. It was just congratulations, Kobe. 8.5, the best number here this afternoon in the round of 64.
Yeah, so Kobe feeling pretty comfortable now, just under 10 minutes with that 8.5. He's definitely going to be kind of itching to back that up. We've seen it a few times today where someone has one big score but isn't able to really back it. So that's going to be an important part here for Kobe on the back end of this heat. As we see Weston now taking a look at this insider. He's got some work to do, wants to get rid of that 2.7. One big turn. This wave is going to give him a little more to work with on the inside. He busts the fins out, all three out the back, and he's going to finish this one strongly. So huge. Oh, unfortunately, isn't able to.
Fins out again, but he goes down. Red's kind of got stuck. He knows it. That's Alistair. He needed a 0.7 to move into Western's spot, but we've also got a score for Western. Let's stay with the dynamic Kobe Clemens.
Yeah, so here we go. He's going to be trying to replicate his last wave big 2 first turns here. This wave is going to give him one more section here, and that is Kobe Clemens going to town on an insider, but he made that look great. He's going to be backing up that 8-5 really nicely. So I think it's Kobe Clemens out at a comfortable lead.
Oh, for sure. 6 surfing again in a small space. You know, even his bottom turns are to die for. He brings them from that deep, and it puts him, you know, above the lip every time. Super tight. Even his finishing move again, you know, kicking the fins out, just adding a bit more degree of difficulty and variety. I'm sure we're going to see these rides again. So Weston's wave, a real mini wave, although he did kick the fins out a couple of times as well. It was going to be hard to extract a big number out of such a small wave. That was pretty sick. I liked it. I love what Weston does. And the finish again, fins out again, boom.
I mean, if he completed that last turn, I think that was actually going to be a really good score for Weston. It was a smaller wave, but he worked that out really nicely. Now this is Kobe Clemens, the man of the hour. And this wave comes in at a 7.50. So that was an incredible job for Kobe.
All right, missed the start of L's wave. He flicks off. He's kind of a fair way down the reef, so I imagine there was a lot of room to move and to produce something on that wave. A big burger rolls through caddy corner down in front of Lani's. So here it is again, G.
So this is a replay of the last of Alistair. Big first opening turn, and I love this second one. Super, super dynamic from Alistair Reginato. This is where we kind of caught on with him. This is a great wave for Alistair. 3 big turns. He took it all the way down to the inside, and he's going to be backing up that 6 really nicely.
Oh, yeah. I think this could be the 3rd best score of the heat. It was pretty chunky surfing on a bigger wave. He's still not getting quite the real bowliness that of Kobe's waves, but there was still a lot to like about what Al just did. He's a quality act. He's been doing the rounds for a long time, and he really threw in some huge moves on a bigger wave, more importantly. So I'm pretty certain Al for sure will get a big jump over Weston, who's already in second, but that won't last for long. Weston is comboed to win. Al won't be. He's not. Well, he won't be once this next score drops, I think.
That's definitely going to be Alistair's best score of this heat. Those were some pretty impressive turns that he did. A little bit of a bigger wave than Kobe's last one, so that could definitely help him in his score line. We're just waiting for that last one to come in. It is Kobe right now taking a look at this one on the inside, but decides to just hold back.
Well, the judges having a good think about Al's wave, so they've probably watched it a few times. Maybe some discussion, or maybe just a couple of different angles of the wave. It's really good. Big numbers coming in. It's right next door to Kobe's last wave for a 7.67, second best wave of the heat. So Al celebrates by slapping the water. His 6 looks really good next to his 7.67 now. So huge numbers. Westonhurst, boy, needs almost the perfect number to get out of trouble. And Ricky Sato, who's yet to really enjoy this heat, is now comboed.
This is Alistair now with 4th priority, just taking a look at this little one. He definitely knew that it wasn't going to improve his scoreline, but, you know, keeping busy, wanting to stay on his feet. At this point, he must be feeling pretty comfortable. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to take advantage of this heat. Since it's so crowded on the free serves, maybe I'll get a couple rounds in now.
No, he's done some good work. He's been a quality campaigner for a long time. Alistair Reginato, all the Burley boys will know that. The Aussies are sitting pretty in 1-2 at this stage. They've really blown apart their waves. None better than Kobe Clemens. 8.50 is the best wave today for the men's. A 7.5 solid backup, but Al answered back in perfect fashion. Reginato, an 8.34 to win, or more importantly, just enjoy the back end of these 4 and a bit minutes. Something better than a 6 would be nice to really snuff out Weston's campaign and Ricky's.
Yeah, Alistair has been a bit of a big performer here in Krui. He's had some good results. We've seen his backside really make him pass some rounds here. So he's definitely a name to keep an eye on in this event. Kobe Clemens as well. And we were just speaking earlier, Kobe has gotten the first 10 last year in Nias.
Yeah.
He had some crazy rides, so he was kind of the starting point of that run of 10s we had.
Fire starter. He lit the fire up there at Nias. Indeed, he did. And it was an incredible ride. I'll never forget seeing the replays of that 10. And then throughout the day, there was about another 10 10s that dropped. It was just one of them unbelievable moments in surfing. It all went down at our next stop up there in the Gundry Bay. But at this point, we're just talking about, things we're going to see. And Reginato's been around for a long time. I believe Weston Hurst will be around for a long time. He's 16. He's got to be one of the youngest dudes still in the draw. I love what he does. Ricky Sato, it's a real pity that things haven't clicked for Ricky. He's such a good, strong Japanese surfer. Has not even had a bite of the cherry in this matchup. 3 minutes to go. The Aussies have done it, and they've done it pretty well so far.
Yeah, this has been an incredible heat, and it's gone by so fast. So there, Alistair just taking a look at this wave on the inside. He needs to improve on a 6. Doesn't look like this wave might be just that, but it looks like he's just having a bit of a...
Surfing his way.
Yeah. He's like, I think I've done enough.
Might as well surf in rather than paddle in. Yep, Laxadaisy. Job well done.
So earlier in this heat, we saw that big burgery right come in. That's a good sign. When you see that, you know that there's swell on the way.
All right, what do you do this Arvo G? You're going to have a little splash out there at the end of heat 8?
I don't think so.
I'm going to go for a paddle somewhere. I just got to get wet.
I think I'm going to take it easy this afternoon.
Saturday afternoon at Tanjung Setia area. We're down here in the Pesisir Barat region, the province of Lampung. It's South Sumatra. It's a good place to come to if you're thinking of a holiday and just want to investigate what the fuss is all about and how come everybody in their post seats say they love Krui. There's so much to do. There kind of is. There's a lot of accommodation to suit everyone's budget along this point and elsewhere. There's all sorts of waves to suit people's level. There's some killer surf, there's some friendly surf, and there's some long point breaks. That's pretty cool. All right, a little mashup of what happened here in this heat. This is the man of the moment, Kobe Clemens. Deep bottom turns and piercing the lip has been the theme of his heat. At every opportunity, blasting big time. That's the 7.5. Here's Al's last wave. This was a 7.67G.
Huge first opening turn and does the same on this second one. He really took advantage of that wave that it was standing up. He just weaves through this second part as he waits for this wave to give him a little bit more. So this was a really well-read wave from Alistair Reginato.
Yep, a lot of his board out above the lip and 3 sections there. Slightly bigger wave than Kobe's, so it just went a little above Kobe's last number that we just saw on the Bonsoy replay. Production team have been doing a good job bringing us these replays today, so thanks, team. 30 seconds remaining. It's going to be the Aussies moving through to the round of 32. Weston Hurst, he's got plenty more years at this level. He's still got 4 years as a pro junior. And Ricky Sato will probably have a debrief with his team and try and work out what went wrong. Could be a little sign-off wave for Ricky. Here he goes, deep on the peak with 10 seconds to go. So it's the last we see of Ricky Sato. Signs off with one last hit. He'll be bitterly disappointed, but that's the nature of competition. Not everyone can get through. Congrats to Kobe and Alistair. We will throw to a short advertisement and back with Heat 7 in just a moment.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000. This is day 5, and currently in the water we have, in the round of 64, Heat 7, We have John Mark Takong, also known as Marmar from the Philippines, Axel Kurata in blue, Willem Watson in white, and Tane Dobbin in the green. I want to welcome back Dai.
This is heat 7, so 2 more heats and day 5 will be finished up. But this is very interesting, exciting matchup.
Yep, you are correct. The next heat will be the last one of the day. We will start tomorrow bright and early with heat 9. So probably finish off the round of 64 tomorrow. I think it is predicted that today is the smallest day of competition, and it will be picking back up after this. Took a quick sneak peek of the forecast for NIAS, and it's looking pretty solid for our time there as well. Lisa sent me a screenshot of the forecast. She is the owner of the restaurant Casa Bebas, which is absolutely delicious. And she was like, "Oh, I think it's going to be pretty good when you guys get here."
Wow.
So big shout out to the crew at Casa Bebas. We'll see you guys very, very soon. But in the water right now, John Mark Takong, probably the prince of Cloud9.
Right.
He's comfortable in those rights, but really, really good at surfing these lefts. Represents Philippines almost at every ISA I've seen him. And in most WSLs, especially around Asia, he does these Krui and NIAS events every year. I know he's been a back-to-back winner at Cloud9 as well, and he always does well. Great results there for Maramar. I know he's very good friends with Oni Anwar.
Right.
And Oni is in Lakey Peak right now. They're both very good friends, so shout out to Oni. I know you guys are probably watching Weston's last heat. Unfortunate for him, but he's still so young and has so much time left on this QS.
Yeah, last heat, Kobe Clement total score 16 points. That's a huge score in this heat. And Alessa Reginato 13.67. There's a few excellent scores in this afternoon. And we're gonna have Bronson Mady next heat coming up.
Junior world champ coming up to finish this day off beautifully. We've had, like we said, it's the smallest day of the forecast, but we've had some incredible waves ridden. The last heat, Kobe Clemens started off the heat with an 8.5 and backed it up straight away with the 7.5. Wow. So, there are waves out there. There are still some quality waves out there. You just have to be on them on time and make sure you have the priority when they get there.
It's not as consistent as the last few days, so the timing is very important. Utilizing the priority is very key to win this heat, because like you said, there are some moments that good wave coming through to the lineup, so you want to be in the first priority when the set come.
Yeah, super vital. At the end of the day, it's conditions like this where it's not only the best surfer that wins, but the ones who has the best strategy and uses his his priorities right.
Right.
So an important day here of competition. This is round of 64, heat 7. We will be finishing heat 8. We finished off the round of 64 women's earlier today. Some great surfing went down there. And then with great surfing, we're going to head over to Mark, the winner of the last heat, Kobe Clemens.
Okay, we're on down here. Winner of the last heat, Kobe Clemens. Great heat, my man. You're just teeing off on every section that came your way. You got to be feeling pretty good with how you surfed, yeah?
Feeling really good. Boards are feeling amazing, and it was really slow out there, but stoked to get to. And the free surfs are way different to the surfs you get in the heat, so stoked.
Good thing is this Asian region always has pretty good waves, so it must be when you see them come on the calendar, you're like, I'm so going.
Oh, yeah. This place unbelievable. Pretty stoked we got like crazy good waves like here in NIAS for Indo, and yeah, super lucky.
All right, well, the Krui Pro is we've still got some unfinished business, and you're going really well. But I remember back to last year at NEAS, you were the first guy to get a 10 up there, so I'm sure you got fond memories of our next stop also.
Yeah, pretty excited. I think there's a swell coming too, so yeah.
There is indeed. That's why I was asking about your bigger board, right? You ready to rumble?
Yeah, I'm ready to rumble. Let's go.
All right, well, listen, Krui's been kind to us all. We've had a lot of good waves here over the years. For you, what's been the best part about coming to Krui?
The people and like just the waves. How there's so many waves in like such a small place. It's pretty cool.
Want to say good day to Dad and your fans?
Yeah, thanks to my family and Dad and my sister, my girlfriend, and yeah, everyone watching.
That was a great heat. I loved watching it. Thanks for the entertainment. Good man. Cheers, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, Kobe and Mark. That was a great interview. So not too much happening in this heat just yet, but just as I say that, I think there's a couple lines coming through.
Right. Looks like William Watson having a look at this one. And here we go. He wide up and riding, racing down the line and gets a first hit. That's a nicely done. A nice off the top carve and gets another one. It's a smaller size wave. Still managed to put a couple turns in. And is he going to get a finish right here? Well, wave started to stand up a little bit and gets a finish.
Yep. So kind of early start, almost 10 minutes in for William Watson. That was a nicely surfed wave. You're right. It was a bit of an inside small one, but he had a good rhythm. He kept it all the way through and he finished it off. So we've had many slow heats, so this could possibly be top 2 scores.
Right. But really like the first section, vertical, and throw a lot of sprays on the seconds, and gets a third. A little bit downtime here. He did well to navigate to the inside, and he gets a finish right here. It's probably other than the first section, nothing major turns, but still it was a great way to start this heat.
Yep, and for now he's the only one with a score on the board. Comes in at a 3.33, so that will be the first for Willem Watson. This is now John Mark Takong Maramar on his backhand. Nice first opening turn. This wave as well, kind of bowling up a little bit on the inside, so he will be taking it and following it through. He's getting most of the work done outside. Good finishing there for Maramar.
That was a great surfing from John Mark Tagon. It was a small size waves. Still, it was a tight section to hit, but managed to put 3 or 4 turns in, and I like the finishing turn. Went solid. But this is a reply of loss of red. There's a little bit of check down in the first 1 or 2 turns, but still from here, just waiting for the section to stand up. Gets a float, and this is probably the biggest turn on this ride.
So a couple lines coming through, and it's looking like Axel Karada and Tane Dobin taking a look at these waves, but we've seen that a few times where it looks like there's some sets coming, but then they kind of just fade and go closer to the reef. We will be reaching the dead low tide in around an hour, so it's we're gonna be seeing that reef kind of start to show a little bit on the inside, especially with the decrease in the wave size. It could really slow down a little bit, but once that tide switches, hopefully we'll get a little bit of a push in the wave size. We saw in the previous heat, one of the rights in the caddy corner kind of breaks. So that's a little bit of an indicator that we could have a bit of a push in the swell.
Even, it dropped off slightly compared to yesterday. There's still some good sets coming through, like solid 2 foot, 3 foot sets. So we've been seeing a lot of 4 foot, 5 foot amazing waves. So we've been really seeing, I think, too many perfect waves the last few days.
Yeah, we're being spoiled.
Definitely.
We've had such great conditions for the past 4 days that, this is a great contest, and I think in anywhere in the world, waves like
Definitely.
this would be incredible. People would be frothing to get out. But it has been so good the past 4 days that you keep hearing us say it's slow, it's this, it's that, but it's actually firing still.
Still, once you're on the right ones, then you can put 5 or 6 solid turns, and people like Kobe Clement from last heat getting to 8 and 7.5. So there's no doubt that there is still opportunities for surfers to showcase their surfing skill.
Yep. And you're right. So there are some, we're going to be finishing off the day with Heat 8. Some big names, but just before we get back to that, this is the last of Willem Watson. Comes in at a 3.33. Some great surfing done, though I think the wave size kind of held that score back a little bit. The previous heat, we had Kobe Clemens and Asta Reginato doing very similar turns to Willem, but just on maybe slightly bigger waves.
Right.
Right behind him is Jean-Marc Tokong, also known as Marmar. Bit of a smiling assassin there. Great. Gets a little bit stuck on that second one, but manages to kind of float through. He's getting a lot done. He wants to really take advantage of this wave. It's looking like it's a bit of a slow heat, so could be some smart surfing done from Willem and Marmar. Just getting some scores up and making sure they have some scores under their name.
Oh, it's been a really slow start in this heat. Still 2 waves have been ridden. It's been about nearly 10 minutes or so.
Yep, so we are very close to the halfway mark, and only 2 waves ridden, a 3.33 and a 3.3. So I think it's a great call for the WSL to be finishing off on the next
Definitely.
heat and just wait for tomorrow for the conditions to just improve. We will be having another big day tomorrow of surfing. We still have a lot of heats to get through before finals day. This is the round of 64, heat 7.
Yeah, there's so many surfers have been waiting to surf in first heat for like 4 days. Maybe there's still a lot of surfers haven't surfed in the heat.
Yep, so just taking a look at the heats that we're going to have tomorrow, and some of the big names are Xavier Huxtable, Varun Tanjung are going to be first up. Dylan Wilcoxon is a name to see. Roy Kanazawa, Tully Wiley, Rinta Uto, Oscar Berry is a big name. Iko Watanabe wearing the yellow jersey. Keon Martin and Marlon Harrison. Jarvis Earl, Saxon Reber, and Elliot Parada Reed as well. Those are some big names coming up tomorrow. It's going to be action-packed. Do not miss it, because the Krui Pro is far from over. But as there's a break in the action, we're going to head over to some highlights of day 3.
We're here at the Krui Pro. It's day 3. For you guys to know a little bit of today's schedule, we're going to be finishing off the round of 128 of the men's QS and go straight into the round of 96.
Bigger than yesterday, a lot more powerful, better shape too. The inside ones are going crazy. Just had a super fun wave, and yeah, should be a good day of competition. Waves are pumping.
All right, and there you guys can kind of see what we were talking about, the wave size. It's changed so much. The first 4 days were incredible. We had some overset sets coming through. It was firing. It's
fire.
ideal
Yes.
conditions for Krui.
The highlight that looks amazing on every action. We got some sizes, we got clean conditions, but we are back into this heat number 7, round of 64. We are now down to 30 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, but still only 2 waves have been ridden in this heat. Very slow heat, not many waves coming through.
Yeah, and
Wow.
as time ticks down, slowly, it starts looking like the 3.33 from Watson and Tokong are looking like pretty good
Right.
scores. So hopefully we get some more waves come through. Looking like some lines probably. We just passed the halfway mark. Mark Tokong taking a look at this wave on the inside here. He floats around that first section but decides to pull off. Doesn't give him too much to work with there. So Jean-Marc Tokong goes to first with the 143.
Yeah, very small score, but still, they need a score to lock in to get through this heat. Jean-Marc Tokong probably, trying to get as many as he can, trying to lock to good scores in early stage.
So while there's a bit of a break in the action, I'm gonna go ahead and say a huge thank you to everyone that's supported this event and made sure that we could come here again this year and give these surfers the opportunity to perform in this world-class wave. I want to start off by thanking Kemenpora, the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Massive thank you to the WSL and the PSOE, as well as the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat, and of course the ASC as well. Without any of these supporters, we wouldn't be able to be here today. I know it was a little bit of a last-minute event call, but they managed to pull through, and everyone's working so hard to get this done. So much preparation and time goes into this before we actually get to start the event. And here is now Jean-Marc Tokong on your screen, keeping busy on the inside, wants to get rid of that 143. Will he finish it? And he does. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Unfortunately, he got stuck on the last one, but still, probably, he kind of get rid of the 1.43 on that wave. Managed to put a couple turns in. Nothing major, but Axel Kuroda and Tanjung Dobin still waiting for the first wave. But this is a replay of last of Jean-Marc Tokong. It's a very small size waves, but still managed to put a couple turns in. Just a couple of check downs, and once the wave stand up, he went vertical, but couldn't quite right out of it. Comes in 2.43, but now he's in the first place at the moment. The 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so Marmar just trying to keep busy here. He has 2 waves under his name, so he's probably gonna have to go out the back and just wait for something bigger, because he could go and try and improve his 243 on a small one, but the maximum he'll get is a 3-3. He'll be wanting to wait for those sets to come through to get just a little bit more of a solid score, especially since 2 out of the 4 surfers don't even have scores up yet.
Right. Now we've seen a few lines on the horizon, but just they don't really, cooperate and hitting the reef correctly, not hugging the reef. But we do have some kind of swells out there, so hopefully next couple of minutes we'll see a couple waves coming in for blue and green, because they haven't got any wave yet. But this is the first wave for Axel Kuroda from Australia. Couple drive turn and gets a finish. So probably that was a great wave for Axel Kuroda. He's been waiting for that one almost 20 minutes, 22 minutes.
All right, so we just got an update, and it's looking like we are definitely not going to be having a Heat 8 today. We will be finishing off day 5 on with this heat. So right after this, we're going to be heading... Yeah, we're going to be finishing the day off with this heat. Great call. It's gone really slow. We haven't even reached the dead low tide, and it's already stopped so much. So it will all be continued tomorrow morning.
So we're coming back tomorrow with the heat 8 and all the remaining heats in this round of 64 men's. And we're going to finish up 64 tomorrow. But yeah, like you said, it's a good call because we haven't seen any potential waves so far yet. And it's been 22 minutes. So pretty much if there's no bonus 5 minutes, then in a couple of minutes, heat will be gone.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not looking too great right now for Tani Dobbin and Axel Kuroda. Well, his last wave, 3.63, that is the best wave for the heat for now. Pushes him to second, only needs a 2.10 to go into the first. Now it is all eyes on Tani Dobbin. He has priority. He's been very, very quiet now. It's easy to kind of be a little, stick to your... it's kind of easy to, in these moments, kind of just... You've already been sitting there and they just want to wait for that one set,
Definitely.
But here we go.
Well, Tani Dobbin waiting for this wave for 23 minutes. But looks like it's bigger set. And floats the section a couple of times. So is the wave gonna stand up for him? Unfortunately, there's not much wall to work on for Tani Dobbin. It was his first wave. But, there's not many major scores coming in. So Tani Dobbin is still in the game. There's still 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. So now Axel Kuroda has one of the best score here. And a few scores looking for the second one comes in 2.07. Now Axel Kuroda is in second place.
Yep, so we're waiting for one more score of Tani Dobbin to come in. Wow, it's been a very slow heat. Just 6 minutes remaining and not that many score. No one has gotten past the 3. So this is the last of Axel Kuroda. Unfortunately falls off on that wave, but this is Tani Dobbin out the back. A nice good check turn. Floats around that second one. And, works a little bit on the inside here, but nothing too major. A 2.57, Tani Dobbin's last wave. So just looking for a 3.14, which kind of feels like a 7 at this point.
Right. Just getting a wave is the hard part in this heat.
Yeah, so not ideal. We will be reaching the last 5 minutes of this heat. And look at that score line. First place, a 5.73 total.
In total, one of the lowest heat total total score in this competition. But the wave just don't cooperate with us.
Yeah,
at the moment.
That's the ocean sometimes. Yeah. But Axel taking a look at this one, looking like there's some lines about to come through. So it is Willem with priority. But looking like Blue got this one. Nice first turn. Sets up for this second one.
Wow.
This is looking much better for Axel Kuroda. This is probably going to come in as the best wave of the heat. Surprisingly, Willem didn't put his use his priority, and Axel will be getting the best wave of the heat for now. Tani Dobbin just pulling off right behind him. So Axel Kuroda Rose will be going straight to first after that.
Definitely.
And it's all eyes now on Maramar, Willem Watson, and Tani Dobbin.
Yeah, the last of Blue was amazing. That wave, it wasn't the one of the set smaller size wave, but it offers a lot of balls to work on. But here is William Watson, important wave, needing 2.38 at the moment. Good one turning and comes on stuck, but fortunately didn't ride out of it. Wow, that could be a really important wave, but we are still waiting for the last of blue.
Yep. So crucial wave for Willem Watson. That would have been a pretty good backup for the 3.33. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to complete that last turn. But here is a replay of Axel. What do you think?
Really like how he, connect every single turn so smoothly. It gets a couple solid turns in, and even there's a little bit of downtime there, but still gets the last section in. So completed so clean. It's great wave choice, great surfing from Axel Kuroda. Definitely it's gonna be a best score and straight into the first place. Just under 3 minutes remaining, so good job for Axel Kuroda.
Yep, so the last of Willem comes in at a 2.17, just under his requirement. Unfortunately, with us about to reach the 2.5 minute mark, it's looking like Marmar is going to take a look at this. He has priority, and there we have it. Axel Kuroda's last wave comes in at a 5.5. That is the best wave of the heat for now. He is sitting in first, looking pretty comfortable. The rest of the field couldn't really pass that 3 or 3.5 point wave total.
So this is the fast ride from Blue. This is what 3.63 looks like. And this is his best score so far. Well, best score in this heat, 5.50. Nice second turn and straight into the third. Gets the float, come around the section. A little bit of downtime here, but nicely connected to the inside and gets a finish. So that is 5.50 right there. With 90 seconds remaining, White needing 2.40, which is very, very small score to go into the second. Tani Darby needing 3.17, which is a small score, but still really decent score for this condition. Is there going to be enough time for them to, get another wave? Jean-Marc Togong has first priority.
I don't know. We're just under a minute, and it's not looking like the ocean is going to be giving out any more waves right now. It's looking pretty flat out there. So it's really well surfed heat from Axel Kuroda and Jean-Marc Togong. John starting early, getting 2 scores, but it's looking like there might be something here on the inside.
Oh, it was a really small size waves. But Axel Kuroda is in first place, sitting in the first place comfortably, but this is very important wave for Tani Dobbin, needing 3.17. Wow, that was really shallow place.
Landing right on the reef.
But is it going to be enough for the requirement, 3.17?
So it's looking like Axel Kuroda and Jean-Marc Togong will be taking out this heat. We have one more score to come in for Tane Dobbin, but it's not looking like it will be what he needs. So with that, we'll just wait for the last of Tane to come in. He needs a 3.17. Is it enough to go into second place?
2.27, not enough. Tani Dobbin stays fourth place.
All right, so there we have it. It is the last. It is Axel Kuroda and Jean-Marc Togong taking that one out. And with that, we will be thanking you guys all and see you guys tomorrow.
How's that? Really? Who made it? Did Kobe make his heat?
Yeah, he got an 8.5%.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning from the Krui Pro. We are here at Tanjung Setia Beach. We've got the waves at Ujong Bakora firing and it's day 5 of the QS 6000. We're going to start today with the women's heats 9 to 16 of the round of 64. Then we're going to go into the men's round of 64. Stay tuned.